Chapter 2296.
Duan Ling Tian.
Yun Fu Yi shouted angrily as he looked into the distance. Huang Wenjing followed his gaze and looked in the direction he was looking at. In the blink of an eye, the purple figure that appeared in Huang Wenjing's mind overlapped perfectly with the figure that was leading the group in the distance. Why is he here? The moment she saw this figure, Huang Wenjing panicked. Doesn't he know that coming here now is very dangerous? Huang Wenjing could not figure out why this man would come here. Did he not know his identity had been exposed? Did he not know her master would kill him?
Duan Ling Tian? Yun Fu Ye's voice was so loud that many elders from the Wandering Saint Palace who were hovering in the air outside the mansion heard his words.
They immediately turned to look at the group of people who had just arrived. Everyone's attention was on the purple-clad young man in the lead. He's the new Vice Palace Master, Duan Ling Tian, who joined our Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago? It's him. I've seen his portrait before. Of course, it wasn't drawn after he became the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. It was drawn many years ago. At that time, he wasn't the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. I've heard of him before. I didn't expect him to be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in such a short time. That's right. It's said that it has only been 10 years since he left the WCI subterranean for the upper province. However, he's already a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from a martial cultivator, who hasn't even broken through to the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Or perhaps, the cultivation environment and resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land can allow one's cultivation base to improve so much in such a short time? Impossible! No matter how good the cultivation environment and resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are, it's impossible for someone to improve so much in just 10 years. He must have gotten some other, fortuitous encounter. Even so, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is still a good place. After all, there's a fortuitous encounter there that allows a person to obtain such a powerful cultivation base in just 10 years. Indeed. When the group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Ling Tian, they could not help but discuss among themselves. The topic of their conversation gradually shifted to the strength that Duan Ling Tian had raised in the past 10 years. Almost all of them were certain that Duan Ling Tian had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, the elders and disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace were looking forward to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Based on the current progress, it won't be long before the inter-realm transportation formation is completed. That's right. Once the inter-realm transportation formation is completed, the human Devil Clan will be able to invade the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land along with the Devil Clans and occupy the rich resources there. Who knows? We might be lucky enough to encounter something similar to Duan Ling Tian's fortuitous encounter. I can't wait. The group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves. Duan Ling Tian brought Ker, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen to the sky above the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. When Duan Ling Tian came to a halt, Peng Lai who was following behind him did the same as well. Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, and a few elders from the Wandering Saint Palace also came to a halt when they saw Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, all of them looked at Duan Ling Tian. Up until now, they still did not know what Duan Ling Tian was trying to do or why he had come here. After all, this was the residence of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, Yuan Haochen was about to become an eminent celestial. Was he not seeking death by coming here? At this moment, it was not only the group of people who thought Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. Even the group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace felt that Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. Brother Ling Tian, why are you here? It's dangerous here. Leave as far as you can. A familiar voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian didn't have to turn around to be able to discern that this was Huang Qi Ling's voice. Huang Qi Ling was the first person he met in the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the son of one of the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian had only learned that Huang Qi Ling was the son of one of the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace after he joined the Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago. Although Duan Lingtian knew Huang Qiling's identity in the Wandering Saint Palace was not simple, he did not know Huang Qiling's background. It's dangerous here? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Huang Qiling's voice transmission. He replied through voice transmission, I know you mean well, but don't you think Shernan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, will hunt me down if I leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate now? After all, Palace Master Yuan hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial. To me, there's no difference between him and Shernan Feng. If I leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate now, Shernan Feng will hunt me down. If I stay here, Shernan Feng won't make a move. Who knows, I might be able to live for a few more days after Palace Master Yuan passes the heavenly tribulation. Huang Qiling was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's words made sense. Is there really no other way? Huang Qiling muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Actually, I'm curious. You should know I'm a human, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If that's the case, why are you still concerned about me as the son of one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace? While Huang Qiling was frowning, Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Faced with this question, Huang Qiling did not hesitate at all as he replied through voice transmission, Brother Lingtian, I want to befriend you because of you as a person, not because of your identity and origin. It doesn't matter if you're a human devil or a human, you're still my friend. Moreover, compared to a human devil, I think humans are my own kind. Unfortunately, I'm useless and can't help you at all. A hint of helplessness could be heard in Huang Qiling's voice when he spoke. Huang Qiling's words had touched Duan Lingtian's heart to a certain extent. He felt as though he had not made friends with Huang Qiling in vain. What are you doing here? Are you seeking death? All of a sudden, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He immediately lowered his head to look at the front courtyard of the mansion in front of him. There was a familiar figure standing in front of him. Huang Wenjing. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the figure. It was none other than Huang Wenjing, the last disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. She was also the strongest person among the younger generation in Wandering Saint Palace and the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan. Duan Lingtian could hear the voice. The voice transmission earlier had come from Huang Wenjing. Huang Wenjing must have found out about my true identity. However, based on her tone, it seems like she's concerned about me rather than hostile. Based on Huang Wenjing's voice transmission earlier, Duan Lingtian could tell she was genuinely concerned about him. Sigh. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he figured out the reason behind Huang Wenjing's concern. He pretended not to hear her voice transmission and ignored her. The person next to her must be Yunfu, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace. When Duan Lingtian sensed the hostility from the person next to Huang Wenjing, and saw the person was a young man in the mansion of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he could roughly guess the person's identity. Yunfu was the first direct disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the first vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace before Duan Lingtian joined Wandering Saint Palace. I feel like the sun saint energy in my saint origin is about to go out of control. After Duan Lingtian looked away from Yunfu, he shifted his gaze to the place where the tribulation clouds gathered. It was the center of the tribulation clouds. The thing that was attracting the sun saint energy in his body was also there. I wonder what's in there? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Along the way, my understanding of this world has risen to another level. It's completely different from before. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian became even more certain. The thing behind the tribulation clouds that was attracting the sun saint energy in his body was not simple. Yuan Haochen. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian was still wary of Duan Lingtian, who had casually blocked his attack 3 years ago. At this moment, Yuan Haochen was staring at the tribulation clouds in the sky as Saint Origin surged out of his body and emitted a powerful aura. After his Saint Origin surged out of his body, it resonated strongly with heaven and earth. Based on this, one could see that Duan Lingtian was extremely powerful. Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached an extremely high level. However, not only did Yuan Haochen not look at Duan Lingtian, but he did not even use his divine consciousness on Duan Lingtian. It was obvious Yuan Haochen's attention was focused on the tribulation clouds in the sky. It was as though the tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation were the only things in his world. Chapter 2297. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived, he became the center of attention. He even overshadowed Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was about to undergo his celestial ascension tribulation. Duan Lingtian was the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. If he only had this identity, he would not have become the center of attention. The reason why he could become the focus of attention was more because of his other identity. He was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the Azure Cloud Mansion was a human force. With such a sensitive identity, it was difficult for him not to become the center of attention. I remember. When Duan Lingtian came to the Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago, he brought a little girl with him. They're twins. A disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace suddenly recalled this. It must be the girl next to him. There are 2 other girls as well. These 2 girls look identical. They must be twins. Duan Lingtian is really lucky to have a pair of twins with different temperaments. That's not the point. The point is, the 3 girls next to him must be humans as well. The elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves as they shifted their attention to the 3 girls next to Duan Lingtian. The 3 girls had come to the Wandering Saint Palace with Duan Lingtian 3 years ago, so it was not difficult for them to figure out who they were. Just like Duan Lingtian, the 3 girls were humans. Peng Lai, you're really foolish. Peng Lai, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, suddenly heard a voice transmission. Peng Lai was familiar with this voice. It came from one of his best friends in the Wandering Saint Palace, an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. What's wrong with you? Duan Lingtian is a human. He's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Based on the current situation, it's impossible for him to leave the Wandering Saint Palace alive. Can't you see that? If you continue to follow him, won't you be seeking death? The elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was clearly very concerned about Peng Lai. His voice was filled with anxiety as he spoke. When Peng Lai heard the voice transmission from the elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, he felt warmth in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave Duan Lingtian, but that he couldn't leave. With the restriction of the lightning punishment oath, if he left directly, he would be considered to have betrayed Duan Lingtian, and he would immediately be killed by the lightning punishment. If he followed Duan Lingtian, he might die, but he would definitely die a slower death. In the end, he did not have the courage to face the lightning punishment. In addition, there was also a very strong desire in the depths of his heart. Although even he himself felt that it was not realistic, he could not help but desire. It longed for its master to create a miracle. After all, his master was not an ordinary person. He could even help people improve the grade of their innate spiritual roots. In his opinion, this was already the work of an immortal. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as figures appeared from all directions. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Lord Palace Master. A sturdy and tall figure was the first to appear near Shinan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. He bowed respectfully at Shinan Feng. It was a young man wearing a blue robe. Although the blue robe was spacious, it seemed to become a tight fit on his body, showing off the contours of his muscles from head to toe. When he bowed at Shinan Feng, a hint of respect could be seen on his face. Yuanba, you're here. Shinan Feng nodded at the blue-clad man. It was obvious he thought highly of the blue-clad man. It's Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan. Soon after, the group of elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace recognized the blue-clad man. He was the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. He was also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan. The people from Azure Sheen Hall are here as well. That's Gong Sun Jin, the Vice Palace Master of Azure Sheen Hall. The people from Crimson Blaze Palace are here as well. That's Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace. The group of people from Wandering Saint Palace soon discovered that the Vice Palace Masters of Great Spirit Palace were here as well.
Apart from the 7 leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls, all the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had gathered. The palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace and the hall masters of the other 6 halls aren't here? Some of the disciples from Wandering Saint Palace were puzzled. Perhaps they're held up by something, someone said. Even if they're held up by something, how can all 7 of them be held up by something at the same time? Many people voiced their doubts. Hee. Don't forget that although it's a good thing that there's a second eminent celestial in the human devil clan, this eminent celestial is from the Wandering Saint Palace. One of the elders from Wandering Saint Palace chuckled. It's a good thing that there's an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, but it might not be a good thing for the other 3 palaces and 6 halls. I think the palace masters and hall masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls are gathered somewhere, discussing how to deal with the Wandering Saint Palace's rise to power. Many of the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace agreed with the elders' words. They thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed the case. The 3 palaces and 6 halls had always been competitors and had always maintained a balance. However, now that there was an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, how could the other 3 palaces and 6 halls not be anxious? The palace master of Great Spirit Palace is really magnanimous. He came here personally, a disciple from Wandering Saint Palace who had just come out of closed-door cultivation said. Many of the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace laughed when they heard the words of the Wandering Saint Palace's disciple. One of the disciples from Wandering Saint Palace tried to hold back his laughter as he asked, "You? Don't tell me you think the palace master of Great Spirit Palace is here because our palace master is about to undergo the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial? Is that not the case?" "Of course not. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace came to our Wandering Saint Palace a year ago and has never left. His target is none other than our vice palace master, Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. That's him. I'm sure you've heard about the enmity between the palace master of Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion, so I won't say much about it." "I see. So that's how it is." At the same time, the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who had just arrived turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in unison. As soon as the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian, boom! An earth-shattering boom suddenly exploded, deafening everyone's ears. At the same time, a shockwave that seemed to cross the sky swept down from the sky. Accompanying it was an incomparably powerful aura that caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate. The celestial ascension tribulation is here. In an instant, the same thought appeared in the minds of everyone present. Everyone who was looking at Duan Ling Tian shifted their attention to the sky above Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. The tribulation clouds were so dense that they seemed to be able to blot out the sun. Not only did the tribulation clouds cover the vast residence of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, but it also covered a large area in the surroundings. It was dark and gloomy. Naturally, there were still some rays of light that refracted from afar, so it did not obstruct their vision. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous roar continued, and one could clearly see bolts of purple lightning shuttling through the countless tribulation clouds like small snakes. Moreover, one could vaguely see some small 5-colored snakes among these small purple snakes. Naturally, the 5-colored snakes were inconspicuous compared to the purple snakes. Those who had not reached a certain cultivation base would not be able to notice them at all. The earth-shattering sound of thunder earlier must be a sign that the celestial ascension tribulation is complete. Duan Ling Tian knew a thing or two about the celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. This is bad. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the sun force in his saint origin was becoming more and more restless. He felt as though he could no longer suppress it. Moreover, the restlessness was still going on. Forget it. Just let it be. It just so happens that I also want to see what is attracting it and what it wants to do. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian, who already found it difficult to withstand the sun force, no longer tried to resist it. He allowed the sun force to escape his body. Almost at the same time, Duan Ling Tian removed all the defensive lines. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sun force in Duan Ling Tian's saint origin left his saint origin and turned into a golden flame that surged out of his body. At this moment,
Duan Lingtian's body seemed to be spitting fire. Golden flames gushed out from every pore on his body. Only his hair, eyebrows, and robes were not burned. At first glance, this scene was extremely strange. Father! Duan Xiling was the first to notice the change in Duan Lingtian's body. She was so shocked that she covered her mouth with both hands. Her big eyes were filled with surprise. Brother Tian? Ke also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's body. Although Duan Lingtian's body was spitting fire, Ke, who was standing close to him, did not feel any heat at all. At the same time, Gan Ruyen was also attracted by the change in Duan Lingtian's body. Boom! The flames on Duan Lingtian's body left Duan Lingtian's body and turned into a ball of golden flame that shot up into the sky. It shot toward the center of the celestial ascension tribulation where the tribulation clouds gathered. That's Chapter 2298. Due to Duan Lingtian's confidence, Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all when she attacked. She went all out as soon as she made her move. This was her trust in Duan Lingtian. It was also her declaration to the others. She did not hold back, and there was no need for her to hold back. I can't believe Tian Wu's strength has increased to such a level. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw the strength Feng Tianwu displayed. Although he knew Feng Tianwu was very powerful, he did not expect her to be this powerful. If he had not broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he might not be a match for Tian Wu even if he used all of his techniques. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After witnessing Feng Tianwu's strength, Duan Lingtian knew what was going on. With just a thought, the area within a 100-meter radius around him instantly turned into a sea of swords. Tens of thousands of swords whistled through the air. Wherever they passed, the void seemed to be torn apart, producing a series of piercing sounds. At the place where Feng Tianwu's territory overlapped with his territory, the flame territory gradually shattered as the sword lights whistled through the air. It was as though a mirror had been hit hard. Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory was like a giant hammer that smashed hard on the mirror. As the saying went, pulling one part will affect the whole body. Although only a part of Feng Tianwu's flame territory was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, it was this part that affected the rest of the territory. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's overbearing 10,000 swords territory destroyed Feng Tianwu's flame territory effortlessly. In fact, Feng Tianwu's territory was already considered very powerful. However, there was always a gap between them. In front of Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, her flame territory was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. In just a blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. Is this a joke? Upon seeing this scene, many of the onlookers had the same thought in their minds. Miss Feng, are you going easy on Duan Lingtian? This is too obvious. Even if they are both half-step Saint Realm experts, even if there is a difference in their strengths, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? It must be Miss Feng who is giving in to him. Many people whispered to each other. These people had one thing in common, and that was that they were not Saint Realm experts. The Saint stage powerhouses present on the scene, including Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, fell silent at this moment. Is this Duan Lingtian really from the mortal realm? Zi Yun looked at Duan Lingtian. Her heart was filled with shock. Although she had vaguely guessed that a man who could catch the eye of her disciple, Feng Tianwu, was definitely not an ordinary man, she did not expect that this man would be so strong. Just his domain alone was enough to crush her disciple Feng Tianwu's domain. As a Saint stage powerhouse, she naturally could see that her disciple, Feng Tianwu, did not hold back at all. The domain that she cast was also at its peak. However, even then, her domain was still shattered the moment Duan Lingtian's domain appeared. She was certain that Duan Lingtian was definitely not a Saint stage powerhouse. Due to this reason, she deeply realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's domain was. It was definitely not an ordinary domain. In fact, her disciple, Feng Tianwu's domain was an extremely high-grade flame domain. One of the reasons Feng Tianwu was so powerful was because of her powerful domain. However, even the powerful flame domain that Feng Tianwu relied on was shattered by Duan Lingtian's domain. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that the onlookers could not react in time. What kind of domain did Duan Lingtian cast? Old man Ian from the Sky Rex sect had an extremely ugly expression on his face.
After witnessing Duan Lingtian's domain, he faintly realized that Duan Lingtian really had the strength to defeat Feng Tianwu. As a saint stage powerhouse like Zi Yun, he could naturally see that Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still had the upper hand in terms of domain. The other saint stage powerhouses were also shocked. As the group of saint stage powerhouses discussed among themselves, the onlookers who originally thought that Feng Tianwu had held back realized that they had misunderstood Feng Tianwu. If Miss Feng did not hold back, then the foreign advisor of the Situ clan, Duan Lingtian, is too terrifying, right? That's right, this is too exaggerated. As soon as his domain appeared, it crushed Miss Feng's domain. You must know that Miss Feng is a powerhouse who's ranked at the top of the heaven ranking. It's said that half of her strength comes from her own domain. Without the advantage of her domain, Miss Feng is like a tiger without its teeth. How is she going to fight? Many people were still in disbelief. After all, Duan Lingtian's domain had brought them too much shock. Elder brother Duan, what's your domain? After her own domain was crushed, Feng Tianwu was also shocked. After being stunned for a moment, she asked with an astonished expression, I feel that my domain has no resistance at all in front of your domain. 10,000 swords domain. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. 10,000 swords domain. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu nodded. Soon after, her eyes shone with brilliance again. Based on the confidence that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, she also knew that Duan Lingtian was really confident in fighting with her. However, when she saw the scene earlier, her heart was still filled with shock. Her big brother Duan had only unleashed his domain, yet he had crushed her domain. In retrospect, the moment her elder brother Duan's domain appeared, she clearly felt an oppressive aura rushing towards her, causing her to be a little breathless. However, she did not pay much attention to it at that time. It was not until after the domain was crushed that she realized that her elder brother Duan's strength today was not something she could compare to. The destruction of her domain also meant that her strength would be greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, defeat was already set in stone. 10,000 swords domain? When Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to respond to Feng Tianwu, the onlookers also heard Duan Lingtian's words and knew what kind of domain Duan Lingtian had used. 10,000 swords domain. It really lives up to its name. In Duan Lingtian's domain, I'm afraid there are really tens of thousands of solidified sword rays. Moreover, they don't look much different from real swords. Such a domain looks so domineering. I didn't expect it to be so powerful as well. Most of the people present on the scene had their eyes focused on the sword rays that were wreaking havoc within a radius of 100 meters around Duan Lingtian. The sword rays seemed to have surrounded Duan Lingtian and formed a world of swords. 10,000 swords domain? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Zi Yun, narrowed her eyes. If it's really the 10,000 swords domain, doesn't that mean he's most likely the successor of the extinct disciple? In Zi Yun's heart, there was a secret that only she knew. It was a fortuitous encounter she had when she was young. That fortuitous encounter allowed her to obtain the inheritance of a female powerhouse. That female powerhouse claimed to be the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. After she obtained the inheritance, it was equivalent to her inheriting the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance. She became the only successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Due to that fortuitous encounter, her innate talent that was originally not very strong further stimulated her potential. Currently, she even possessed a strength that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was wary of. She knew very well that if it was not for that fortuitous encounter, she might not even be a saint stage powerhouse now, let alone a saint stage powerhouse that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was wary of. Her entire life had changed because of that fortuitous encounter. For this reason, she was filled with gratitude toward the female powerhouse who left behind the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance and remembered her message. In her message, the female powerhouse had mentioned that she hoped that after she obtained the inheritance, she would continue to pass down the Blazing Phoenix progeny until the Seven Absolutes sect's Seven Absolutes token appeared. Once the Seven Absolutes token appeared, the Blazing Phoenix progeny would have to return to the Seven Absolutes sect. As long as the Seven Absolutes sect needed it, they would be willing to sacrifice everything for the Seven Absolutes sect. Zi Yun knew her innate talent was only ordinary. Even if she continued to improve, it would be difficult for her to achieve great things. For this reason,
She had been looking for a young genius who could inherit the blazing phoenix progeny since a long time ago. Feng Tianwu was the young genius she had found. Although she was only born in the mortal continent, her innate talent was extraordinary. What surprised her even more was Feng Tianwu's progress in cultivating the blazing phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method was so fast that it was terrifying. It was as though the blazing phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method was made for her. When she saw how Feng Tianwu managed to achieve so much in just a few years with the help of the blazing phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method, she knew she could give an explanation to the powerhouse who left behind the blazing phoenix progeny's inheritance. Due to her innate talent, it was difficult for her to shoulder the responsibility of inheriting the blazing phoenix progeny. However, this disciple of hers could do it. She believed her disciple's innate talent in the martial Tao was definitely not inferior to the successors of the other 6 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect other than the fog rain progeny. She did not dare to compare herself to the fog rain progeny. This was because the female powerhouse who left her the inheritance had left behind some information about the 7 absolute sect. She had emphasized on the fog rain progeny, the absolute of the 7 absolute sect. As the absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the fog rain progeny was different from the other 6 absolutes. It could go 1,000 years without a successor, 10,000 years without a successor, or even 100,000 years without a successor. However, when a successor appeared, it would signify the beginning of a new era. There was a saying in the Tao martial saint land. The fog rain progeny of the 7 absolutes had the ability to summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. This sentence was widely acknowledged by many people in the Tao martial saint land. Based on this, one could see how famous the fog rain progeny of the 7 absolute sect was. It said that the previous fog rain progeny was a powerhouse known as the sword saint. The territory he mastered was the 10,000 swords territory. This was the reason why Zi Yun was shocked when Duanling Tian said his territory was the 10,000 swords territory. Chapter 2299. The dazzling flash of light happened to block the view of the patriarch of the human demon clan, who could see through the tribulation clouds. At the same time, boom! When a dazzling purple and white light was reflected in the eyes of the group under the tribulation cloud, an earth-shaking thunder resounded in their ears in a timely manner. It was deafening. Following that, they saw a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm shot down from the tribulation clouds toward Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It's the tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning has appeared. Many people had the same thought when they saw the lightning bolt that was about to descend. However, their eyes widened when they saw it. This was because they were shocked to see. Before the bolt of lightning that was as thick as an adult's arm could reach Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen had yet to make a move to destroy it, Yuan Haochen was shocked. Another purple and white light flashed, causing many people with lower cultivation bases to feel pain in their eyes. Boom! Then, another thunderous clap rang in the air as though it was going to shatter the heavens. Following that, another bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm appeared. This bolt of lightning was similar to the one that struck Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was the tribulation lightning. What's going on? The first tribulation lightning hasn't even gotten close to Lord Palace Master. Why is the second tribulation lightning here? Is this the second tribulation lightning? I don't think there's any difference between the second tribulation lightning and the first tribulation lightning. In fact, they look identical. What's going on? Are there 2 bolts of lightning in the first tribulation lightning? Impossible. There are 81 bolts of lightning in the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, each bolt of lightning is independent. Moreover, there's a gap between the bolts of lightning. If the bolts of lightning were to appear one after another, it would only take half a day. There's no need to wait for a few days. That's true. However, what's with this tribulation lightning? The Vice Palace Masters of the Wandering Saint Palace were not the only ones who were confused. Even the Vice Palace Masters and Vice Hall Masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, could not understand what was going on even though their minds could keep up with the speed of the tribulation lightning. Master, why are there 2 identical lightning tribulations? High up in the sky, behind the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the human devil clan finally managed to see through the tribulation clouds. He happened to see 2 identical bolts of tribulation lightning appearing one after another. Regarding this,
He could not understand it no matter how much he thought about it. After all, he was someone who had overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, when he was undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, there was an hour between the first and second lightning bolts. Moreover, the second bolt of tribulation lightning was even thicker and more powerful than the first. Now, not only were the two bolts of lightning exactly the same, but they had also appeared only a single breath apart. He couldn't understand it at all. This was completely different from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation he knew about and the Celestial Ascension Tribulation he had overcome. Since there are two people undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation at the same time, it's only natural that there would be two identical bolts of tribulation lightning. This time, the gray-clad old man gave the patriarch of the human devil clan an affirmative answer. At the same time, the gray-clad old man's piercing gaze pierced through the tribulation clouds and landed on a purple figure below. Under the tribulation clouds, the vice palace masters and vice hall masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls were still in shock when they saw the second bolt of tribulation lightning. However, the second bolt of tribulation lightning did not strike Xianxia, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Instead, it changed direction and shot toward another figure in the distance. Master, watch out! Duan Lingtian was still immersed in his new understanding of heaven and earth when Peng Lai's cry rang in his ears. He was so shocked that he regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he felt an aura locking onto him. This is... Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw a flash of light in front of him. In the sky, a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm actually blasted towards him. It was like an angry dragon whistling down from the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow him in one gulp. Is this the tribulation lightning? Shouldn't the tribulation lightning be targeting Xianxia, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? Isn't he the one undergoing the tribulation? What's going on? Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, the tribulation lightning that descended from the sky was getting closer and closer to him. No, I can't let it come over. If it comes over, Kerr, Si Ling, and the others will be in danger. Since it's targeting me, I'll bring it away. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's Saint Origin surged out of his body and formed a pair of flaming wings on his back. It was the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. However, the Golden Crow's wings formed by Duan Lingtian's Saint Origin was different from before. In the past, the Golden Crow wings he had formed with his Saint Chi seemed to have been completely transformed from a deep golden flame. However, this time, the Golden Crow wings he had formed with his Saint Chi seemed to have been completely transformed from pure golden flames. However, the Golden Crow wings he had condensed with his Saint Chi now looked like they were formed from pale golden flames. This was because most of the sun force in Duan Lingtian's body had left his Saint Origin, causing his Saint Origin to revert to its original form. However, the sun's Saint Origin, which had been beaten back to its original form, seemed to resonate strongly with the world as soon as it broke out of his body. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian, naturally, could sense this. Just now, I discovered that my comprehension of this world seems to have reached a critical point after a rapid increase. That's right. I thought it was a bottleneck. I didn't expect it to be the limit. Based on my current comprehension of heaven and earth, the resonance between my Saint Origin and heaven and earth is no different from when Xianxia, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, activated his Saint Origin 3 years ago. In other words, my current understanding of this heaven and earth has almost reached the limit? Duan Lingtian realized when he sensed the resonance between his Saint Origin and heaven and earth. His comprehension of the heaven and earth had reached the limit in a daze. Such a change gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he was cheating in a game in his previous life. After all, his cultivation base had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage today. In just a day, his cultivation base had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Following that, his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit again. It should be noted that for those who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would take them at least a few decades to hundreds of years to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit. However, Duan Lingtian had only spent less than a day to comprehend heaven and earth. Naturally, as mentioned earlier, Duan Lingtian was still in a state of confusion about all of this. This was because he had not made any preparations. His comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit in a daze. Could it be because of the sun force that left me? Duan Lingtian did not have the time to think about it. However,
The threat from the tribulation lightning stopped Duan Ling Tian from thinking about it. Golden Crow's wings. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian activated the Golden Crow's wings on his back and flew into the distance. It feels different when I activate the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. Everything feels so natural. In particular, the use of my Saint Chi has become much easier. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had activated the Saint origin in his body after his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit. He could clearly feel his control of the Saint origin had improved by more than one level. If it was said that Yang Kai had a slight understanding of this world before, and when he circulated his Saint Chi, he felt that there was only a faint connection between his Saint Chi and this world. However, when he activated his Saint origin, he felt a strong connection between his Saint origin and heaven and earth. There was a strong resonance between his Saint origin and heaven and earth. It was a completely different feeling when he compared the two. Boom, boom, boom. When Duan Ling Tian activated the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, and flew out, the tribulation lightning that had locked onto him also shot out and chased after him like a gangrene attached to a bone. As it tore through the sky, it set off a series of muffled thunderclaps. There's another tribulation lightning over there? When Duan Ling Tian left the place where Ker, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen were with the tribulation lightning, he saw another tribulation lightning. At the same time, another tribulation lightning was heading toward Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Coincidentally, he saw Yuan Haochen raising his hand and spitting out Saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth, engulfing the tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning that's chasing after me isn't Yuan Haochen's tribulation lightning? Could it be my own lightning tribulation? How's this possible? Although Duan Ling Tian thought it was impossible, he had no choice but to accept this reality. After confirming the tribulation lightning would not hurt Ker and the other two women, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt. Break! All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as he swept his arm out like a dragon. Waves of rolling and vast Saint origin instantly surged out of Duan Ling Tian's arm like a vast ocean. Moreover, it was a vast ocean that resonated strongly with heaven and earth. The vast ocean swept out and engulfed the tribulation lightning in just a blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. The two tribulation lightning that came with ill intentions were defeated by Yuan Haochen and Duan Ling Tian one after another. Chapter 2300. It seems like I've overestimated it. Or rather, I've underestimated my current strength. Duan Ling Tian had brought the tribulation lightning here because he was worried it would harm Ker, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen. For the sake of the three women's safety, he immediately cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, to leave the place where the three women were. However, it turned out that there was no need for him to leave at all. Just now, he had casually swung his arm. He did not even use any martial arts techniques or divine abilities, nor did he use the profundity of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword. He had easily drowned the first tribulation lightning. With his saint origin that was as vast as the ocean, the tribulation lightning did not even cause a ripple. It was so weak. Yuan Haochen. After defeating the first tribulation lightning, Duan Ling Tian felt a sharp gaze on him. He immediately regained his senses and looked at the owner of the gaze. It was none other than Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Yuan Haochen was a middle-aged man with a medium build. Although he did not have a striking appearance, as the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he had a dignified air about him. He exuded the aura of a superior. Yuan Haochen was dressed in a silver robe, just like the first time Duan Ling Tian had seen him. When Yuan Haochen looked at him, Duan Ling Tian looked back at him fearlessly. In just a blink of an eye, not only did he see a sharp gaze, but he also saw a hint of shock and disbelief in Yuan Haochen's eyes. He was not surprised by this at all. At this moment, Yuan Haochen was not the only one who was shocked by the tribulation lightning. Even Duan Ling Tian was shocked and in disbelief. Previously, I felt my comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit. Initially, I thought it was just a bottleneck. However, it seems like my comprehension of heaven and earth has indeed reached its limit. Especially when I defeated that tribulation thunder just now, my Saint Chi resonated strongly with the surrounding heavens and earth. Even compared to when Yuan Haochen attacked 3 years ago, my Saint Chi is stronger, not weaker.
Even compared to the resonance between Yuan Hao Chen's Saint Qi and the surrounding heavens and earth, it's not much different. In other words, I fulfilled the conditions for the celestial ascension tribulation. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he became excited again. The celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, he had a faint feeling. The celestial ascension tribulation. When he defeated the tribulation lightning, he discovered the tribulation lightning not only had Yuan Haochen, but it had also had its eyes on him as well. In other words, he had the tribulation stage. If that's the case, then I should thank Yuan Haochen? Usually, those who have comprehended heaven and earth to my level would have to look for an opportunity to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. As for me, my comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit when Yuan Haochen attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Moreover, I was targeted by the tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Now that Duan Ling Tian realized his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit, he was able to figure out many things. Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen looked at each other silently for a long time. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. However, just because they did not speak, it did not mean the others did not speak as well. Heavens! Am I seeing things? The second bolt of tribulation lightning is actually targeting Duan Ling Tian. An elder from the Wandering Saint Palace exclaimed, breaking the silence. The second tribulation lightning? I don't think it's the second tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning that's targeting Duan Ling Tian is the same as the tribulation lightning that's targeting Lord Palace Master. Another elder from the Wandering Saint Palace said, what's going on? Many disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were confused. They had no idea what was going on. If I'm not mistaken, at this moment, a Vice Palace Master from the Wandering Saint Palace said with difficulty, Duan Ling Tian is undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation just like Lord Palace Master. Duan Ling Tian was undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation as well? As soon as the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace spoke, the entire place fell silent. After a while, someone finally voiced his doubts. How's this possible? How can Duan Ling Tian be undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation as well? I thought Lord Palace Master was the one who attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? That's right. Lord Palace Master is the one who attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. How can Duan Ling Tian be undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation as well? This is impossible. To undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, one must have a certain level of comprehension of heaven and earth. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth to have reached such a level. More and more elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace voiced their doubts. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth to have reached such a level. Another Vice Palace Master from the Wandering Saint Palace said as he shook his head. When Duan Ling Tian destroyed the tribulation lightning earlier, the resonance between his saint origin and heaven and earth was on par with Lord Palace Master's saint origin. It's obvious his comprehension of heaven and earth is on par with Lord Palace Master's. The Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace spoke in a confident tone. That's right. His comprehension of heaven and earth is on par with Lord Palace Master's? The elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace fell silent when they heard the Vice Palace Master's words. At this moment, another Vice Palace Master from the Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Qiling's father, stepped forward. Rumor has it that when someone who has comprehended heaven and earth to the limit attracts the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, if another person who has comprehended heaven and earth to the limit is present, the latter person will be able to draw the Celestial Ascension Tribulation as well. In my opinion, this is the case for Duan Ling Tian. The Vice Palace Master from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression on his face. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's strength to be so strong. He remembered his son's words. Did his son not say that 3 years ago, Duan Ling Tian was powerless against the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace? Is that even possible? I've never heard of it. As the Vice Palace Masters from the Wandering Saint Palace spoke, the elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked as well. Was that even possible? After all, they had never heard of such a thing before. On the other hand, Huang Qiling's father, the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace, looked at his son and asked through voice transmission, Are you sure Duan Ling Tian was no match for Lord Palace Master 3 years ago? Based on his current strength, he's not any weaker than Lord Palace Master. In the end,
Huang Qiling's father's tone was full of doubt. Father, I saw it with my own eyes 3 years ago. Brother Ling Tian was indeed no match for Lord Palace Master. I don't know why he's like this now. Perhaps, he has improved in the past 3 years. Huang Qiling said through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. Although Huang Qiling smiled wryly, he was inwardly excited. When he saw how strong Brother Ling Tian was, he knew Brother Ling Tian might be able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. This was especially true when he heard his father's words. Brother Ling Tian's current strength was no weaker than the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Impossible. Upon hearing Huang Qiling's words, Huang Qiling's father felt it was impossible. How could someone who couldn't even defeat Lord Palace Master grow so strong in just 3 years? No matter how monstrous he is, it's impossible. I don't know. Huang Qiling shook his head and replied through voice transmission. Meanwhile, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and the celestial ascension tribulation he had attracted. Their discussion was similar to that of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace. His comprehension of heaven and earth has reached such a level? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had a grave expression on his face. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he wanted to kill, to be so strong. Duan Lingtian was even stronger than him. Apart from that, he could also see it now. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation with the help of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. As long as Duan Lingtian passed the celestial ascension tribulation, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion would become an eminent celestial. At that time, Duan Lingtian would be able to kill him with just a wave of his hand. Even now, he knew he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Damn it! How did Duan Ruffing have such a powerful son? At this moment, apart from feeling indignant, Shi Nanfeng felt a deep sense of jealousy in his heart. He was jealous of Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and Duan Lingtian's father. At some point, Shi Nanfeng's eyes landed on the people next to Duan Lingtian. They were Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light like a blade. It was as though he wanted to vent his anger that he could not vent on Duan Lingtian on them. On the other side, Duan Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. After a long time, Yuan Haochen, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, took the initiative to speak. At this moment, Yuan Haochen's gaze turned even sharper as he looked at Duan Lingtian. 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow from him. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to his at all. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian had also attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Palace Master Yuan, kill him. Don't tell me you're going to help a human become an eminent celestial. Chapter 2301. The voice of Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, contained a powerful saint origin. As soon as it rang out, it suppressed all the whispers and even the rumbling of thunder from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Palace Master Yuan, kill him. Are you going to help a human become an eminent celestial? These were Shi Nanfeng's words. Naturally, many people present on the scene could hear the exasperation in Shi Nanfeng's voice. It was not difficult for them to guess the reason for Shi Nanfeng's exasperation. I'm afraid the palace master of Great Spirit Palace didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened to kill Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian dares to leave the Wandering Saint Palace. Now that he's seen Duan Lingtian's strength that's even stronger than his, I'm sure he's feeling uneasy. After all, the words he said earlier can be considered as a complete enmity between him and Duan Lingtian. Now that he knows he's no match for Duan Lingtian, he wants to use Palace Master Yuan to get rid of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, everyone present on the scene, including the people from Great Spirit Palace, could vaguely guess Shi Nanfeng's thoughts. They could see that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it was likely that only Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was a match for him. As soon as Shi Nanfeng finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Everyone's eyes fell on Yuan Haochen, as if they wanted to see Yuan Haochen's reaction after hearing Shi Nanfeng's words. However, Yuan Haochen did not react to Shi Nanfeng's words. You've hidden it well? Duan Lingtian did not react to Shi Nanfeng's words. When he heard Yuan Haochen's words, he replied calmly, What do you mean, Palace Master Yuan? What are you referring to? Yuan Haochen's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. You're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but you disguised yourself as a humanoid devil to infiltrate the Wandering Saint Palace. You even became a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Don't tell me you haven't hidden it well enough? When I attacked you 3 years ago, you pretended you weren't a match for me. Don't tell me you haven't hidden it well enough? Yuan Haochen's words that out of spirit Palace Master Yuan Haochen's words that Duan Lingtian. Palace Master Yuan Haochen's Palace Master is Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression on his face as though he did not care about Yuan Haochen's words at all. Of course, in the depths of his heart, he only acknowledged the first point. As for the second point, it was purely Yuan Haochen's own conjecture. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of explaining himself. What was there to explain? Did the current Yuan Haochen still have the qualifications for him to explain? 3 years ago, he was not a match for Yuan Haochen because he had not broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had not comprehended heaven and earth to its limit. However, not only was he a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but his comprehension of heaven and earth had also reached its limit. Currently, he had attracted his Celestial Ascension Tribulation when Yuan Haochen had attracted his Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Lingtian's comprehension of heaven and earth was not inferior to Yuan Haochen at all. Under such circumstances, even if he had to fight Yuan Haochen head-on, he was not afraid at all. You're quite calm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing Duan Lingtian's nonchalant attitude, Yuan Haochen felt as though he was being looked down upon. As the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, how could he tolerate being looked down upon? For this reason, his tone was extremely cold when he spoke again. An icy cold voice sounded out, and when it entered into the ears of the spectators, it caused many of them to feel as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and it was as if winter had arrived. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, the saint origin on his body roared and resonated with heaven and earth. His saint origin was like an angry dragon that was shackled by iron chains. It struggled to break free from the chains and regain its freedom. Lord Palace Master is going to make his move. The same thought appeared in the minds of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace at this moment. Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was very excited. If Yuan Haochen made a move against Duan Lingtian, he would be happy to see it. He hoped that Yuan Haochen would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian did not die, not only him, but even the Great Spirit Palace would be in trouble. As long as Duan Lingtian dies, I'll be able to get them back if I promise Yuan Haochen some benefits. Shi Nanfeng looked at Kerr and the other 2 women with a lustful look in his eyes. The people from Great Spirit Palace and the other 3 palaces and 6 halls were also hoping that Yuan Haochen would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a genius. After all, Duan Lingtian was a human who was about to become an eminent celestial. If he successfully became an eminent celestial, it would not be a good thing for the human devil clan or the entire devil clans. Faced with Yuan Haochen, whose saint origin was roaring like a raging dragon, Duan Lingtian stood there with a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. On one side was Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace from the Human Devil Clan, and on the other side was Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, who did not seem to care about Yuan Haochen at all. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene had completely frozen. The thick smell of gunpowder permeated the air. A great battle was imminent. How's this possible? In the distance, Yun Fu Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the eldest direct disciple of Yuan Haochen, looked at Duan Lingtian's back in disbelief. He still found it hard to believe that Duan Lingtian had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and was about to become an eminent celestial. As far as he knew, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was just a weak martial cultivator who had not even entered the Saint Celestial stage 10 years ago. But now, he already possessed strength that was on par with his master. Beside Yun Fai, Huang Wenjing looked at the purple figure in the distance. A rare look of surprise appeared on her face that was as cold as ice. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so strong. She did not expect him to be so strong. He was hiding his strength 3 years ago. Huang Wenjing had witnessed the battle between her master and Duan Lingtian 3 years ago. Therefore, she knew Duan Lingtian was no match for her master 3 years ago. For this reason, she knew Duan Lingtian had been hiding his strength 3 years ago. His current strength has actually reached such a level? Gan Ruyen was dumbfounded. As for Kerr and Duan Xiling who were standing next to her, they did not seem surprised at all. It was as though they had expected this. Master's strength. Initially, Peng Lai did not feel confident at all. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's strength and the celestial ascension tribulation that Duan Lingtian had attracted, he was excited as well. As expected, his master was not an ordinary person. The miracle he had been longing for had finally appeared. Duan Lingtian. In the end, it was Yuan Haochen who broke the tense atmosphere with a cold shout. He continued in a stern voice. 3 years ago, I made a mistake in letting you join the Wandering Saint Palace and appointed you as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Today, I, Yuan Haochen, will kill you right here and now to clean up the mess in the Wandering Saint Palace. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, the Saint Qi in his body surged out like a furious dragon that had just broken free of its chains and soared across the sky, shaking the surrounding area. Yuan Haochen's saint origin resonated with heaven and earth as it surged out like a raging dragon. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, Yuan Haochen disappeared into thin air in the eyes of those with a weaker cultivation base. However, those with higher cultivation bases were able to vaguely catch a glimpse of Yuan Haochen's silhouette. Naturally, they could only vaguely see Duan Lingtian's figure. Apart from Shinan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Duan Lingtian was the only one who could see Yuan Haochen's figure clearly. Naturally, this only applied to those who were present. Those who were not present, such as the duo hiding in the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the human devil clan and his disciple, could also see Yuan Haochen's figure clearly. Moreover, they could see Duan Lingtian's figure much clearer than Duan Lingtian and his disciple. A human? Almost as soon as Yuan Haochen made his move, the gray-clad old man, the patriarch of the human devil clan's master, frowned slightly. Under the tribulation clouds. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Yuan Haochen was charging toward him like a cannonball. As he ran, the saint origin around Yuan Haochen's body revolved around him like angry dragons. It resonated strongly with heaven and earth, and at the same time, it seemed to be pushing Yuan Haochen toward Duan Lingtian. This speed. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Yuan Haochen was not far away from him. Boom! At the same time, the saint origin that he had been accumulating in his body exploded. As soon as his saint origin exploded, it resonated strongly with heaven and earth. It was as though every move he made was related to heaven and earth. Golden Crow's Wings. After using the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, Duan Lingtian's saint origin flapped a pair of flaming wings behind him. Then, in a flash, he disappeared before most people's eyes. Chapter 2302. When Duan Lingtian moved, apart from the profundity of his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, he also used the profundity of his movement martial tactics. However, even with that being the case, his speed was still not much faster than Yuan Haochen. Yuan Haochen's movement divine ability was also extraordinary. Coupled with his movement martial tactic that was better than Duan Lingtian's, his speed was almost on par with Duan Lingtian's. What a fast speed! Yuan Haochen was shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed as he chased after Duan Lingtian. Let alone the human devil clan, even in the entire devil clans, he dared not say he was the fastest below the eminent celestial, but he dared to say his speed was second to none. However, today, he finally met someone who was on par with him. Moreover, it was a human. Stop! After chasing after Duan Lingtian for a while, Yuan Haochen realized it would be difficult for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and formed a claw with his fingers before he grabbed Duan Lingtian. 5 beams of saint origin shot out from between his fingers. They looked like 5 meteors that streaked across the sky. Swoosh! 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 The 5 beams of saint origin shot out at a speed that was more than twice as fast as Yuan Haochen and Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the 5 beams of saint origin shot out from Duan Lingtian. At this moment, whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
When the 5 beams of Saint Origin were about to catch up to Duanling Tian, they suddenly shone brightly before they expanded one by one. It was as though they had transformed into pillars that supported the heavens. In just a blink of an eye, the 5 pillars transformed into dozens of pillars that supported the heavens. In just a blink of an eye, they transformed into hundreds of pillars that supported the heavens. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Hundreds of heaven-supporting pillars condensed from Saint Qi shot out at the same time, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Their momentum was so great that it seemed like they were about to shatter the heavens. What kind of technique is this? At the same time, Duanling Tian's divine consciousness also detected the several hundred heaven-supporting pillars that were condensed from Saint Origin behind him. As soon as Duanling Tian discovered these towering pillars, they had already traversed the sky. From top to bottom, from left to right, they formed a gigantic cage that enveloped Duanling Tian. From the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian did not even have time to react. 5-finger cage. Just as Duanling Tian was enveloped by this huge cage, many onlookers exclaimed. They recognized the technique that Yuan Haochen had just used. As the onlookers whispered, Duanling Tian also learned that Yuan Haochen was using an assistive divine ability called the 5-finger cage. This support-type divine ability was originally not very powerful. Even if it was cast by someone who was on par with the caster, they could still easily destroy the cage and escape. However, after Yuan Haochen mastered this assistive divine ability, he made many improvements to it. He even integrated the mysteries of the offensive divine ability, universe domination, into it. Therefore, when Yuan Haochen cast this assistive divine ability, the 5-finger cage, even if someone with similar strength as him wanted to break free, it would take some time. Just like Duanling Tian right now. Boom, 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 boom. Faced with the cage that enveloped him, Duanling Tian immediately cast the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword ray swept across the sky and shot toward the cage with the intention of breaking it. However, after a series of attacks, Duanling Tian discovered that it was impossible for him to break free. Without some effort, it would be difficult for him to break free from the cage. Whoosh! Just as Duanling Tian was unable to break free from the cage, Yuan Haochen caught up to him. With just a flash of his body, he passed through the cage and entered it. In front of him, the cage was as good as nothing. The reason for such a situation was because the cage was originally Yuan Haochen's technique. Duanling Tian, you won't be able to escape from my 5-finger cage. Yuan Haochen said coldly to Duanling Tian after entering the cage. Escape! Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, Palace Master Yuan, aren't you overestimating yourself? In front of you Duanling Tian, don't need to escape. The reason Duanling Tian had chased after Yuan Haochen earlier was because he wanted to be in his best condition for the upcoming battle with Yuan Haochen. After all, compared to Yuan Haochen, he was not fully prepared. However, even if he was not fully prepared, he was confident that he could deal with Yuan Haochen who was fully prepared. His confidence came from his speed and the 99 saint veins in his body. His speed ensured that he would be in his best condition. The 99 saint veins in his body ensured that his saint qi would surge out of his body immediately. In that case, I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words and seeing the indifference on Duanling Tian's face, Yuan Haochen was so angry that he laughed. He raised his hand and formed a claw with his 5 fingers again. With a whoosh, he charged toward Duanling Tian. However, this time, he did not cast the assist-type divine ability, 5-finger cage. Instead, he cast his offensive divine ability, universe domination. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Yuan Haochen's 5 fingers formed into a claw and swept out, the void suddenly shook and ripples spread out like ripples. An aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything was born. At this moment, Yuan Haochen seemed to be able to grab the sun, the moon, and the stars. His 5 fingers formed a claw and seemed to be able to control everything. And when the 5 fingers formed a claw and swept out, the universe was born. Universe domination was perfectly displayed by Yuan Haochen. It's not just an offensive divine ability. When Yuan Haochen's body shook and his 5 fingers formed a claw and attacked him, Duanling Tian could see that. When Yuan Haochen attacked, it did not only contain the mysteries of divine abilities. He also saw the mysteries of a martial art move that seemed familiar. As he thought about it, he recalled the scenes from 3 years ago. At that time, Yuan Haochen's 5 fingers formed a claw that contained the mysteries of this martial art move. He casually pinched the sword that Duan Lingtian had activated with all his strength, making him feel powerless. However, compared to Yuan Haochen's attack 3 years ago, Yuan Haochen's attack today was even more powerful and terrifying. This was because Yuan Haochen had only used martial art moves when he attacked 3 years ago. This time, not only did he use martial art moves, but he also displayed his offensive divine ability. Naturally, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Where does your confidence come from? In the face of Yuan Haochen's thunderous attack, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly again. His face was as calm as ever. Don't worry, Palace Master Yuan. I'll show you where my confidence comes from. As soon as he finished speaking, although Duan Lingtian still had a faint smile on his face, there was a flash of seriousness in the depths of his eyes. Otherworldly celestial. Sword-wielding art. In the face of Yuan Haochen's ferocious and unreserved attack, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. With just a flash of his body, he conjured a few more clones. At the same time, he took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword and cast the sovereign heart sword. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Along with a series of short-lived sword whistling sounds, several sword rays flashed, and like soldiers, they lined up and charged towards Yuan Haochen. The sword rays pierced through the air with a piercing aura, causing the air to tremble as though it would be torn apart at any moment. Many onlookers were dazzled by Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen's attacks. Naturally, most of them could not see their attacks clearly. Duan Lingtian's technique is so powerful? As the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, Shi Nanfeng was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was close to breaking through to the Eminent Celestial stage. For this reason, when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and the sword-wielding art, he knew Duan Lingtian's technique was not inferior to Yuan Haochen. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of heaven and earth was not inferior to Yuan Haochen. Shi Nanfeng, who thought Yuan Haochen would be able to kill Duan Lingtian, his confidence in Yuan Haochen was shaken for the first time. At the same time, regret rose in his heart. If he had known Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was so powerful, he would not have come looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian no matter how much he wanted to avenge his last disciple. Provoking such a powerful existence was a huge disaster for both him and the entire Great Spirit Palace. What happened next was just as Shi Nanfeng had expected. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen attacked with all their might. As they fought, the air trembled and created an earth-shattering commotion. However, in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. They were evenly matched. It was a tie. It was the same for the next few exchanges. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength had completely shocked the onlookers. Even those who could not see Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen's attacks clearly realized how powerful Duan Lingtian was. He was not inferior to Yuan Haochen when they saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed. Palace Master Yuan, I'll help you. Chapter 2303. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice of Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, and saw Shi Nanfeng charging toward him from the corner of his eye, he narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian was about to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to fight against 2 opponents when, whoosh! White light spread from the tribulation clouds, causing the group of people below the tribulation clouds to feel that it was incomparably dazzling. Boom! When the day was blinding, an earth-shattering clap of thunder resounded, and it also came from above the tribulation clouds. Is this the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation? The earth-shattering sound of thunder alerted Duan Lingtian that the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation was about to descend. As it turned out, he had been fighting with Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, for quite some time. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 bolts of tribulation lightning descended from the sky. The first bolt was aimed at Yuan Haochen while the second bolt was aimed at Duan Lingtian. After overcoming the first tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen had to face the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time. The second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation was much more powerful than the first one. However, this level of tribulation lightning was nothing to Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen. With just a wave of their hands, they destroyed the tribulation lightning. After all, the second tribulation lightning was one of the two weakest tribulation lightning of the 81 tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. If this level of tribulation lightning was enough to pressure them, there was no need for them to continue with the tribulation lightning. Although the second tribulation lightning was not powerful, it still caused Shi Nanfeng to stop in his tracks. He did not dare to get close to Duan Lingtian before the tribulation lightning struck. At this moment, he recalled something. Currently, Duan Lingtian was undergoing the tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. If he approached Duan Lingtian while Duan Lingtian was undergoing the tribulation lightning, the tribulation clouds might think he was trying to help Duan Lingtian overcome the tribulation. At that time, the tribulation clouds would not show him any mercy. They might send a tribulation lightning that was as powerful as the 81st tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation lightning. Fortunately, the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation lightning. For a moment, Shi Nanfeng silently retreated, ignoring the strange gazes that were directed at him from all directions. Duan Lingtian, Duan Tian, seeing Shi Nanfeng retreat, many of the onlookers started whispering again. Duan Lingtian. Currently, both the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and Duan Lingtian are undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation. If Shi Nanfeng recklessly rushes forward, he might incur the wrath of the celestial ascension tribulation and be killed by the tribulation. An elder from the Crimson Blaze Palace said matter-of-factly. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace must hate Duan Lingtian to the core. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his mind and joined forces with the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace to deal with Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that the second tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension tribulation struck him in time and reminded him, he probably wouldn't have escaped death. How reckless! The people from the Great Spirit Palace are all brainless brats. Shh! Lower your voice. There are quite a few people from the Great Spirit Palace here. It's not a good thing to offend them. The crowd of onlookers whispered to each other. They all knew why Shi Nanfeng had acted so hastily and stopped in time. With Shi Nanfeng's hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers. Duan Lingtian's face turned pale. In the end, his eyes landed on Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen who were standing nearby. A crazy idea appeared in his mind. Why don't I capture these three women and use them to threaten Duan Lingtian? I'll make sure Duan Lingtian doesn't retaliate and let Yuan Haochen kill him. However, as soon as this idea appeared in his mind, he quickly suppressed it. This was because he was worried that even if he detained these three women, they might not be able to threaten Duan Lingtian. Once they were unable to threaten Duan Lingtian, he would be in an even more passive position. This was because it would mean that he had completely offended Duan Lingtian, and there would be no turning back. At that time, if Duan Lingtian did not die, the Great Spirit Palace would not be able to rest in peace. Of course, the reason why Shi Nanfeng had such concerns was because he himself was a selfish person. Therefore, he liked to use his own selfishness to measure others. If he knew Ke and Duan Xiling were Duan Lingtian's weakness and would definitely be able to threaten Duan Lingtian, he would not have such concerns. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Shi Nanfeng was pondering, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen made their moves again. One of them moved like a bird while the other moved like a cannonball. As their figures crossed each other, they also repeatedly attacked each other. However, after a while, they were still evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems like it'll be difficult to determine the victor between us. Yuan Haochen said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian who had also stopped moving. I didn't expect you to be so powerful as well, Palace Master Yuan. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Yuan Haochen. Duan Lingtian's tone changed as soon as he finished speaking. However, Palace Master Yuan, I don't agree with you when you say it's difficult to determine the victor between us. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment when he reached the end of his sentence. What? Are you trying to say that you still have some tricks up your sleeve?
Yuan Haochen sneered. Naturally, he did not think Duan Lingtian still had some tricks up his sleeve. This was because he had seen all the tricks Duan Lingtian had up his sleeves when they exchanged blows earlier. Apart from those tricks, he did not think Duan Lingtian had any tricks up his sleeves. I really did have some tricks up my sleeve. Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile almost as soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking. As soon as he replied, his body began to swell again. It seemed as though he had become much stronger in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, his purple robe seemed to be tight-fitting. Pa, pa, pa. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's purple robe was torn apart by his expanding body. The scene that appeared after his robe was torn apart caused everyone's eyes to narrow in shock. This was because Duan Lingtian's body was no longer that of a human. Although Duan Lingtian's body was still in human form from his neck down, it no longer resembled a human. Instead, it was covered in shining scales. They were dragon scales. His hands and feet also transformed into 4 seemingly strong and powerful dragon claws. The 9 sharp claws of each dragon claw flickered with a terrifying luster, as if they could tear through everything. Human dragon body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had finally revealed his trump card. He had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Dragon warrior? When Duan Lingtian transformed into a dragon warrior, the first person to react was not the group of people under the tribulation cloud. Instead, it was the gray-clad old man, the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, who was standing on the tribulation cloud. Moreover, he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior? The gray-clad old man's gaze pierced through the tribulation cloud and landed on Duan Lingtian. An expression of shock appeared on his calm face. Don't tell me there's a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Saint Province realm? Upon seeing the 9-clawed dragon warrior, the gray-clad old man immediately thought of the 9-clawed divine dragon behind the 9-clawed dragon warrior. After all, a 9-clawed dragon warrior could only be created by a 9-clawed divine dragon. A 9-clawed dragon warrior. The patriarch of the human devil clan who was standing next to the gray-clad old man finally regained his senses. His eyes widened in shock as an expression of shock appeared on his face. Naturally, he had heard of the dragon warrior. However, he did not expect to see a 9-clawed dragon warrior in the Wuxia subterranean realm in the Saint Province realm. After all, there were different grades of dragon warriors. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was the highest grade among all dragon warriors. Only a legendary 9-clawed divine dragon could create a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Could it be that a 9-clawed divine dragon has appeared in the Saint Province realm? At the same time, the patriarch of the human devil clan shared the same thoughts as his master. At the same time that this thought arose in his mind, his eyes couldn't help but reveal waves of fear. A 9-clawed divine dragon was a legendary existence after all. If a 9-clawed divine dragon appeared in the Saint Province realm, it would not be good news for the human devil clan. Since a 9-clawed dragon warrior had appeared, how could a 9-clawed divine dragon be far away? This was the thought that surfaced in the minds of the patriarch of the human devil clan and his master. Under the tribulation clouds. This is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Whether it was Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Shinan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, or the knowledgeable onlookers, all of them recognized Duan Lingtian's current form. A 9-clawed dragon warrior? What's that? Naturally, this was the first time some of the Wandering Saint Palace's disciples had heard of a 9-clawed dragon warrior. However, when the elders of Wandering Saint Palace explained to them what a 9-clawed dragon warrior was, they were stunned. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was a descendant of a 9-clawed divine dragon? They had never heard of a 9-clawed dragon warrior before, but they had heard of a 9-clawed divine dragon. A 9-clawed divine dragon was the most powerful existence among dragons. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said in a deep voice, I admit that I'm no match for you after you transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Chapter 2304. Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, Duan Lingtian, who thought he would be able to defeat Yuan Haochen after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, was taken aback. Yuan Haochen had been holding back when they fought earlier? Everyone present on the scene was shocked as well. After all, when they saw Duan Lingtian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they did not think Yuan Haochen would be a match for Duan Lingtian.
After all, before Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he had fought to a draw with Yuan Haochen. Now that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his strength had improved. It would be a piece of cake for him to defeat or even kill Yuan Haochen. But now, Yuan Haochen's words made it clear that he didn't have a choice. He also had a trump card up his sleeves. Lord Palace Master still has a trump card up his sleeve? At this moment, even the people from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked by Yuan Haochen's words. Let alone the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Does Yuan Haochen still have any trump cards he hasn't used yet? Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, thought Yuan Haochen would definitely die. However, when he heard Yuan Haochen's words, his eyes lit up. He felt as though he had risen from hell to heaven. From the beginning until the end, Shi Nan Feng did not doubt Yuan Haochen's words at all. He did not doubt Yuan Haochen's words because he knew Yuan Haochen well. He knew Yuan Haochen was not a boastful person. Master, Yun Fu Yi, Yuan Haochen's first direct disciple, seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up. However, as soon as Yun Fu Ye's eyes lit up, he recalled something important. The smile on his face froze. If Master uses that technique on Duan Ling Tian, then... Yun Fu Yi muttered to himself, if Master uses that technique on Duan Ling Tian, then... Master, please don't. Huang Wenjing, who was beside Yun Fu Yi, seemed to have thought of something as well. Her frosty face slightly changed as a look of deep worry appeared in her eyes. Duan Lingtian, you've been in the Wandering Saint Palace for 3 years. You must have heard that the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace has a technique that allows us to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Due to this technique, no Palace Master has ever failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace. When Yun Fu Yi and Huang Wenjing heard what Yuan Haochen said to Duan Ling Tian, they realized they had guessed correctly. Their master intended to use the technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation on Duan Ling Tian. As the direct disciples of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, although they did not know what the technique was, they had vaguely heard their master mention it before. The technique could only be used for a period of time during the Celestial Ascension Tribulation with the help of the Tribulation Lightning. If it was used against an enemy, it would deplete all its energy in one go. If the technique was used against an enemy, those below the level of an eminent celestial would definitely die if there were no accidents. Only those who were eminent celestials or stronger would be able to survive the attack. Swoosh! Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what Yuan Haochen meant by the trump card. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation can be used against an enemy? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He had heard about the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It was because of this technique that the Wandering Saint Palace was able to maintain a record of not having any Palace Masters fail the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, he did not expect this. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation could be used against an enemy. I see. So that's how it is. While Duan Ling Tian was still in shock, the group of people present on the scene also realized what Yuan Haochen meant by the trump card. Just like Duan Ling Tian, they were equally shocked. According to Lord Palace Master, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation can be used against an enemy. How unexpected. If that's the case, it's not certain who will have the last laugh today. One side is a 9-clawed dragon warrior while the other side is the inherited technique of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. I think the latter has a higher chance of winning. I agree. Apart from the people from the Wandering Saint Palace, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls also joined in the discussion. In the end, they all came to a consensus. If Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen both used their trump cards, there was a high chance that Yuan Haochen would be the last one standing. Palace Master Yuan, if I'm not mistaken. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth, his voice was as loud as a bell as it drowned out the discussions of the crowd. Everyone fell silent and turned their attention to Duan Ling Tian. The inherited technique of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace should have some restrictions, right? Otherwise, you would have used it long ago and killed me. Duan Ling Tian continued to speak when everyone looked at him. His words were laced with a tone of certainty. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words.
They agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. If there were no restrictions, why would Yuan Haochen waste so much time arguing with Duan Lingtian? He could have just used the technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to kill Duan Lingtian. That's right. Yuan Haochen did not deny Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. If I use the inherited technique of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace on you, it means I won't be able to use it to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, I'm 90% confident I'll be able to kill an eminent Celestial. I'm no match for you when you transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If I don't use the technique, I'll definitely die. If I die, the technique won't work. In that case, I might as well use it to deal with you. At most, I'll rely on my own strength to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation after I kill you. Although I might fail the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, I might not necessarily fail. Yuan Haochen's words were filled with determination. The meaning of his words was very simple. Duan Lingtian, since you want me to die, I'll drag you down with me. Moreover, I might not necessarily die. Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, the indifferent expression on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared. It was replaced by a solemn expression. His eyes gleamed as he assessed the gains and losses in his heart. The inherited technique of the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, how can it withstand the tribulation lightning after the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? There were 81 bolts of tribulation lightning in the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The bolts of tribulation lightning would be more powerful. Throughout the generations, none of the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It was clear the technique could withstand the tribulation lightning after the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. If I were him, would I be able to withstand the tribulation lightning after the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Duan Lingtian was not certain. If I use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, would I be able to kill him before he uses the technique? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought about this. Although he was now a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was not certain if the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, would be able to deal with a Devil Cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the Devil Seal Tablet was incomplete and incomplete. However, the complete Devil Seal Tablet could only deal with eminent Celestials and Devils at most. For this reason, he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, he would lose everything. At that time, it would be too late for him to stop. Palace Master Yuan, you win. In the end, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a purple robe before he reverted to his human form from a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise when faced with the inherited technique of the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace. The people present on the scene were not surprised when they saw Duan Lingtian had compromised. If they were Duan Lingtian, they would have compromised as well. Palace Master Yuan, we'll have another duel when both of us become eminent Celestials. I'd like to see how you're going to stop me at that time. After compromising, Duan Lingtian glared at Yuan Haochen and said coldly, "Let's fight." Duan Lingtian's compromise was only temporary. The people present on the scene were not surprised by Duan Lingtian's words since they had the same thought as well. You'll have to wait until you pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It's not as simple as you think. Yuan Haochen replied nonchalantly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was as though he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. There was a reason why he thought this way. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's Celestial Ascension Tribulation came from the tribulation clouds he had attracted. It was not Duan Lingtian's own doing. In the history of the Devil clans, there were many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth. They would take advantage of the situation to attract their own Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, all of them failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It was more like a curse. For this reason, he did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Chapter 2305. Duan Lingtian had chosen to compromise for the time being for a simple reason. As long as he and Yuan Haochen successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, they would become eminent Celestials. At that time, Yuan Haochen would not be a threat to him even if he had the heavenly tribulation technique that was passed down from the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. After all, He would be an eminent celestial by then. An eminent celestial possessed the celestial origin energy that was unique to celestials. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth would not be a match for an eminent celestial. I'd like to see how Yuan Haochen will be able to compete with me when I become an eminent celestial. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with battle intent when he looked at Yuan Haochen again. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Yuan Haochen for a moment before he shifted his attention back to the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. There are 81 bolts of lightning in the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The later the bolts of lightning are, the more powerful they are. It won't be easy to pass the heavenly tribulation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he looked at the tribulation clouds that were gathering in the sky again. His heart sank slightly. He's compromised? When Shinan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, saw Duan Lingtian had chosen to compromise, he could not help but feel slightly disappointed. He had thought there would be a good show to watch. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would compromise. If only Duan Lingtian doesn't compromise. If Yuan Haochen uses the heavenly tribulation technique passed down from the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace to kill him, Yuan Haochen might fail the heavenly tribulation as well. This was what Shinan Feng wanted to see the most. Although it was good news for the human devil clan that Yuan Haochen had become an eminent celestial, it was still a good thing. However, this was not a good thing for him and the Great Spirit Palace behind him. As the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Shinan Feng was a selfish person to begin with. Naturally, he hoped that Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen would end up injured and one would die while the other would fail the heavenly tribulation. However, isn't Yuan Haochen worried that Duan Lingtian would kill him after he passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial? Soon after, Shinan Feng thought of this and could not help but frown. If Duan Lingtian would to kill Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian would be killed by Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, to die to Duan Lingtian. In Yuan Haochen's opinion, Duan Lingtian was worried about Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial, Yuan Haochen would not be a match for Duan Lingtian at all. Oh right. I almost forgot. Just as Shinan Feng's frown deepened, a thought flashed through his mind, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Duan Lingtian didn't attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation on his own. Instead, he used Yuan Haochen's Celestial Ascension Tribulation to attract it. In the history of the devil clans, although there are not many people who attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation like Duan Lingtian, there were still quite a few. However, all of them failed the heavenly tribulation without exception. At this crucial moment, Shinan Feng finally remembered this matter. No wonder Yuan Haochen was so calm when Duan Lingtian chose to compromise. It's as though he's not worried that Duan Lingtian's life would be threatened after Duan Lingtian successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial. As it turns out, he didn't think Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation from the beginning. Shinan Feng finally understood Duan Lingtian's thoughts. To think I treated Duan Lingtian as my greatest enemy. As it turns out, he's also a dying man. When Shinan Feng looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no longer any fear in his eyes. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was no different from a dead man. Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen stopped fighting and waited for the third lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to strike. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves again. Duan Lingtian made a wise choice by compromising. As long as he passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace won't be a match for him. That's right. Currently, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace still has the inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation. After he passes the heavenly tribulation, he'll have to use it to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Even if he doesn't use it to overcome the heavenly tribulation, he won't be able to threaten Duan Lingtian, who's already an eminent celestial. I really don't know what the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is thinking. If I were him, I'd definitely use the inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if he doesn't have the technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation, he might not necessarily fail. Indeed, if he uses the technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation to kill Duan Lingtian, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace might not necessarily fail the heavenly tribulation. Unless Duan Lingtian fails the heavenly tribulation,
The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace will definitely die. It's obvious the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace has no intention of using the technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation to kill Duan Ling Tian. Similar discussions broke out among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. It was so noisy that the surroundings seemed to have turned into a wet market. Naturally, the people from Wandering Saint Palace heard these discussions. All of a sudden, their expressions turned extremely ugly. However, when one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace spoke up, their expressions quickly returned to normal. Not only did they return to normal, but their faces were also filled with excitement. In the history of the devil clans, none of those who relied on the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation have ever succeeded. After all, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation they attracted didn't come from their own luck. They weren't prepared to face the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. These were the words of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. That seems to be the case. I've read something similar in an ancient book. In the history of the devil clans, no one like Duan Ling Tian who relied on the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation has ever succeeded. How could I have forgotten about this? No wonder Lord Palace Master is so calm. As it turns out, he's already aware of this. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian will be killed by the Celestial Ascension Tribulation without Lord Palace Master personally making a move? The elders and disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves as a wide smile appeared on their faces. It was as though they had been lifted from hell to heaven in just a blink of an eye. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls heard the words of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, they knew they had overthought things. As expected of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, he actually thought of this. Does this mean it's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Of course. In the history of the devil clans, no one like him has ever passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Do you think he's an exception? When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was only pity in their eyes. Unsurprisingly, Conqueror, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ru Yen heard the discussion among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Their expressions changed when they heard this. Uncle Peng Lai. Is this true? Duan Xiling turned to look at Peng Lai who was standing nearby. A worried expression could be seen on her beautiful face. Duan Xiling was no longer the little girl she used to be. When she heard the discussions of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, she knew her father was in grave danger. As soon as Duan Xiling finished speaking, Conqueror and Gan Ru Yen turned to look at Peng Lai. They were curious about this as well. At this moment, they hoped Peng Lai would say the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were exaggerating. However, when they saw Peng Lai nodding with a grave expression, their hearts sank completely. This was especially true for Conqueror. Her heart sank and her face turned deathly pale. If they didn't mention this, I would have forgotten about this as well. In the history of the devil clans, there has never been anyone like Master who passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Peng Lai said in a deep voice. However, seeing Conqueror and the other 2 women's expressions change, Peng Lai hurriedly comforted them. Master is not a member of the demon race after all. Maybe he can create a miracle? Miracles may be very difficult for ordinary people to create. But for Master, it is not impossible. Of course, although Peng Lai said so, he did not hold much hope in his heart. A miracle. Hearing Peng Lai's words, although Conqueror and the other 2 girls knew that Peng Lai was comforting them, their expressions still eased a bit. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their eyes revealed a bit of hope. Although the chances were slim, however, they still hoped that a miracle would happen to Duan Ling Tian. There will definitely be a miracle. Throughout Brother Tian's journey, countless miracles have happened to him. This time, there will definitely be a miracle too. Conqueror looked at Duan Ling Tian and thought to herself, even if a miracle doesn't happen, I won't live alone if something happens to Brother Tian. Naturally, Conqueror was prepared for the worst. Xiling and sister. When Conqueror thought about her daughter and sister, she did not dare to continue thinking about it. At this moment, in the depths of her heart, she hoped her man could create a miracle. It was not for anything else but for her daughter and sister. Duan Ling Tian won't be able to escape death. Chapter 2306. Naturally,
Yun Fu Ye's sneer was not directed at Huang Wenjing. It was directed at Duan Ling Tian. The reason he sneered when he looked at Huang Wenjing was because he wanted to share the joy of Duan Ling Tian's death with Huang Wenjing. Little junior sister, aren't you happy for master? However, Yun Fu Yi was taken aback. He discovered Huang Wenjing was not happy at all. Not only did his junior sister not reveal a joyful expression, she instead looked as if she had a lot on her mind. He was puzzled. What's wrong with little junior sister? Little junior sister. Little junior sister. What are you thinking about? Huang Wenjing finally regained her senses when Yun Fu Yi greeted her. She forced a smile on her cold face and said, "Eldest senior brother, I'm happy for master as well. I was just thinking about something else." Yun Fu Yi nodded and said with a smile, "Just watch. Duan Ling Tian will be killed by the Celestial Ascension Tribulation before master even makes a move." As soon as Yun Fu Yi finished speaking, he shifted his gaze from Huang Wenjing to Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was as cold as a knife. Although Yun Fu Yi and Duan Ling Tian did not have much interaction, he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian when he found out Duan Ling Tian was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, he did not have the ability to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would not have survived until now. Killed by the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Ling Tian again after she was certain Yun Fu Yi had shifted his gaze away from her. A hint of worry could be seen in her eyes. Even Huang Wenjing did not know why. She knew that it was impossible for her to be with this man, but she couldn't help but worry for him and hope that he would be safe. If master wants to kill you, I can still plead for mercy on your behalf. However, how am I supposed to help you during the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? When she thought of this, Huang Wenjing's beautiful face, which was as cold as ice, revealed a deep helplessness. Her master had killed the Duan Ling Tian, so she could still plead for leniency. However, there was nothing she could do about the immortal Ascension Tribulation. Above the tribulation clouds. Master. The patriarch of the human devil clan looked at the gray-robed old man and said solemnly, "Although no one in the history of the devil clan has succeeded in transcending the heavenly tribulation like this human, I have a feeling that this human is different from the people in the history of the devil clan. Most importantly, this human is a 9-clawed dragon warrior." A hint of fear could be heard in the patriarch's voice as he spoke. Indeed. In the history of the devil clan, no one in the history of the devil clan had ever succeeded in transcending the celestial ascension tribulation like Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, Duan Ling Tian was different from the people in the history of the devil clan. Duan Ling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. A 9-clawed dragon warrior's body was as strong as an 8-clawed divine dragon. He could even withstand the heavenly tribulation with his body. For this reason, the patriarch of the human devil clan had to be wary of Duan Ling Tian. Why? Are you so confident that he'll be able to transcend the heavenly tribulation? The gray-robed old man asked indifferently when he heard the patriarch of the human devil clan's words. From the beginning until the end, the gray-robed old man's expression remained calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. I have a feeling that he's different from the people in the history of the devil clans. It's not impossible for him to transcend the heavenly tribulation. The patriarch of the human devil clan said solemnly. So, don't tell me you're planning to kill him now so he can transcend the heavenly tribulation? The gray-robed old man asked again. Master, please don't tease me. He's currently undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. If I make a move recklessly, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation will think I'm trying to help him overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The patriarch of the human devil clan smiled bitterly. Although he was an eminent celestial, he would still be killed by the heavenly tribulation if he provoked the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation, even the 81st bolt of tribulation lightning, which was the last bolt of tribulation lightning, was not a threat to an eminent celestial. However, if an eminent celestial interfered with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would be even more powerful and terrifying. In the history of the devil clans, there was once an eminent celestial who wanted to help someone transcend the heavenly tribulation. However, he was killed by the heavenly tribulation. Rumor had it that the tribulation lightning that killed the eminent celestial was more than 10 times stronger than the last tribulation lightning of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. How would he dare to make a move when the human was undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Would he not be seeking death if he did that? So what if he successfully transcends the heavenly tribulation? Don't tell me you're not confident you can kill him after he becomes an eminent celestial? The gray-robed old man asked indifferently. Upon hearing the gray-robed old man's words, the patriarch of the human devil clan smiled wryly. Master, although I became an eminent celestial earlier than him, I'm not confident I can kill an eminent celestial who can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Humph! If you're so useless, I'll do it myself. The gray-robed old man snorted coldly. Based on his tone, there was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Upon hearing the gray-robed old man's words, the patriarch of the human devil clan's eyes lit up immediately. Master, you'll definitely succeed. What a joke! His master was stronger than an eminent celestial. In terms of strength, his master was comparable to a real celestial. How could he not be able to kill a mere 9-clawed dragon warrior who was an eminent celestial? Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware that the threat he faced was not limited to Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He was waiting for the third bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. All of a sudden, whoosh! The bright day was like a ball of fire ignited in the darkness, lighting up the entire world. Boom! As the dazzling light shone, an earth-shattering sound of thunder rang in the air, causing pain in the ears of those with a lower cultivation base. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, 2 bolts of lightning struck from the sky one after another. The first bolt of lightning was targeted at Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. The target of the bolt of lightning was none other than Duan Lingtian. These 2 bolts of lightning were the third bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation that Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen had to face. It was much stronger than the first 2 bolts of lightning. However, before the 2 of them, the third tribulation lightning was still too weak to withstand a single blow. They easily neutralized the third bolt of lightning with just a wave of their hands. The people present on the scene were not surprised when they saw how easily Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen neutralized the third bolt of lightning. After all, this was only the third bolt of lightning from the 81 bolts of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. If such a bolt of lightning was able to pressure Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, they would be surprised. After Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had neutralized the third bolt of lightning, the entire place fell silent. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were not the only ones waiting for the fourth bolt of lightning to strike. Everyone else was waiting for the fourth bolt of lightning as well. Time continued to pass by. Boom! Soon after, the fourth bolt of lightning struck. After the fourth bolt of lightning struck, the fifth bolt of lightning struck, the sixth bolt of lightning struck, boom! Boom! Bolts of lightning struck one after another, targeting Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen. However, both of them easily neutralized the bolts of lightning. When the 30th bolt of lightning struck, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen finally became serious. This was because the power of the lightning bolts this time was much stronger than the previous ones. However, when they became serious, the lightning bolts did not pose much of a threat to them. At this moment, more than a day had passed. It's getting harder and harder. After another day had passed, Duan Lingtian finally resolved the 55th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Because he discovered, the strength of the 55th tribulation lightning was comparable to the full strength of a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it was still not much of a threat to him. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel heavy-hearted when he thought about the 26 more lightning tribulations. Boom! Boom! As time passed, the tribulation lightning continued to fall. More and more shocking tribulation lightning struck down one after another, widening the horizons of everyone present. This is the 70th lightning bolt. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, seems like he can't hold on for much longer. Apart from the Wandering Saint Palace, there was no lack of observant people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who noticed Yuan Haochen's pale face. At this moment, Yuan Haochen seemed to be using all his strength. At the very least, he had displayed all the strength he had displayed when he fought Duan Lingtian 3 days ago. Duan Lingtian can't hold on for much longer as well. Duan Lingtian's situation was not much better than Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian can still transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. A crimson blaze palace elder's eyes flashed as he said unhurriedly,
As for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, I'm sure he's about to use the inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation. I've long heard of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation.
Unfortunately, I've never had the chance to witness it. I'm going to witness it today. I've heard people say that it's extremely difficult to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation, but I didn't think much of it. However, now that I've witnessed how terrifying the celestial ascension tribulation is, I finally believe it. There are only 11 more lightning tribulations left. I'm sure the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace will be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation with his technique. As for Duanling Tian, it's hard to say. Chapter 2307. After all, Duanling Tian didn't attract the celestial ascension tribulation on his own. For this reason, he's completely unprepared for the celestial ascension tribulation. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for him to pass the celestial ascension tribulation even if he transforms into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Indeed, his strength will increase if he transforms into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, but there's a limit to it. If he attracted the celestial ascension tribulation on his own, there's an 80% chance he'll pass the celestial ascension tribulation. However, no matter what you think, I don't think he'll succeed. I don't think he'll succeed as well. Currently, none of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls thought Duanling Tian would succeed. After all, in the history of the Devil Clans, there was no one like Duanling Tian who had successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation. All of them had failed the celestial ascension tribulation. For this reason, even if Duanling Tian could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and was stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they did not think he would be able to pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Brother Tian. While the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were discussing among themselves, Kerr looked at Duanling Tian with blind trust in her eyes. I believe you'll definitely pass the celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, Kerr was also eager for Duanling Tian to pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Not for herself. It was for her man, her daughter, and her sister. Of course, if something really happened to her man, then she wouldn't live alone. She would follow her man to the Yellow Springs and wouldn't let her man be alone. Father. Duan Xiling looked at Duanling Tian worriedly. Her tender cheeks were tensed up and did not relax for a long time. Gan Ruyen looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. As for Peng Lai, he looked at Duanling Tian with hope in his eyes. I hope Master can create a miracle and break the record of the Devil Clans. After all, Master is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I hope he passes the celestial ascension tribulation. In the distance, Huang Wenjing, the last disciple of Yuan Hao Chen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil Clan, looked at Duanling Tian expectantly. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten about it. If Duanling Tian successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation and became an eminent celestial, her master, Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, would not be able to escape death. After all, based on the current situation, it would be fine if Duanling Tian failed the celestial ascension tribulation. However, if he passed the celestial ascension tribulation and became an eminent celestial, Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, would not be a match for him. At that time, he would be able to use his trump card to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Yuan Haochen's trump card, the celestial ascension tribulation that had been passed down for generations by the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, would not pose a threat to Duanling Tian after he became an eminent celestial. I'd like to see how many bolts of tribulation lightning Duanling Tian can withstand. Huang Wenjing's eldest senior brother, Yun Fu Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, glared at Duanling Tian with a faint sneer on his face. In his eyes, Duanling Tian was already a dead man. It's a pity that Duanling Tian didn't die in my hands. However, it's fine as long as he's dead. I'll be able to avenge my disciple if I personally witness him being killed by the tribulation lightning. Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, thought to himself as he glared at Duanling Tian. However, when he looked at Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, a hint of pity could be seen in his eyes.
It's a pity that Yuan Haochen didn't use the Celestial Ascension Tribulation technique that has been passed down for generations to fight Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he might not have been able to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation today. What Shi Nanfeng wanted the most was for Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen to end in a fight where one of them was killed and the other failed to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Although he was happy that Duan Ling Tian was about to be killed by the Tribulation Lightning, he was displeased when he realized that Yuan Haochen would definitely be able to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and become an eminent celestial. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This saying could be used to describe Shi Nanfeng. How many more tribulation lightning bolts do you think Duan Ling Tian will be able to withstand? While Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen were waiting for the 71st tribulation lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to descend, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls began to discuss among themselves. They could not help but discuss among themselves. Based on their words, they were speculating how many more tribulation lightning bolts Duan Ling Tian would be able to withstand and how long he would be able to survive. I can see that Duan Ling Tian was barely able to withstand the 70th bolt of lightning earlier. For this reason, I'm sure he'll transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when the 72nd or 73rd bolt of lightning strikes. An elder from Azure Sheen Hall speculated. 72nd tribulation lightning? 73rd tribulation lightning? Another elder from Crimson Blaze Palace chimed in. He refuted the elder from Azure Sheen Hall. I think he'll transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when the 71st tribulation lightning strikes. I think so too. After all, based on his condition when he withstood the 70th tribulation lightning, he must have exhausted all his strength. I agree. Many people agreed with the elder from Crimson Blaze Palace's speculation. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, countless gloomy tribulation clouds gathered above the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was as though dark clouds were looming over the city. Everything under the tribulation clouds seemed to darken as though the sun and moon were dim. 2 people were undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation at the same time in such an environment. The duo's tribulation lightning had successfully attracted the attention of many people. These people were from the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. Apart from the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls who were absent, almost all of the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were present. At this moment, a group of people accompanied the duo as they waited for the 71st tribulation lightning to descend. Naturally, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were below the tribulation clouds. 2 people were hidden above the tribulation clouds. One of them was the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The other person was even more impressive. He was the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. His strength was even stronger than an eminent celestial. At this moment, both of them were looking through the tribulation clouds and looking at one of the people undergoing the tribulation lightning. The person they were staring at was a young man in purple clothes. However, they did not pay any attention to the other person. What's going on? I feel like someone's watching me. Moreover, it seems like there's more than one person watching me. Duan Ling Tian, who was waiting for the 71st tribulation lightning to descend, could vaguely sense the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and his master's gaze. However, after looking around for a while, he extended his divine consciousness to investigate, but to no avail. Maybe I'm mistaken. In the end, this was the only thing he could think of as he continued to wait for the 71st tribulation lightning to descend. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation is really terrifying. It's only the 70th tribulation lightning, but I've already used all my strength. I'm afraid I'll have to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior after 2 or 3 more tribulation lightning. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he recalled how terrifying the 70th lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation was. Fortunately, the people present on the scene were unaware of Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have been shocked as well. After all, based on Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, he would be able to withstand 2 or 3 more tribulation lightning without transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. One had to know that the tribulation lightning after that was much stronger than the 70th tribulation lightning. Moreover, each tribulation lightning was stronger than the previous one. Time's up. After waiting for a while, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had withstood 70 tribulation lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, so he had figured out the time interval between each tribulation lightning. For this reason,
Duan Ling Tian could accurately predict the time of each tribulation lightning. As soon as Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, whoosh! An expanse of white suddenly lit up, illuminating the dusky space beneath the tribulation clouds. It similarly caused many people with weaker cultivations to be unable to help but squint their eyes. This light that was as bright as day was extremely dazzling. Boom! When the group of people with a weaker cultivation base squinted their eyes, an earth-shattering sound resonated in their ears. It was a thunderous sound that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. These people with a weaker cultivation base instantly felt their eardrums vibrate. Many people were even bleeding from their ears. Some of them even had blood oozing out of their 7 orifices. The combination of the 2 tribulation thunders is truly terrifying. Many high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, who were not affected, thought to themselves when the thunderous sound resonated in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the thunderous sound resonated in the air, the source of the dazzling light in the sky appeared. 2 thunderbolts that were as thick as pillars shot out from the tribulation clouds in the sky. After the thunderbolts shot out, they went straight for Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen. Initially they were together. However, in just a blink of an eye, they split into 2 and charged toward Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen respectively. It seemed like they were going to kill both of them. It's finally here. Duan Ling Tian, who was prepared for the 71st tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, his saint origin resonated strongly with heaven and earth. Chapter 2308. Otherworldly Celestial. Sword-wielding art. Faced with the 71st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, did not dare to hold back. He unleashed all his strength as soon as he made his move. Apart from his offensive divine ability, he also unleashed the profundity of the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Whoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed and split into a few clones. Clones of the 1000 inscription saint sword that was similar to the 1000 inscription saint sword he wielded appeared in his clone's hands as well. Whoosh! 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air rang briefly as the 1000 inscription saint swords in the hands of Duan Ling Tian and his clones shot out in a formation toward the tribulation lightning that was descending from the sky. Black Turtle's Barrier. Faced with the 71st tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, Duan Ling Tian cast a defensive divine ability that he had not used for a long time. This defensive divine ability was the best defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Black Turtle's Barrier. A few moments later, a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette appeared out of thin air and shielded Duan Ling Tian within it. The people present on the scene were not surprised at all. After all, they had seen Duan Ling Tian cast this divine ability before. However, it had been destroyed by the tribulation lightning as easily as breaking a twig. This time, there was no exception. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as the gigantic black turtle's silhouette formed by Duan Ling Tian's defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, was destroyed by the 71st tribulation lightning. From the beginning until the end, only a portion of the tribulation lightning's energy was depleted. The remaining energy from the tribulation lightning was like an angry strike from a god as it collided with Duan Ling Tian's sword rays. It was as though it would not stop until one of them was dead. Boom! 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 Bursts of thunderous booms rang out, complementing the thunderous booms coming from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Following that, there were also bursts of terrifying waves of aura spreading out from where the tribulation lightning and a group of sword lights collided. Waves of chi wreaked havoc, transforming into gusts of rapid wind that swept in all directions. At the center of the collision, small mushroom clouds bloomed out of thin air. When the mushroom cloud bloomed further, a shockwave that seemed to be able to destroy the world also swept out. For a moment, the void trembled. Everyone present could clearly feel the powerful shockwave that was rushing towards them. Having learned their lesson from the previous incident, they immediately cast their own defensive techniques. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each of them showed their remarkable abilities and barely managed to resist the shockwave that hit them in the face. How is it? This Duan Ling Tian didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Is he that confident? Why do I feel like he's seeking death?
The people present on the scene discussed among themselves as they shifted their attention to the purple figure in the center of the scene. At the same time, the 71st Tribulation Lightning of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation had also destroyed the sword lights that were lined up in formation. The remaining force, which was the remnant force of the Tribulation Lightning, continued to blast toward Duanling Tian.
Good timing.
Faced with the remnant force of the 71st Tribulation Lightning, Duanling Tian's clones disappeared in just a moment. In the next moment, Golden Crow's wings. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and cast his movement divine ability before he flew out at lightning speed. It was as though he had transformed into a mighty goshawk that soared into the sky to meet the incoming Tribulation Lightning.
Boom, 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 boom.
A series of muffled thunderclaps reverberated in the air as the remnant force of the Tribulation Lightning engulfed Duanling Tian, who was charging forward. Duanling Tian disappeared before everyone's eyes.
Is he dead?
Duanling Tian is really seeking death.
I really don't know what he's thinking.
Is he trying to hatch eggs with the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior?
The onlookers shook their heads.
Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls looked at the remnant force of the Tribulation Lightning that drowned Duanling Tian with a solemn expression on their faces. At this moment, their divine consciousness could clearly sense a powerful life aura coming from inside the Tribulation Lightning.
Duanling Tian was not dead. Brother Tian. Father.
Kerr and Duan Xiling's expressions were tense and anxious.
Madam, young miss,
master is fine. They only sighed in relief when they heard Peng Lai's words.
Gan Ruyen sighed in relief as well. She was equally anxious.
However, since she had nothing to do with Duanling Tian, she did not show it. In fact, she was overthinking things. Even if she did not deliberately hide it, no one would pay attention to her. After a while, under everyone's watchful eyes, the remnant force of the 71st bolt of Tribulation Lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation finally dissipated. That's when the clouds and mist dissipated, Duanling Tian's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Although Duanling Tian looked a little wretched at this moment, his robes were tattered, his body was stained with blood, and his aura was weak. However, he had managed to withstand the remnant force of the Tribulation Lightning. Moreover, he had withstood it with his body.
Is he really human?
After a moment of silence, someone took the lead to ask such a question. His question was the same as everyone else's. Although it was the remnant force of the Tribulation Lightning, none of them dared to say they could withstand the remnant force of the Tribulation Lightning with their bodies. Even the people from the Great Spirit Palace who specialized in body tempering could not do so. However, Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a human force, had withstood the remnant force of the Tribulation Lightning with his body. Was this something a human was capable of?
Master, isn't this a little too exaggerated?
Peng Lai was so shocked that his mouth was agape. His expression was one of disbelief. As for Kerr, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duanling Tian was unharmed. Even if I didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, the strength of my body is still incomparable to ordinary people. Even the devil clans who specialize in body tempering and the saint beasts who are known for their strong bodies might not be as strong as me. Duanling Tian was very confident about his body. Although his body was not invincible and could not be compared to when he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it was as though his body was made of copper and iron. Although he had withstood the remnant force of the Tribulation Lightning, he only suffered some superficial injuries. Yuan Haochen, after withstanding the 71st bolt of Tribulation Lightning, Duanling Tian could not help but look in the direction of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Coincidentally, Yuan Haochen was still resisting the 71st bolt of Tribulation Lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. So this is the technique passed down by the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the heavenly tribulation? Duanling Tian was stunned when he saw Yuan Haochen. This was because he saw Duanling Tian standing in front of him. At this moment, Yuan Haochen was standing in the distance with a calm expression on his face. He did not move at all. There was not even a trace of saint origin around his body. However, it was precisely such a Yuan Haochen that managed to block the 71st bolt of lightning.
Boom, 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 boom.
The 71st bolt of tribulation lightning came crashing down menacingly, but when it was still 10 meters away from Yuan Haochen, it seemed to be blocked by something, and could not cross half a step.
However, this was not the only thing.
What surprised Duan Tian the most was that after the tribulation lightning was blocked, its energy began to disperse before it gradually disappeared into thin air. Duan Tian watched in disbelief as the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning that targeted Yuan Haochen gradually disappeared before his eyes. From the beginning until the end, it did not even touch Yuan Haochen's clothes. Although both of them were undergoing the heavenly tribulation and faced the same tribulation lightning, Duan Tian and Yuan Haochen were completely different. Duan Tian's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood. He looked extremely wretched. On the other hand, Yuan Haochen's clothes were not even touched. That formless energy is actually so powerful. Not only can it resist the lightning tribulation, it can also form some sort of resonance with the lightning tribulation to a certain extent. In the end, it can even guide the lightning tribulation, causing it to continuously drain away. Duan Tian had not been idle when he was watching Yuan Haochen undergoing the heavenly tribulation earlier. For this reason, he could clearly see how Yuan Haochen was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. At that time, Yuan Haochen's body also emitted a force that did not belong to him. That force seemed to be an external force. Moreover, when he faced the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, he still had a lot of energy left in him. No wonder there has never been a case of a palace master failing the heavenly tribulation in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace. With such a technique, it's almost impossible for him to fail. Duan Tian was shocked. At the same time, he felt a great pressure. The 71st bolt of tribulation lightning was already so powerful. There were still 10 bolts of tribulation lightning left. Although my body is strong, I'm afraid I can only withstand 1 or 2 bolts of tribulation lightning if I don't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I'll have to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to withstand the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning. However, even if I transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to withstand the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning, will I be able to withstand the 81st bolt of tribulation lightning, which is also the last bolt of tribulation lightning? Duan Tian was not confident at all. How powerful! How terrifying! So this is the technique passed down by the palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace? Chapter 2309. Duan Tian did not have the time to care about Yuan Haochen's method of overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he still needed to spend some time to recover. There's still about an hour left. It's enough time for me to recover. Duan Tian thought to himself as he calmed down and began to recuperate. At the same time, the people in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. The same tribulation lightning was useless against Palace Master Yuan from the Wandering Saint Palace. It didn't even touch Palace Master Yuan's clothes. On the other hand, Duan Tian's clothes are torn and covered in blood. He looks wretched. The gap between them is a little exaggerated. However, it has nothing to do with their strength. It's because the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's method of overcoming the heavenly tribulation is too powerful. It's indeed powerful. That was the 71st tribulation lightning from the Celestial Ascension tribulation. However, it was nothing compared to Palace Master Yuan's method of overcoming the heavenly tribulation. As the one transcending the tribulation, Palace Lord Yuan wasn't even touched. No wonder no Palace Master has ever failed the heavenly tribulation in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace. With such a method of overcoming the heavenly tribulation, it's almost impossible for him to fail. Indeed. After witnessing the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yuan Haochen's heavenly tribulation transcendence technique, many people sighed in awe. I'm afraid Duan Tian is in danger now. Soon after, someone looked at Duan Tian and said, Indeed. Although Duan Tian's body is different from ordinary people, I'm afraid he'll only be able to withstand 1 or 2 more tribulation lightning before he transforms into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After witnessing the strength of Duan Tian's body, the group of people present on the scene had a higher opinion of him. However, this did not mean they thought Duan Tian would be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation today. After all, The tribulation lightning earlier was only the 71st tribulation lightning. There were 10 more tribulation lightning after that. Furthermore, it was 10 bolts of tribulation lightning, each stronger than the last. Even if the Duanling Tian could handle 1 or 2 more bolts of tribulation lightning before he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would still be able to handle them. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he continued to deal with the tribulation lightning. What about the rest of the tribulation lightning? What could Duanling Tian use to resist? Although this Duanling Tian is a human, I have to admit that he's a rare genius. It's really a pity that he failed the tribulation today. How great would it be if he's not a human but a human devil? With his talent and potential, he'll definitely become a pillar of support for the human devil clan in the future. Many of the people present felt that it was a pity that Duanling Tian was about to fail his tribulation. With Palace Master Yuan from Wandering Saint Palace and Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace here, even if Duanling Tian manages to escape after failing the heavenly tribulation, he won't be able to escape death. In any case, Duanling Tian is definitely going to die this time. Unless he manages to pass the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial, there's still a chance for him to survive. Otherwise, he'll definitely die. Based on the current situation, it's impossible for him to pass the heavenly tribulation. As the group of people discussed and whispered, time passed quietly. In just a blink of an eye, almost an hour had passed. It's coming! When the 72nd lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation was about to strike, everyone turned to look at Duanling Tian. It was as though they were waiting to see how Duanling Tian would deal with the remaining lightning bolts. However, not many people paid attention to Yuan Haochen. Based on the technique Yuan Haochen had used to overcome the heavenly tribulation that was passed down by the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, the next bolt of tribulation lightning would not affect him much. Under such circumstances, there was no need for them to pay attention to him. After all, the outcome would be the same regardless of whether they paid attention to him or not. Boom! Soon after, the 72nd bolt of tribulation lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation struck. Moreover, there were 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. One was aimed at Duanling Tian while the other was aimed at Yuan Haochen. What happened next was just as most people had expected. Duanling Tian did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After exhausting most of the tribulation lightning's energy, he continued to rely on his powerful body to withstand the remaining force of the tribulation lightning. Naturally, he was even more severely injured. However, overall it did not affect him at all. On the other side, Yuan Haochen faced the 72nd bolt of tribulation lightning, and it was no different from facing the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning. He easily withstood it, just like before, and just as most people expected. After the 72nd bolt of tribulation lightning, it was time for the 73rd bolt of tribulation lightning. Boom! As the light of day once again illuminated this dim space, an earth-shattering sound of thunder resounded. The 73rd bolt of tribulation lightning struck as expected. Duanling Tian used the same trick again to deal with the 73rd bolt of tribulation lightning. However, this time, he was barely able to withstand it and was severely injured. It seems like I'll have to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior for the next bolt of tribulation lightning. Otherwise, even if I manage to withstand it, I'll be severely injured. Under such circumstances, if I'm severely injured, it'll be extremely dangerous for me to face the next bolt of tribulation lightning without fully recovering. Moreover, it'll form a vicious cycle. If that's the case, it'll be impossible for me to overcome the next bolt of tribulation lightning. Duanling Tian knew this very well. For this reason, even if he could withstand the 74th bolt of tribulation lightning without transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would not do so. After all, it was unnecessary. I can't believe Duanling Tian didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior even after facing the 73rd bolt of tribulation lightning. He's really bold. However, looking at his current situation, I think he's almost at his limit. He'll probably transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior for the next bolt of tribulation lightning. I think so too. It was just as most people had guessed. Almost an hour later, before the 74th bolt of tribulation lightning struck, Duanling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and waited for the bolt of tribulation lightning in his strongest state. He's finally transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I wonder how many bolts of tribulation lightning this Duanling Tian can withstand after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It doesn't matter how many bolts of tribulation lightning he can withstand. I'm sure he won't be able to overcome the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning. After all, there are still 8 bolts of tribulation lightning. Although a 9-clawed dragon warrior is powerful, he's not that powerful.
I think so too.
Upon seeing Duanling Tian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, the people present on the scene looked forward to his performance.
Boom.
Under everyone's expectant gazes, the 74th bolt of tribulation lightning struck as scheduled. Faced with the 74th bolt of tribulation lightning, Duanling Tian, who had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, easily withstood it. From the beginning until the end, he did not even suffer a minor injury. Next, it was the 75th bolt of tribulation lightning. Although it was a little strenuous, it was still relatively easy for him to withstand it. The 76th bolt of tribulation lightning gave Duanling Tian quite a bit of pressure. The 77th bolt of tribulation lightning gave Duanling Tian even more pressure and injured him. The 78th bolt of tribulation lightning severely injured Duanling Tian. The 79th bolt of tribulation lightning further injured Duanling Tian, who had not fully recovered from his previous injuries. Wah! After the 79th bolt of tribulation lightning, Duanling Tian's body swayed. His internal organs trembled as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Blood splattered across the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Currently, Duanling Tian was even more injured than he was before. There are only 2 bolts of tribulation lightning left. With my current condition, let alone an hour, even if I'm given 10 hours to recover, I won't be able to recover to my peak condition. When Duanling Tian thought to himself, a bitter expression appeared on his face. A hint of unwillingness could be seen in his eyes. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation had a total of 81 bolts of tribulation lightning. There were only 2 bolts of tribulation lightning left. However, with his current condition, it was almost impossible for him to overcome the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, let alone the 81st bolt of tribulation lightning, which was also the last bolt of tribulation lightning. It's also because I wasn't prepared beforehand that I didn't use all my strength to overcome the tribulation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now. If I'm prepared, as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it wouldn't be difficult for me to overcome the tribulation. After the 79th bolt of tribulation lightning, Duanling Tian realized his shortcomings. He was not prepared enough. The reason for this was because his Celestial Ascension Tribulation had come too suddenly. It was so sudden that he was completely unprepared. He could only brace himself and face it. I didn't expect Duanling Tian to be able to endure until now. He even managed to withstand the 79th bolt of tribulation lightning. When many people looked at Duanling Tian again, they were filled with respect. In this world, it was not only the human world that respected the strong. Even the devil clans respected the strong. Duanling Tian, a human who was completely unprepared for the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, had actually made it to this stage when faced with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone was enough to earn their respect. Based on his current condition, it's impossible for him to overcome the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. However, he's still considered to have created a new record in the devil clans for being able to survive the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. An elder from the Crimson Blaze Palace said, "In the history of the devil clans, people like him have all failed to overcome the tribulation. However, the last person standing only lasted until the 75th bolt of tribulation lightning. If he's not a human but a member of the devil clans, his name will definitely be remembered in the history of the devil clans. What a pity." Chapter 23:10. Although Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had the help of the Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation, it was no longer as easy for him as it was in the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yuan Haochen hovered in the air about 10 meters away from him. The tribulation lightning was dispersed by an invisible force. Boom, boom, boom. However, a large portion of the tribulation lightning broke through the invisible force and charged toward Yuan Haochen like a mad bull. Yuan Haochen had no choice but to defend himself against the tribulation lightning that had broken through the inherited technique of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Although the tribulation lightning was not enough to worsen Yuan Haochen's injuries like what happened to Duan Tian, it was still enough to injure him severely. His robes were torn, and his body was stained with blood. His aura was weak, and he looked like he was in a terrible state. Huff 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 huff. After resisting the 79th tribulation lightning, Yuan Haochen finally relaxed. He panted heavily as sweat dripped down his face. It was as though he had just gone through a fierce battle. When the people present on the scene saw Yuan Haochen's current condition, they could not help but sigh despite being mentally prepared. Although Palace Master Yuan is in a slightly wretched state, the difference between him and Duan Tian is like heaven and earth. Based on his current condition, it seems like he'll be able to withstand the 80th and 81st tribulation lightning like a child's play. Everyone has a different fate. Duan Tian will die in the next tribulation lightning. On the other hand, Yuan Haochen is about to pass the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial. No matter what, this is a good thing for the human devil clan. Palace Master Yuan is the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, one of the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. He's one of us. Duan Tian, on the other hand, is an outsider. Indeed. The crowd of onlookers was almost certain that Duan Tian would definitely die when the 80th bolt of lightning struck. And judging from the current situation, that was indeed the case. At this time, even Duan Tian himself thought so. Brother Tian. Seeing her man in such a miserable state, Ker's beautiful cheeks were already wet with tears. She felt a heart-wrenching pain and wished that she could take her man's place and suffer in his place. She even wished that she could face the oncoming 80th bolt of lightning. Father. Duan Xiling, who was standing next to Ker, was also in tears. She wanted to rush forward a few times, but she was stopped by Gan Ru Yen. Gan Ru Yen looked at Duan Tian, her eyes glistening with tears. Her beautiful face was tense, unprecedentedly nervous. Master? Peng Lai looked at the purple-clothed youth standing in the distance and let out a long sigh. He no longer had any illusions in his heart. Based on the current situation, he did not think there would be any miracles. Based on his master's current injuries, let alone the 80th bolt of lightning, even the 70th bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation would not be able to withstand it. If Master dies, I'll die as well. The Wandering Saint Palace won't let a traitor off the hook. Peng Lai knew this very well. However, even if I die, I won't die in vain. At the very least, I've experienced what it's like to have an indigo innate spiritual root. Peng Lai muttered to himself. He had come to terms with it. Peng Lai was clearly in despair now. Brother Tian. Huang Qiling looked at Duan Tian helplessly as his heart trembled violently. He could only watch, unable to do anything. You shouldn't have come 3 years ago. In the distance, Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan, said to Duan Tian through voice transmission as she looked at him with a complicated gaze. Huang Wenjing was not annoyed by Duan Tian's lack of response. She continued to speak through voice transmission. However, I still don't understand. Why didn't you leave when I spread the news of your identity to everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace? If you left immediately, not only would my master not be able to come out of closed-door cultivation in time, but even Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, wouldn't have been able to come out in time. Are you too confident in your own strength? Huang Wenjing did not expect to receive a response from Duan Tian. However, she was surprised when she received a response. Duan Tian replied, "Thank you." This was Duan Tian's response to Huang Wenjing. Before Duan Tian arrived at the Wandering Saint Palace, he had learned about what had happened in the past year from Peng Lai. At the same time, he also learned that news of him being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. It was said that someone had leaked the news in advance. For this reason, Yun Fu Yi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had killed several people who might have leaked the news. However, Duan Tian did not expect Huang Wenjing to be the one who leaked the news. He did not expect Huang Wenjing would be the one who secretly leaked the news to help him. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes when he found out it was Huang Wenjing. He thanked her from the bottom of his heart through voice transmission. Although Huang Wenjing had leaked the news in advance and did not provide him with any substantial help, he still felt indebted to her. "You're finally willing to talk to me?" Huang Wenjing sighed through voice transmission, her voice faintly tinged with excitement.
Once the 80th lightning bolt strikes from the celestial ascension tribulation, I'll definitely die. Duan Ling Tian continued to say through voice transmission, before that, I would like to ask you for a favor. You want me to protect the people around you, right? Before Duan Ling Tian could finish speaking, Huang Wenjing interrupted him through voice transmission. She seemed to have guessed what he was going to say next. Yes. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Indeed, he wanted to ask her this. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was not worried at all. Huang Wenjing was the last disciple of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It would not be difficult for her to protect Kerr and the others. Although the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan were gathered here, the person who had the most say was undoubtedly Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was about to become an eminent celestial. As long as he agreed to Huang Wenjing's request, Kerr and the others would not have to worry about their lives. They're really lucky. You're still concerned about their safety even when you're in such a dire situation. Huang Wenjing sighed faintly. I promise you. After a few moments, Huang Wenjing replied through voice transmission again. At the same time, Huang Wenjing's eyes were filled with determination. She would do her best to fulfill this man's request. Even if she had to threaten him with her own life, she would ask her master to spare the lives of the people around this man. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian thanked her again. Then he said solemnly through voice transmission, if there's an afterlife, I, Duan Ling Tian, will repay your kindness tenfold. If there's an afterlife, I don't need you to repay my kindness tenfold. I only want you to belong to me. Huang Wenjing's voice transmission was firm. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly. He sighed inwardly. How am I, Duan Ling Tian, worthy of such treatment? I can't believe I, Duan Ling Tian, am going to die here today. Before I die, I'll have to tell Kerr what to do. Otherwise, she'll commit suicide as soon as I leave. Duan Ling Tian knew Kerr's character very well. For this reason, he had to take precautions. In addition, he also realized that, no matter how hard he tried to recover, it was impossible for him to withstand the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. Therefore, he did not plan to waste time on recovering from his injuries. Kerr. Duan Ling Tian looked at Kerr in the distance and said through voice transmission, Can you promise me one thing? Brother Tian, what is it? Kerr replied through voice transmission. Before I ask you to promise me one thing, I want to tell you that even if I fail the heavenly tribulation today and die, the Wandering Saint Palace might not execute all of you. Duan Ling Tian said. He was very confident in Huang Wenjing's ability. Based on how much Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, loved Huang Wenjing, as long as Huang Wenjing was determined, she would definitely be able to protect Kerr and the others. After all, Kerr and the others were not a threat to the Wandering Saint Palace or the entire Human Devil clan. Brother Tian, if you want me to live alone, I won't agree. We're husband and wife. We'll either live or die together. Kerr will never leave you again. Before Duan Ling Tian could say what he wanted her to do, Kerr seemed to have predicted his words. Her tone was resolute. Duan Ling Tian felt helpless when he heard Kerr's voice transmission. Naturally, at the same time, Duan Ling Tian was also touched. With such a wife, what more could he ask for? Kerr, you. Duan Ling Tian was about to send a voice transmission to dissuade Ku Er. However, Kerr interrupted Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. If you want to talk about Xiling, I've already made up my mind. With my sister around, she'll definitely take good care of Xiling on my behalf. After that, no matter how Duan Ling Tian tried to dissuade her, Kerr's attitude remained firm. I'll live if you live, and I'll die if you die. Nothing can make me waver. No. I can't die. I can't die here. When Duan Ling Tian realized Kerr had made up her mind to tie her life to his, it was as though he had been injected with chicken blood. His eyes narrowed, and his gaze was filled with determination. In Kerr's heart, Duan Lingtian's life was more important than her own life. In Duan Lingtian's heart, Kerr's life was more important than his own life as well. Although Duan Ling Tian knew there was nothing he could do, he still decided to give it his all. Even if he was reduced to ashes, he would still give it his all. Chapter 23:11. Duan Lingtian knew his current situation better than anyone else. Although he seemed fine now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight.
Let alone the 80th tribulation lightning, even if the first few tribulation lightning were to strike him, he would not be able to withstand it.
Initially, he had already accepted his fate. He did not even plan to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. After all, it would be useless no matter how hard he tried. However, because of Kerr, although he knew it would be useless no matter how hard he tried, he still decided to give it his all. If he did not give it his all, how could he face Kerr? I still have more than half an hour. I should heal as much as I can. Since he had decided to give it his all, Duan Lingtian, naturally, dismissed the idea of giving it his all. He raised his hand and took out a pile of healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He did not care if they would work or not.
He just stuffed as many into his mouth as though they were free.
Naturally, since Duan Lingtian had consumed many healing medicinal pills before this, the healing medicinal pills he consumed now did not have any effect. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai was circulating the Saint Qi in his body to repair his damaged meridians and internal organs as much as possible, all in order to face the 80th bolt of tribulation thunder in half an hour's time. Duan Lingtian's transformation was, naturally, noticed by the people in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian seemed to have accepted his fate earlier. Why is he so serious now? Earlier, many people could tell Duan Lingtian had accepted his fate. However, they were not surprised by this. After all, they could tell Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation.
However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had suddenly become serious as though he was ready for battle.
This caused them to be dumbfounded. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian thinks he still has a chance to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning? How is that possible?
In his current state, even if he was given 3 to 5 hours to recover, he would not be able to recover to his peak state, much less withstand the 80th bolt of lightning.
But what's wrong with him now? Are you possessed? I guess he's unwilling to accept his fate. After all, some people are stubborn. So what if I don't accept my fate? Could it be that he can defy the heavens and change his fate? The onlookers shook their heads as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They all felt that Duan Lingtian was wasting his time. If I were him, I would definitely leave the remaining time for my family and bid them farewell. I really don't know what he's thinking. His wife and daughter are both here, but he doesn't leave the remaining time for them. He's just doing useless things. A vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace shook his head. Based on his words, he could not understand what Duan Lingtian was doing.
Many of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace agreed with his words.
Why is he still wasting his time at this juncture? Yun Fu Yi, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace and the first direct disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face. In Yun Fu Ye's opinion, Duan Lingtian was extremely stubborn. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was just making a last-ditch effort. Duan Rufeng, your son is about to be killed by the tribulation lightning. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have if you see this. Shernanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was resting with his eyes closed. Duan Rufeng could be said to be the person Shernanfeng hated the most. Previously, when Duan Rufeng had escaped from under his nose, he had been suppressing his anger. Even until now, the anger had not been completely extinguished. Today, when he saw Duan Rufeng's son was about to be killed by the tribulation lightning, the anger in his heart was extinguished. Brother Tian. Father. Kerr and Duan Xiling looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously with hope in their eyes. As for Gan Ru Yen and Peng Lai, they had already accepted their fate. Half an hour passed in just a blink of an eye. The 80th bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation was getting closer and closer. At this time, the atmosphere at the scene was completely quiet. No one made a sound. Only the muffled sound of thunder constantly came from above the tribulation clouds, as if it was constantly reminding everyone present. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation was not over yet. Boom, 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 boom. The rumbling of thunder continued. The tribulation clouds in the sky continued to rumble and press against the tribulation lightning. Purple lightning bolts flashed in and out of the tribulation clouds like purple pythons.
It was as though each of their movements was capable of stirring up a storm. As the tribulation clouds continued to rumble and press against the tribulation clouds, the sky seemed to have darkened. However, even though it was getting darker, it didn't affect everyone's vision. Above the tribulation clouds, between the 5-colored auspicious clouds, the fiery red 3-legged golden crow was still flapping its wings and shuttling back and forth like an active fire spirit.
In the distance, 2 figures stood there like statues. They had been standing there for a long time. Master, Duan Tian won't be able to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, right? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan asked the gray-clad old man standing next to him. If nothing goes wrong, he'll definitely die when the 80th bolt of lightning comes.
The gray-clad old man said.
If nothing goes wrong? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was puzzled when he heard his master's words. What can go wrong at this time?
I'm just saying.
The gray-clad old man shook his head. The gray-robed old man shook his head.
He could not help but look at the 5-colored auspicious cloud in front of him. To be more precise, it landed on the bird that seemed to be burning with raging flames as it shuttled through the colorful clouds.
Naturally, he did not know it was the 3-legged golden crow.
However, when the gray-clad old man looked at the 3-legged golden crow, a hint of doubt could be seen in his eyes.
No one knew what he was thinking about. After a while, the time finally came. Under the tribulation clouds. It's here. The group of people who were waiting for the 80th bolt of lightning to strike suddenly had a thought. As soon as the thought appeared in their minds, whoosh! It was as if a scorching sun had suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire world beneath the tribulation clouds. It also caused many people with lower cultivations to subconsciously narrow their eyes. The 80th bolt of lightning is coming. Just as many people's hearts were moved. Boom! An earth-shattering sound of thunder reverberated in heaven and earth as a thick bolt of lightning came crashing down from the tribulation clouds in the sky. As soon as the first bolt of lightning came crashing down, another bolt of lightning followed suit. It was the 80th bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation that targeted Duan Tian and Yuan Haochen. The 80th bolt of lightning was the second last bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. If one managed to withstand this bolt of lightning, one would be able to face the 81st bolt of lightning. It was the last bolt of lightning. If one managed to withstand the last bolt of lightning, it would mean one had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. After passing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, one would become an eminent celestial, surpassing most ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The reason it was said that eminent celestials were stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was because eminent celestials were still powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, they were powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had come into contact with the celestial origin energy. As long as I can withstand this bolt of lightning, I'll be able to become an eminent celestial. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had a wide smile on his face when he saw one of the bolts of lightning falling from the sky toward him. After recuperating for almost an hour, he had returned to his peak condition. Although this bolt of lightning was more powerful than the previous one, he did not feel pressured at all. Unlike Yuan Haochen did not feel pressured at all. Although Duan Tian was prepared to give it his all, he could not help but feel apprehensive when faced with the same bolt of lightning. It was an instinctive reaction. Come on! Even if I, Duan Tian, can't defeat you, I won't lower my head in front of you. Even if I die, I, Duan Tian, will die standing and die with a bang. Duan Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw the tribulation lightning that was halfway to him. He cast his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, and transformed into a 3-legged golden crow as he charged toward the tribulation lightning at lightning speed. He was fearless. Humph! You're seeking death. Yun Fu Yi and Shi Nanfeng sneered disdainfully when they saw this. However, most of the onlookers looked at Duan Tian in awe. Duan Tian knew he would die, but he still dared to face the 80th bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation head-on. This kind of action was not something that anyone could do, nor did anyone have the courage to do it. I, Peng Lai, didn't live in vain to have such a master. Peng Lai looked at Duan Tian's figure that was like a ball of flames and had a respectful expression on his face. For the first time, he completely acknowledged Duan Tian as his master from the bottom of his heart,
and not because of the restriction of the lightning penalty oath. Boom, 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 boom. On Yuan Haochen's side, a portion of the 80th bolt of lightning was drawn away by his celestial ascension tribulation technique. He had to withstand the remaining force by himself. Although it was stressful, it was not difficult to withstand. On Duan Lingtian's side, the tribulation lightning was like a meteor that descended from outer space. It carried with it a destructive force as it descended toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and transformed into a ball of flame. Chapter 23:12. The gap is too big. Under the tribulation cloud, many people shook their heads inwardly when they saw Duan Lingtian had transformed into a spark of fire and was about to face the tribulation lightning that was falling from the sky like a meteor. Let alone the fact that Duan Lingtian is severely injured, even if he's at his peak, he might not be able to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. That's right. The 80th tribulation lightning is too powerful. It's nothing compared to the previous tribulation lightning. What a pity. Such a monstrous genius is going to die just like that. There's nothing to pity. He's not a member of the devil clans anyway. Humans don't deserve to die. At this moment, almost everyone present was certain Duan Lingtian would die. As for Conqueror and Duan Xiling, when they saw Duan Lingtian facing the tribulation lightning that fell like a meteor, they were so frightened that they closed their eyes. Their faces were pale, and they did not dare to continue watching. Gonru Yen looked at the figure charging toward the tribulation lightning with a solemn expression on her face. Peng Lai, who was standing nearby, had a respectful expression on his face. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nobody will be able to touch them. At this moment, Huang Wenjing closed her eyes as well. She could not bear to watch any longer. However, in her heart, she made a firm promise to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Huang Qiling clenched his fists tightly as he closed his eyes in agony. He did not even notice the blood dripping from his fingernails. At this moment, he only hated himself for being too weak to help his friend. Humph! Die! Yun Fu Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, had a sinister smile on their faces as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. It was as though they were afraid they would miss the moment when Duan Lingtian was killed by the tribulation lightning. As for the others from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, most of them were looking at the scene coldly as well. In their eyes, no matter what, Duan Lingtian was still an anomaly. Even if he was courageous and had earned their respect, he was not worthy of their sympathy. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder continued to roar above the tribulation clouds in the sky. Under the tribulation clouds, Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to the 80th tribulation lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already within 100 meters of the tribulation lightning. For Duan Lingtian and tribulation thunder, a distance of more than 100 meters could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Come on. I'd like to see how powerful the 80th tribulation lightning from your celestial ascension tribulation is. Faced with the tribulation lightning that was about to hit him, Duan Lingtian's saint origin surged out of his body as though it was free. His saint origin resonated strongly with heaven and earth, causing the flame around his body to grow even stronger. The faint golden flames twined around Duan Lingtian's body, and it made Duan Lingtian seem as though he had transformed into a fire god that was awe-inspiring. Due to the strong resonance between his saint origin and the heaven and earth, Duan Lingtian, who had released his saint origin without reservation, seemed to have become one with the heaven and earth at this moment. He gave off an ethereal feeling. However, all of this seemed so insignificant in front of the 80th tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. So what if he had become one with heaven and earth? The tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation represented the heaven and earth energy. If heaven wanted you to die, you would have no choice but to die. Passing the tribulation lightning was a heaven-defying act. Passing the tribulation lightning was a heaven-defying act. After Saint Origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the tribulation lightning that seemed to be right in front of him. His eyes glowed brightly, and his dragon scales shone brightly under the faint golden flame. All of a sudden, fight! As soon as Duan Lingtian shouted, he cast the divine ability, Otherworldly Celestial,
and created several clones that shot toward the tribulation lightning like cannonballs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along with Duan Lingtian's main body and several clones, his 1,000 Inscription Saint Sword and 1,000 Inscription Saint Sword's clones shot out as well. Several sword rays formed a formation in front as Duan Lingtian's main body and clones followed closely behind.
Whether it was Duan Lingtian's main body or Duan Lingtian's clones, all of them had the same expression on their faces as though they were ready to die.
Duan Lingtian is going to be killed soon. At this moment, almost everyone present on the scene had the same thought in their minds. Duan Lingtian's main body and clones followed closely behind the 1,000 Inscription Saint Sword and 1,000 Inscription Saint Sword. At this moment, they were only a few dozen meters away from the 80th tribulation lightning. Just as they were about to collide, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Boom! A loud explosion rang from behind the tribulation clouds in the sky. At this moment, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and his disciple who were standing on the tribulation clouds looked at each other in horror.
The bird, that was completely condensed from golden flames that was shuttling through the 5-colored auspicious clouds suddenly let out a strange cry.
Then, the void around its body suddenly exploded. The void trembled, and ripples spread out like ripples. It was on the verge of collapsing. At the same time, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan discovered the bird had disappeared before his eyes. How fast? Naturally, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan did not think the bird had truly disappeared. Instead, he thought the bird had moved at a speed that was so fast that even his eyes could not capture it.
Even the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, the gray-clad old man, could only vaguely see the bird turning into a blur as it passed through the tribulation clouds and headed toward the tribulation clouds.
This speed!
The gray-clad old man's eyes widened in shock as though he had just seen a ghost. This was the first time the gray-clad old man had such an exaggerated expression on his face since he had appeared.
And all of this originated from the bird that was completely formed from the golden flames. Under the tribulation clouds. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Swoosh! The bird that was formed from golden flames tore through the sky and crashed into Duan Lingtian's main body, clones, and Duan Lingtian's 1,000 Inscription Saint Sword. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying energy shrouding his main body and clones. Moreover, he had lost control of his body in an instant.
Under the watchful eyes of everyone present,
Duan Lingtian's main body, clones, and Duan Lingtian's 1,000 Inscription Saint Sword were shrouded by golden flames that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the flames were in the shape of a bird. Chi, 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 chi. The bird that seemed to have appeared out of thin air and shrouded Duan Lingtian collided with the 80th tribulation lightning in just a blink of an eye, emitting dazzling rays of light. The rays of light were a mixture of gold and white with a hint of purple mixed in. As soon as everyone sensed the changes in the bird, boom! Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air as mushroom clouds appeared out of thin air, emitting terrifying shockwaves. It seemed as though the void where the mushroom clouds appeared had caved in for a brief moment. The shockwaves swept out in all directions. Although the onlookers were prepared, many of them with a weaker cultivation base were still sent flying. After the shockwave swept out, a violent gust of wind followed, causing the onlookers' robes to flutter noisily. Most of them could not help but squint their eyes when they saw the violent gust of wind. What's going on? I don't know. As soon as Duan Lingtian collided with the tribulation lightning, he seemed to have cast another divine ability. He seemed to have transformed into a gigantic bird along with the techniques he had cast earlier. That bird is exactly the same as the one that soared into the sky and drilled into the tribulation clouds. Could it be that the bird that flew into the sky earlier is related to Duan Lingtian as well? At this moment, the onlookers were shocked by the commotion before their eyes. They could not help but discuss among themselves.
Their conversation did not stray away from Duan Lingtian and the bird that was formed from golden flames.
This commotion. I'm afraid it can only be caused by two evenly matched forces. An elder from Azure Cloud Hall muttered. His voice was not loud, but because the scene had fallen into a dead silence for a short period of time, it was still heard by many people around him. They could not help but laugh mockingly. Evenly matched? Aren't you overthinking it? How can Duan Lingtian, who's at the end of his tether, be able to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation? That's right.
Even if Duan Lingtian had cast an extraordinary divine ability at the end, it's impossible for him to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning in his current state.
Based on the shockwaves earlier, Duan Lingtian must have been killed. I can't use my divine consciousness to probe the area. However, I'll be able to see the situation after the shockwaves dissipate. However, I think Duan Lingtian must be dead. The onlookers discussed among themselves as they looked at the spot where Duan Lingtian and the tribulation lightning collided. At this moment, the shockwaves from the three colors of gold, white, and purple were still raging in the air. Not only did it obstruct the onlookers' vision, but it also prevented them from using their divine consciousness to probe the situation.
Brother Tian. At some point, Kerr had opened her eyes. Her heart trembled as she looked at the spot where the shockwaves from the three colors were raging.
Father!
Duan Xiling opened her eyes as well. Her emotions were similar to her mother's. That bird earlier. Kerr and Duan Xiling did not see the bird that appeared out of thin air earlier since their eyes were closed.
However, Gan Ruyen and Peng Lai saw it clearly. Chapter 23:13. Above the Tribulation Cloud.
He's not dead. The gray-clad old man said solemnly when the patriarch of the human devil clan discovered his divine consciousness could not penetrate the area where the three-colored energy was raging.
He's not dead.
The patriarch of the human devil clan's expression changed drastically when he heard the gray-clad old man's words. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face.
How's this possible?
He was injured to such an extent.
How is it possible that he's not dead?
The patriarch of the human devil clan could not understand this at all. However, he was, after all, the patriarch of the human devil clan. He quickly regained his senses and looked at the gray-clad old man as he asked, "Master, your divine consciousness can penetrate the area where the three-colored energy is raging and detect that Duan Lingtian is still alive?"
Yes.
The gray-clad old man nodded.
I can barely penetrate the area and detect that Duan Lingtian is still alive.
However, my divine consciousness was repelled by the three-colored energy when I detected that Duan Lingtian is still alive. The gray-clad old man's expression was unprecedentedly solemn when he reached the end of his sentence.
This doesn't make sense. How is it possible that he's still alive?
Let alone the fact that he's severely injured, even if he's in his peak condition, he might not be able to survive the 80th tribulation lightning. The patriarch of the human devil clan still could not understand this. It's that bird that's formed from some unknown energy that saved him. The gray-clad old man might not know what had happened earlier, but it did not mean he was unaware of it as well.
Although he could not see everything clearly, he could vaguely make out what had happened earlier. Coupled with his own speculations, it was not difficult for him to figure out what had happened earlier. That bird? Isn't it an existence that doesn't possess life and is formed from some unknown power? The patriarch of the human devil clan was puzzled. Although it's a lifeless being, it saved Duan Lingtian at the critical moment. First, it left the five-colored auspicious clouds and passed through the tribulation clouds. In the end, it merged with Duan Lingtian and helped Duan Lingtian withstand the tribulation lightning. The gray-clad old man said, "However, although the bird's energy is on the same level as the celestial origin energy, I discovered that more than half of the bird's energy has been depleted when I probed it with my divine consciousness. In other words, even if the bird helps Duan Lingtian when he's facing the final celestial ascension tribulation, it'll be in vain?" The patriarch of the human devil clan was not a fool. It was not difficult for him to guess the meaning of his master's words. Yes.
The gray-robed old man nodded. His eyes flashed as he said with absolute certainty, "The next tribulation lightning. He will definitely die."
The patriarch of the human devil clan nodded.
Then he frowned and asked, "Master, you're still not sure what kind of energy is on the same level as the celestial origin energy that formed the bird?"
"I've never seen such energy before. It should be from a At realm. I don't know why it would appear in our mundane realm."
The gray-clad old man shook his head. That human boy is really lucky to be able to obtain such a power from a At realm. The patriarch of the human devil clan said with a glint in his eyes. "If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a great enemy of the devil clans. However, he'll definitely die in the next tribulation lightning," the gray-clad old man said.
Under the tribulation clouds.
As time passed, The aftershock of the collision between the 80th tribulation lightning and the three-legged golden crow formed by the sun energy gradually dissipated. When the aftershock of the three-colored energy dissipated, the situation inside the tribulation clouds became clear to everyone. When the situation inside appeared before everyone's eyes, almost everyone was dumbfounded and stunned. Every one of them revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. Some of them even looked as though they had seen a ghost. Brother Tian. Father. Kuer and Duan Xiling's faces were filled with joy and excitement when they saw the unharmed figure in the distance. As for Gan Ruyen and Peng Lai, they were just as shocked as the others. He's all right? Huang Wenjing's expression froze when she saw the unharmed figure in the distance. When she regained her senses, a hint of excitement could be seen in her eyes. Well done, Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qiling was so excited that he kept punching his fist in the air. It was as though he had been injected with chicken blood. How's this possible? Impossible. Impossible. Whether it was Yun Fu Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, or Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, their expressions changed drastically when they saw the unharmed humanoid dragon in the distance. At this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian, who was holding a 3-foot-long blade, was standing in the distant sky unscathed. However, the bird that was completely condensed from golden flames was nowhere to be found. It seems like the sun force has returned? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to notice the shocked gazes around him. It was as though he had forgotten that he was undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation. When he regained his focus, he discovered that the sun force had returned to his body. He discovered that half of the sun force had returned. Earlier, all of the sun force had returned. However, the three-legged golden crow formed from the sun force managed to withstand the 80th lightning bolt, but it had consumed more than half of its sun force. It was clear Duan Ling Tian knew what had happened earlier. In other words, he knew what had happened when the three-legged golden crow formed from the sun force had enveloped him. It was the three-legged golden crow formed from the power of the sun that had left him and merged into the tribulation clouds in the sky. It had returned at the most critical moment when he was facing the 80th tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation to lend him a helping hand. Moreover, it had helped him withstand the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. It's a pity Hua Lao is no longer here. Otherwise, he would have known what happened to the sun force. Everything that had happened today was inconceivable to Duan Ling Tian. Ever since the sun force had led him here, his comprehension of the celestial ascension tribulation had deepened. Then, his comprehension of this world gradually deepened. In the end, he even comprehended this world to its limits. Moreover, with the help of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, he had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation as well. All of this felt like a dream to Duan Ling Tian. An ordinary person would easily need to spend tens of years, hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years, or even thousands of years to complete the journey. However, Duan Ling Tian had only spent a day to complete this journey. In the end, all of this is because of the sun force. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was certain of this. He remembered clearly. It was only after the sun force left his body and transformed into the three-legged golden crow that his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit, and he had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. It could be said that without the power of the sun, many things today would not have happened. Duan Ling Tian had no idea why the sun force had done this. No matter what, everything the sun force did today is a good thing for me. Initially, I thought I would definitely die when faced with the 80th tribulation lightning. I didn't expect the sun force to return at such a crucial moment and help me withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. However, although I managed to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning, there's still the 81st tribulation lightning. It's also the last tribulation lightning. The last bolt of tribulation lightning is the most terrifying one among the 81 bolts of tribulation lightning in the celestial ascension tribulation. Its power is incomparable to the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. In fact, it's on a completely different level. If the sun force was not depleted, I might be able to withstand the last tribulation lightning. However, more than half of the sun force has been depleted to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. The remaining sun force is not enough to withstand the 81st tribulation lightning. Even if I fight with all my might, I won't be able to withstand the 81st tribulation lightning. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. For this reason, he did not feel happy about being able to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. Instead, he felt even more troubled. How's this possible? At this moment, Yuan Hao Chen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, successfully withstood the 80th bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation with the help of the technique that had been passed down for generations. He had thought Duan Ling Tian would be killed by the Tribulation Lightning after he withstood the 80th Tribulation Lightning. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be killed by Duan Ling Tian. Not only was Duan Ling Tian not killed by the Tribulation Lightning, but Duan Ling Tian had also successfully withstood the 80th Tribulation Lightning. Since Yuan Haochen was focused on overcoming the Tribulation Lightning, he did not pay attention to Duan Ling Tian's situation. Moreover, he was unaware that a bird made of golden flames had helped Duan Ling Tian overcome the 80th lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation at the most critical moment. How's this possible? Are you kidding me? Duan Ling Tian managed to withstand the 80th lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation without any injuries? What kind of divine ability did he cast earlier? He actually withstood the 80th Tribulation Lightning so easily. If he can withstand the 80th Tribulation Lightning so easily, I'm sure the remaining 81 Tribulation Lightning won't be difficult for him at all. Could it be that he has been pretending to be weak all this while? It's possible. Chapter 23:14. When the 80th lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation struck, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls thought Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. After all, Duan Ling Tian was severely injured at that time. It was impossible for him to withstand the 80th lightning bolt. Moreover, even if Duan Ling Tian was not injured, he would not have been able to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, let alone the fact that he was severely injured. Everyone thought Duan Ling Tian would be killed by the 80th lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, an unexpected scene appeared again. When Duan Ling Tian cast all sorts of techniques to face the 80th bolt of lightning from the Ascension Celestial Tribulation head-on, he cast an unknown divine ability that allowed him to summon a bird made of golden flames that shrouded him. Following that, the bird successfully withstood the 80th lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian was not injured at all. Based on the technique Duan Ling Tian used to withstand the 80th lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, it should be a piece of cake for him to withstand the 81st lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Yun Fu Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, had a grave expression on his face. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to withstand the 80th lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation so easily. Not only did Duan Ling Tian withstand the lightning bolt, but he was also unharmed. Based on the current situation, it should not be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to withstand the 81st lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The 81st lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation was the last lightning bolt. If Duan Ling Tian managed to withstand it, he would be able to successfully overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and become an eminent celestial. If Duan Ling Tian becomes an eminent celestial, I'm afraid even Master won't be a match for him. Yun Fu Yi shuddered when he recalled the battle between Duan Ling Tian and his master. This Duan Ling Tian had fought to a draw with his master in the beginning. After he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his strength was even stronger than his master. If his master did not possess the heavenly tribulation technique passed down by the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, his master would have been defeated or killed by Duan Ling Tian. What should we do now? What should we do? Yun Fu Yi was completely flustered. It would be fine if Duan Ling Tian failed the tribulation, but if he succeeded, the situation would completely change. Now, Yun Fu Yi was not the only one panicking. Damn it! How did Duan Ling Tian manage to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning without any injuries? Doesn't this mean he'll be able to withstand the 81st tribulation lightning and pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation with ease? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was also flustered. It would be fine if Duan Ling Tian failed the heavenly tribulation. However, if he succeeded, not only would he be in trouble, but the Great Spirit Palace would be in trouble as well. If he succeeds and becomes an eminent celestial, even Yuan Haochen won't be a match for him. Shi Nanfeng was completely flustered. This Duan Ling Tian.
How's this possible? In the distance, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was still in a daze. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning, even though he was severely injured. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's current appearance, he did not seem to be injured at all. It was as though he was a completely different person compared to Duan Ling Tian.
What's going on?
Yuan Haochen could not help but ask his eldest direct disciple, Yun Fu Yi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, through voice transmission. Yun Fu Yi, naturally, did not dare to be negligent in the face of his master's question.
He told his master everything that had happened with a solemn expression on his face.
Duan Ling Tian cast a divine ability that he had never cast before?
A bird that was completely condensed from golden flames and easily withstood the 80th tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation?
Yuan Haochen's expression darkened when he learned about what had happened. Moreover, master, based on how relaxed he looks, it's obvious the technique he cast did not have any side effects. I suspect that from the very beginning, he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He must have held back even when he was fighting you. Yun Fu Yi told his master through voice transmission.
Pretending to be weak?
Yuan Haochen frowned, his heart filled with confusion. When we fought before, if he had used that flaming bird technique, I would have been killed by him. At that time, in that situation, did he have to deliberately spare my life? Could it be that there's a limit to the technique he cast? Is that why he kept it for the heavenly tribulation in the end? Yuan Haochen could not help but speculate. Naturally, this was only a guess. He was not certain. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian was indeed pretending to be weak. Perhaps, he had intentionally spared Duan Ling Tian's life and was toying with him.
Duan Ling Tian.
Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze as he said in a deep voice, "You're really good at hiding your strength. I thought you wouldn't be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful technique up your sleeve." Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. He had hidden his strength well? Even now, he was still confused by the sudden return of the sun energy. As for the three-legged golden crow that was formed by the sun force, it was not his technique. Naturally, he did not plan to tell Yuan Haochen about this.
He did not think the remaining sun force in his body would be able to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning, which was also the last bolt of lightning.
At this moment, everyone's attention was on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had his eyes closed.
It was as though he was meditating with his eyes closed.
Upon seeing this, Yuan Haochen was so angry that he almost threw up blood. No, I can't let Duan Ling Tian pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. If he becomes an eminent celestial, I won't be able to suppress him even if I become an eminent celestial as well. As the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yuan Haochen was, naturally, worried about the current situation.
I can only inform Lord Patriarch now. Soon after, he made up his mind.
Chapter 23:15. At this moment, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, were unaware of this. The reason the patriarch of the human devil clan had arrived so quickly was because he had been here all along. He had been here for a long time. Unlike Yuan Haochen and the others who were below the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the human devil clan was hidden above the tribulation clouds. Lord Patriarch. Upon hearing Yuan Haochen and Shi Nanfeng's greetings, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Ker, Duan Xiling, and Ganru Yan, everyone present, including Peng Lai, bowed respectfully at the green-clad middle-aged man. In fact, apart from Yuan Haochen and Shi Nanfeng, not many people present had seen the patriarch of the human devil clan before. If it were not for Yuan Haochen and Shi Nanfeng, they would not have recognized the patriarch of the human devil clan even if he was standing right in front of them. Lord Patriarch is so fast. He arrived so quickly. Isn't his speed a little too fast? The violet light pearl only appeared for a moment, and Lord Patriarch arrived so quickly? Why do I feel like it's unreal? There should be some time between the appearance of the violet light pearl and the arrival of the patriarch, right? However, it seems like there's no time at all. As soon as the violet light pearl appeared, Lord Patriarch appeared. The group of people present were shocked and in disbelief at the mysterious appearance of their patriarch. Many thoughts appeared in their minds one after another. He's the patriarch of the human devil clan? He's an eminent celestial? At some point, Duan Lingtian had opened his eyes. He was no longer resting. He looked at the patriarch of the human devil clan and sized him up. While Duan Lingtian sized up the patriarch of the human devil clan, the patriarch of the human devil clan was also looking at him. Duan Lingtian. After the patriarch of the human devil clan appeared, he ignored Yuan Haochen, Shinan Feng, and the others. He turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, "I have to say you're really lucky. You managed to obtain the energy from the Devata realm that's comparable to the celestial origin energy. Not only that, but it's also able to help you. The energy from a Devata realm that's comparable to the celestial origin energy." Upon hearing the patriarch of the human devil clan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Naturally, he knew what the patriarch of the human devil clan was referring to. It was none other than the sun force that came from Hualao, the three-legged golden crow, in his body. Previously, he had heard Hualao mention the sun force. The sun force was superior to all other forces in the mundane realms. It was on the same level as the celestial origin energy. However, up until now, no one had been able to see through it. However, as soon as the patriarch of the human devil clan showed up, he knew Duan Lingtian possessed the celestial origin energy from the Devata realms. In other words, the patriarch of the human devil clan had discovered the sun force in his body was extraordinary. The energy from a Devata realm that's comparable to the celestial origin energy? Upon hearing the patriarch of the human devil clan's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Everyone, including Yuan Haochen and Shinan Feng, was stunned as well. Lord Patriarch said Duan Lingtian possesses energy that's comparable to the celestial origin energy this year? Many people were puzzled as they looked at each other. They could see the same confusion in each other's eyes. Don't tell me. The celestial origin energy Duan Lingtian that the Patriarch mentioned is the technique he cast later on? Or could it be that the bird formed from the golden flames was created by the patriarch of the human devil clan? One of the vice palace masters of Crimson Blaze Palace muttered to himself as he pondered. The patriarch of the human devil clan's next words confirmed the vice palace master's conjecture. It's obvious that the patriarch of the human devil clan didn't cultivate the patriarch of the human devil clan. If I'm not mistaken, you must have had a fortuitous encounter and accidentally obtained the patriarch of the human devil clan. The patriarch of the human devil clan said unhurriedly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though the patriarch of the human devil clan knew Duan Lingtian like the back of his hand. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, making Duan Lingtian feel as though there was nowhere to hide. Duan Lingtian remained silent when he heard the patriarch of the human devil clan's words. However, in the depths of his heart, waves of shock had already been set off. Are all eminent celestials so terrifying? The patriarch of the human devil clan can see that the sun force in my body is not something that I obtained through cultivation. It's something that I obtained by accident. Naturally, the sun force was not something that Duan Lingtian obtained through cultivation. The sun force was the energy that Hualao, the three-legged golden crow, had imbued into his body. It complemented his saint origin, so there was no need for him to expend the sun force. However, when he was resisting the 80th tribulation lightning earlier, more than half of the sun force had been depleted. Since it was not something that he obtained through cultivation, it was impossible for him to replenish it once it was depleted. The patriarch of the human devil clan was not angered by Duan Lingtian's lack of response. He continued to say nonchalantly, "You're right." He continued to say unhurriedly, "Earlier, the celestial origin energy in your body that transformed into the human devil clan helped you resist the 80th tribulation lightning. However, more than half of the sun force has been depleted. There's not much left. But I don't know. Am I right?" Swoosh. Upon hearing the patriarch of the human devil clan's words, Duan Lingtian could no longer maintain his composure. His expression changed again. He did not expect this. The patriarch of the human devil clan would be able to see through this. An eminent celestial is truly terrifying. A hint of dread could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he looked at the patriarch of the human devil clan again. He felt as though he had no secrets in front of the patriarch of the human devil clan.
If I'm not mistaken, the human devil clan no longer has the ability to help you resist the 81st tribulation lightning. Even if you attack with all your might with your injured body and with the help of your remaining celestial origin energy, it won't be enough to withstand the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. The patriarch of the human devil race continued. Every word he said echoed in the air. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard this. The patriarch of the human devil clan's words were exactly what he was worried about. In the eyes of others, Duan Lingtian was worried. Since Duan Lingtian had easily withstood the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, he was certain he would be able to withstand the 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. However, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Even though the sun energy had returned to his body, the remaining sun energy was not enough to help him withstand the 81st tribulation lightning, which was also the last tribulation lightning. What? Upon hearing the patriarch of the human devil clan's words and seeing Duan Lingtian's grave expression, Gan Ruyen and Peng Lai's expressions changed drastically. Initially, they thought Duan Lingtian would be able to easily pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial when they saw how easily Duan Lingtian had overcome the 80th bolt of lightning. Who would have thought that there would be so many twists and turns? I thought there was a miracle. I didn't expect it to be short-lived. Peng Lai smiled wryly. Brother Tian. Father. Kuer and Duan Xiling, who had originally heaved a sigh of relief, turned pale again. How did this happen? Huang Wenjing's frosty face turned pale. She felt as though she had fallen from heaven to hell in just a blink of an eye. It was the same for Huang Qiling, as it turns out. The technique Duan Lingtian cast earlier that easily withstood the 80th tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation was merely a sign of terminal lucidity. To think I thought he'd really overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. This was what most people thought. Yun Fu Yi and Shi Nanfeng laughed. Most people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls laughed as well. I see. Yuan Haochen sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I've overestimated you. To think I even asked Lord Patriarch to deal with you. Now, it seems like Lord Patriarch doesn't have to make a move, and I don't have to make a move either. The last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation will kill you. Yuan Haochen's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. Apart from that, Yuan Haochen, Shi Nanfeng, and the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls realized the patriarch of the 3 palaces and 6 halls had arrived. The patriarch of the human devil clan had arrived a long time ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to know so much about Duan Lingtian's situation. As expected of the patriarch of the human devil clan. What a sharp eye! Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he saw the patriarch of the human devil clan had exposed his predicament. He was shocked by the patriarch of the human devil clan's eyesight. At the same time, he turned to look at Kerr. His gaze swept past Kerr and Duan Xiling as though he was trying to engrave their faces in his mind. Goodbye, Kerr, Xiling. If there's an afterlife, I'll make it up to both of you. No matter how unwilling Duan Lingtian was, he knew it was impossible to change the outcome. Of course, this did not mean Duan Lingtian was going to resign himself to his fate. No matter how powerful the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation was, he would not just stand there and wait for his death. He would fight the tribulation lightning with all his might until he was killed. Even if he died, he would not feel wronged when he walked on the road to the netherworld. Chapter 23:16. After the patriarch of the human devil clan revealed Duan Lingtian's current situation, he stood at the side and watched coldly. He did not return to the tribulation cloud for the time being. As for the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, most of them were looking at Duan Lingtian mockingly. I can't believe Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, is so weak. When I saw how easily he withstood the 80th tribulation lightning, I thought he would be able to withstand the last tribulation lightning as well. Me too. I thought he was going to overcome the tribulation lightning and become an eminent celestial. I didn't expect this to be the truth. Lord Patriarch is truly amazing. With just a few words, he managed to point out Duan Lingtian's current situation. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian won't be able to withstand the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation.
This human genius is destined to fail the tribulation lightning and die in our human devil clan. As the crowd discussed among themselves, they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a dead man since the patriarch of the human devil clan had already sentenced Duan Ling Tian to death. Apart from that, in their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary person. Put aside the fact that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to withstand the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Even if Duan Ling Tian managed to withstand the tribulation lightning and become an eminent celestial, with the patriarch of the human devil clan here, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape death. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening thunderclaps reverberated from the tribulation cloud in the sky. Within the tribulation clouds, numerous small purple snake-like lightning bolts continuously shuttled back and forth, giving one a visual shock. The last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation is about to strike. At this moment, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, no longer bothered with Duan Ling Tian. After he had fully recovered from his injuries, he prepared himself to face the 81st tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. With the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique, he was confident he would be able to overcome the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Today, I, Yuan Haochen, will become an eminent celestial. The Wandering Saint Palace will be able to suppress the 3 palaces and 6 halls and become the leader of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Yuan Haochen couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of this. While Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was excited, the other members of Wandering Saint Palace were equally excited. Master of the Palace Masters' Palace Master is Celestial Ascension Celestial? From now on, the Wandering Saint Palace will be the strongest force in the human devil clan. Just as the people from the Wandering Saint Palace were getting excited, when the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, led by Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, realized that Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was about to become an eminent celestial, their expressions darkened. Although it was good news for the human devil clan that Yuan Haochen had become an eminent celestial, it was not good news for them. Brother Tian, no matter what the result is, Kerr will stay by your side and never leave you. Kerr's gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian. She was unprecedentedly determined. Kerr also noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, so she was prepared for the worst. In the At realm, the solitary destructive heaven. The solitary destructive heaven was one of the 81 At realms. It was a vast and boundless At realm that was much larger than the mundane realms. At this moment, somewhere in the vast At realm, someone sighed. The sigh came from the depths of the solitary destructive heaven. In the depths of the solitary destructive heaven, there was a boundless void. When one looked down, it seemed like a bottomless abyss. When one looked up, one could not see the end of it. A small island hovered in the middle of the void. This small island floated in the boundless void. From afar, it looked like a speck of dust. Taking a closer look, he saw that there were wisps of condensed clouds moving around in the air around the small island. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were translucent clouds floating in the air. Numerous translucent sword lights were mixed within the clouds and mist. Moreover, these sword lights were of various sizes and shapes. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a small courtyard. On this small island, there was a small courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, there was an inconspicuous small wooden house. At this moment, a tall young man was sitting in front of an old wooden table in the courtyard outside the wooden hut. The young man seemed to be sitting casually, but he gave off an ethereal aura. The young man was dressed in a slightly tattered grayish-white robe. His long hair was tied behind his back. His eyebrows were dashing, and his eyes were bright. His face was so perfect that it seemed as though it was carved out by a knife. It was hard for one to look away from him. At this moment, the young man's calm gaze was focused on the void in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a ripple in the void, and a constantly changing mirror image was clearly reflected in the young man's eyes. It was also because Duan Ling Tian was not here. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would have seen it with just a glance. The constantly changing mirror image showed the young man in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate,
and the group of people waiting for the 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from behind the young man. However, the scoff was not directed at the young man. It was directed at another person standing behind the young man. Behind the young man sitting in front of the wooden table, there were two other people standing. One of them was a tall young man dressed in a blood-red robe, and the other was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. At this moment, the tall and sturdy young man in crimson-red clothes looked at the old man and snorted coldly before he said in a deep voice, "If you didn't act on your own and infuse your sun energy into young master's body, how could this happen to young master?" The old man smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Lord Kuangling, I don't know. That's enough." At this moment, the young man sitting in front of the wooden table spoke. His voice was calm and refreshing. As the saying goes, the ignorant are innocent. You can't blame him for this. Moreover, he did it out of good intentions. Moreover, it's not necessarily a bad thing for that little fellow. The young man's gaze pierced through the mirror image and landed on the purple figure. It was as though the handsome purple-clad young man was the only person in his world. "Master, what do you mean?" In front of the old man, the young man in blood-red clothes was arrogant. However, in front of the young man in front of the wooden table, the young man in blood-red clothes was respectful. He even inadvertently revealed humility from the bottom of his heart. "You'll find out soon enough." The young man merely smiled mysteriously in response to the red-clad young man's question. He did not explain further. Suddenly, both the red-clothed young man and the old man next to him looked at the constantly changing mirror image in the void in front of them. At this moment, their eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be shocked to see the old man standing next to the red-clad young man. This was because the old man was none other than the three-legged golden crow, Hualao, whom he thought had died when the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was destroyed. Moreover, Hualao had already left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. There was someone in the Devata realms who could monitor what was happening in the mundane realms. What kind of powerful and terrifying method was this? There were only 81 Devata realms in total. However, there were countless mundane realms. Currently, in one of the mundane realms, many people were waiting for the 81st lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It was also the last lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The last lightning bolt of the tribulation is about to strike. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He extended his divine consciousness again and shrouded Conqueror and Duan Ling who were standing in the distance. It was as though he wanted to sense their auras one last time. After all, he did not think he would be able to withstand the last lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Earlier, when he was faced with the 80th lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he was prepared to die. However, he did not expect something would happen at this critical moment. Not only did the sun force that had left his body return, but it even transformed into a three-legged golden crow to help him withstand the 80th lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Unfortunately, the sun force could only help him once, but it would not be able to help him a second time. Currently, there was not much sun force left in his body. It was not enough for him to withstand the 81st lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. "It's here." Most of the people present on the scene had the same thought in their minds. As soon as the same thought appeared in their minds, whoosh! A blinding white light shone from the tribulation cloud in the sky. Many people who were prepared for it could not help but squint their eyes. Boom! When the blinding white light illuminated the small world under the tribulation cloud, an earth-shattering thunderclap reverberated in the air. This earth-shattering thunderclap was so loud that it was even more exaggerated than any of the thunderclaps that had appeared before. Chapter 23:17. It's here. When Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, heard the thunderous roar, his eyes lit up immediately. The saint origin in his body surged as he quickly cast the technique passed down by the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the heavenly tribulation. The 81st lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, which was also the last lightning bolt, had finally descended. This meant he would be able to become an eminent celestial very soon. With the technique passed down by the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace, he was not afraid of the last lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation at all.
Even if he felt pressured by the last lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he would at most suffer some minor injuries. On the other hand, Yuan Haochen was filled with confidence. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was also preparing to make his move. However, he was in a completely different mood. I, Duan Ling Tian, have braved through many obstacles. I can't believe I'm going to die here. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, filled with reluctance. However, what else could he do? Everything that had happened had already gone out of his control. Swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time as the earth-shattering thunder roared, two dragon-like thunderbolts whizzed out from the tribulation clouds in the sky. They were like two meteorites flying from outer space, coming menacingly. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the two bolts of lightning were extremely powerful. After the two dragon-like bolts of lightning left the tribulation clouds, there were no longer any purple snake-like bolts of lightning in the tribulation clouds that filled the sky. Even the thunderous roar that had never stopped from beginning to end seemed to have disappeared at this moment. However, none of this was discovered by anyone. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the two bolts of lightning that were descending from the sky. The two bolts of lightning descended from the sky like two gigantic purple divine dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen. During this process, the strength displayed by the two bolts of tribulation lightning as they tore through the sky caused many people with weaker cultivations to tremble in fear. These people could clearly sense how powerful and terrifying the two bolts of lightning were. Good timing. Yuan Haochen laughed before he leaped into the air. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the last lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation fearlessly. Indeed, he was fearless. This was because he had the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. There was no record of a Palace Master failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation in the history of Wandering Saint Palace. However, even though Yuan Haochen had taken the initiative to face the last lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, not many people paid attention to him. At this moment, almost everyone, including the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, was looking at Duan Ling Tian. As the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, everyone knew Yuan Haochen would definitely pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation today. Therefore, they were not interested in him. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was different. Duan Ling Tian is going to be killed by the Tribulation Lightning. Human genius. If there's a next life, don't provoke the Human Devil Clan. Everyone looked at Duan Ling Tian as if they could already see the scene of Duan Ling Tian being killed by the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Even if I only have a short time left, I will make this short life of mine bloom with the most dazzling brilliance. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with determination when the onlookers looked at him as though they were looking at a dead man. He did not hold back as the saint origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins. It was as though a raging dragon was roaring. During this process, Duan Ling Tian discovered that there were many people in the surroundings. The sun force that had just returned to his body and had yet to integrate with his saint chi swept out along with his saint chi and once again turned into a three-legged golden crow that enveloped him, giving him a feeling of being surrounded. It's that bird. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's figure was enveloped by the bird formed by the golden flames, many people's pupils suddenly shrank. This bird is indeed much weaker than the bird that faced the 80th lightning bolt of the Ascension Celestial Tribulation head-on. In fact, the strength it contains is not even half of the former's strength. The upper echelons of the 3 palaces and 6 halls quickly realized this. It's impossible for this bird to withstand the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. After Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, extended his divine consciousness, he confirmed the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan's words. Previously, the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan had directly said, "That's right." Duan Ling Tian did not have much celestial origin energy left in his body. It was not enough to withstand the last tribulation lightning of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. At this moment, Shi Feng was certain of this as well. Elder Hua, at the last moment of my life, I'm still able to fight side by side with the sun energy that you've given me. I, Duan Ling Tian, have not lived in vain. Wait for me. I'll be able to see you very soon. I only hope that you won't blame me for being useless when I see you. After all, you sacrificed yourself to save my life. Duanling Tian did not waste his time thinking about the last bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. He quickly took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword and attacked at lightning speed. Golden Crow's Wings. Black Turtle's Barrier. Otherworldly Celestial. Sword-wielding technique. At this critical moment, Duanling Tian did not hold back and unleashed all his techniques to deal with the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Swoosh. 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 When the 1,000 inscription saint sword's main body and his clone formed a formation, Duanling Tian's main body and his clone did not stay idle as well. Meanwhile, the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the Sun Force followed Duanling Tian as well. Its target was the last bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation that was about to strike. Kill. When they were getting closer and closer to the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, Duanling Tian let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through heaven and earth. It was as though he wanted to use this thunderous roar as his last voice in this world. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Only the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, and the roar of Yuan Haochen and Duanling Tian remained. This tribulation lightning is so terrifying. It's at least twice as powerful as the 80th tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Such terrifying power. Let alone the fact that the Sun Force is almost depleted. Even if I have the Sun Force, I'm afraid I can barely withstand this tribulation lightning. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian was only a few dozen meters away from the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. At this moment, he could clearly feel how powerful and terrifying this tribulation lightning was. It was not something that could be compared to the previous tribulation lightning. Even the 80th tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation could not be compared to this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duanling Tian activated the 1,000 inscription saint sword using the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. His main body and his clones merged together as they charged out like a shooting star toward the last bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. When the 1,000 inscription saint sword and his clone collided with the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions rang out one after another. Waves of turbulent airwaves swept out, bringing about gusts of wild wind. However, the 1,000 inscription saint sword that was charging toward the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation was like a stone that fell on the surface of the sea. That was all. The last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation had depleted 10% of its power. However, this amount of depletion was nothing compared to the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. If I was at my peak, the power of this sword would be much more than this. When Duanling Tian realized this, he was naturally filled with dissatisfaction. If he did not suffer further injuries from the previous tribulation lightning, he would not have ended up in such a pathetic state. Even the power of his attack was so weak. As the violent gust of wind swept out, before it could even touch the people present on the scene, the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the sun force that enveloped Duanling Tian flapped its wings and flew out, colliding with the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. It was as though a golden flame had collided with a purple lightning bolt. Boom, 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 boom. After all, the three-legged golden crow was formed from the sun force. Although it did not have much sun force left, it still caused a huge commotion when it collided with the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. The commotion caused by the 1,000 inscription saint sword could not be compared to it. Even so, Duanling Tian could still feel the Immortal Ascension Tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. The power of the sun was being drained at an extremely fast speed. Although the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation was also being depleted, it was not as fast as the sun force. Based on this trend, when the sun force is depleted, the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation will have at least 50% of its power left. In other words, when the sun force is depleted, I'll be killed by the last tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Chapter 23:18. At this moment, There was nothing Duan Lingtian could do. He could only watch as the sun force that had transformed into the three-legged golden crow was drained away by the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. He tried to circulate the remaining saint origin in his body. However, as soon as his saint origin surged out, it was crushed by the tribulation lightning. Walao, I've disappointed you. At this moment of life and death, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty when he thought about how his life was saved by Hualao, the three-legged golden crow. Senior Feng Qingyang. I've only cultivated the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, to the 3rd stage, but I'm going to die here. If you know about this, I'm sure you'll be very disappointed, right? At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the senior who had left the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. That senior was the only person he acknowledged as his master. It's a pity I didn't have the chance to call you master. Duan Lingtian sighed. He felt this was one of the biggest regrets in his life. Father, mother, little Fei Nian Tian. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian thought about his family and friends whom he had been separated from for many years. Tian Wu, Xuanai, Bai Yao, Xiao Lan, Uncle Feng, senior brother Bai Li. When he thought about his family and friends, Duan Lingtian's desire to live was unprecedentedly strong. No. I don't want to die. I still have many things to do. I still have to look for father, mother, little Fei Nian Tian, Uncle Feng, senior brother Bai Li, and the others. They're still in the Debussy subterranean. What if something happens to them? There's still Tian Wu. How can I die when I haven't found her? I've promised Uncle Feng that I'll bring Tian Wu back to him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized he still had many things to do when he thought about his family and friends. Naturally, he did not care about his family and friends. He could not let go of his wife, Ker, and daughter, Duan Xiling. If he could, how could he let Ker follow him into the afterlife? The husband and wife had passed away one after the other. What was their daughter going to do? No. I can't die. I can't die. What else can I do? What else can I do? The Sun Qi had Duan Qi and Sun was Qi was Duan Ling was Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Was Duan Celestial. He Duan Si Celestial Heart was Duan Ling Dies was Heart Duan Celestial Die. Was Duan Celestial Duan Be Death Duan was Duan Duan Celestial He Duan Sun Duan Su Duan Hiva Duan was. The current situation was not something that could be dealt with even if they were mentally prepared. At this moment, not only was Duan Lingtian flustered, but his mind was also greatly stimulated. His mental energy involuntarily spread outwards. In addition, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling at this moment. The three-legged gold crow, made of the power of the sun, won't be able to hold on any longer. A few breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye, and Duan Lingtian's mood became increasingly impatient. His mental energy became even more restless, and his blood began to boil even more. Just as Duan Lingtian thought that he was going to die, he realized something. All of a sudden, there was a commotion on his body. The dragon scales on his body were quickly withdrawn, and his body returned to its normal human form. What's going on? In the past, every time Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would eventually return to his human form. There had never been a time like this where he transformed from a 9-clawed dragon warrior to a normal human form without his control. After his body returned to its human form, naturally, he was naked. Duan Lingtian subconsciously raised his hand and took out a new purple robe to cover his body. This is... Almost at the same time when the purple robe covered his body, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. At this moment, the dragon power in his body also became restless. Usually, when Duan Lingtian was in his human form, he only needed to circulate his saint origin and merge it with the dragon energy in his body to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. This was the secret of transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. This dragon energy was obtained by Duan Lingtian in the lower province's holy land of the dragons. However, all this while, the dragon power in his body had been relatively calm. It would only stir when his saint origin merged with it, and help him transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It's coming out. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. When the dragon energy in his body stirred restlessly,
It seemed to have been stimulated by something and began to surge out of his body. It was as though his body was a cage that yearned for freedom. My eyes! Before the dragon energy could leave his body, Duanling Tian could clearly feel the spiritual energy he released was withdrawn in a strange manner. Not only that, but it also gathered together and entered one of his eyes. It was the strange pupil. The strange pupil was created when Duanling Tian had merged with the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. Now that the spiritual energy had surged into Duanling Tian's strange pupil, it caused a piercing pain in Duanling Tian's eyes. His spiritual power was like a hook, hooking onto something in his eyes and pulling it out forcefully. It seems to be pulling the energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eye away from my eyes. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian clearly realized this. Boom! At the same time, a gust of wind surged out of Duanling Tian's body. It was the dragon force in his body that rushed out of his body and turned into a power that was like a golden flame. Moreover, it immediately soared up and its form was also constantly stretching. Coincidentally, at the same time, the dragon energy in Duanling Tian's body surged out of his body. Boom! 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 The last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation finally crushed the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the sun force. At this moment, the sun force was completely depleted. That was not all. After the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation destroyed the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the sun force, it swept toward Duanling Tian and completely engulfed Duanling Tian, whose dragon energy was still surging out of his body. Duanling Tian was like a lone boat in the middle of a raging sea that was being drowned by the waves. Ah! When the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the sun force was crushed and Duanling Tian was engulfed by the last tribulation lightning, Ker, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen could not help but cry out in unison. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. Brother Tian. A pained expression appeared on Ker's face as she cried her eyes out. At the same time, she felt as if the sky was about to collapse. As far as she was concerned, her man was her god. Now that her man was gone, the world had collapsed as well. Father! Duan Xiling cried as well. She thought her father had been killed by the last tribulation lightning. Duanling Tian won't be able to escape death. Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, sneered. Duanling Tian. He's dead. The last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation is too terrifying. Duanling Tian has some tricks up his sleeve, but he's still too weak to withstand the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. If he survives the last tribulation lightning, it means he'll be able to pass the tribulation lightning and become an eminent celestial. Unfortunately, he didn't pass the last tribulation lightning. Humph. So what if he survives the tribulation lightning and becomes an eminent celestial? With Lord Patriarch here, he won't be able to escape death. Indeed. Lord Patriarch will definitely not allow a human eminent celestial to live in this world. After all, a human eminent celestial is a huge threat to the human devil clan and the entire devil clans. When the three-legged golden crow formed from the sun force was destroyed by the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation and Duanling Tian was engulfed by the celestial ascension tribulation, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, they all thought Duanling Tian had been killed by the last tribulation lightning. He failed in the end. Huang Wenjing's frosty face turned pale, and her eyes revealed waves of pain. The only man she had ever loved in her life had died just like that. Moreover, he had died right in front of her eyes. At this moment, Huang Wenjing could hear the sound of her heart breaking. Unlike Huang Wenjing, Yun Fuyi, who was standing nearby, sneered when he saw Duanling Tian being engulfed by the last tribulation lightning. A mere human dares to cause trouble in the Wandering Saint Palace? He's seeking death. Master! Brother Ling Tian. Whether it was Peng Lai or Huang Qiling, they both closed their eyes in pain, and their bodies involuntarily trembled violently. Everyone thought Duanling Tian had been killed by the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. He's not dead. A voice that was filled with shock and disbelief suddenly sounded. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in everyone's ears, causing them to be dumbfounded. Even Ker, who was about to commit suicide with Duanling Tian, halted her actions. Lord Patriarch? Who did you say didn't die? Shi Feng asked in disbelief as he looked at the patriarch of the human devil clan.
Although he had a vague answer in his heart, he was unwilling to believe it. Chapter 23:19. Boom. Before the patriarch of the Human Devil clan could respond to Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. This loud sound resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, as if it caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. After this loud bang, an equally earth-shattering roar of a beast rang out. It was deafening. This is a dragon's roar? It's a dragon's roar. In an instant, many of the upper echelons of the 3 palaces and 6 halls recognized the sound. It was a sound that could only be emitted by a dragon. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan did not have time to respond to Shi Feng. Instead, he turned to look at the source of the roar. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan narrowed his eyes when he saw the source of the voice. It was as though he had seen something shocking and unbelievable. Shi Feng shifted his gaze from the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and turned to look at the source of the roar. The moment he looked over, Shi Feng's pupils shrunk as well. He was completely dumbstruck. Apart from Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was focused on overcoming the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, the others also turned to look at the source of the roar. It was where Duan Ling Tian was struck by the last bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Everyone was petrified when they saw the source of the roar. Even Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ru Yen were no exception. In the distance, the last bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation that struck Duan Ling Tian seemed to have been forcefully lifted by something before it exploded and disappeared. At the same time, a divine dragon that was hundreds of meters long, completely condensed from golden flames, appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes as it wriggled down. The divine dragon emitted a terrifying aura as waves of explosive energy surged out of its body. It was as though it was capable of destroying heaven and earth. The divine dragon's left eye seemed to contain a magical power that made it hard for people to look away after just one glance. It was as if there was some special magical power in it. This eye of the mystical dragon gave people the feeling of adding the finishing touch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the divine dragon that had dispersed the last tribulation lightning of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation continued to expand. Crackling sounds rang in the air before it shattered into pieces and disappeared into thin air. If it did not disperse the last bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, no one would have known it existed. That's a divine dragon? On top of that, there are 9 claws on each of the dragon claws of this mystical dragon. It's a 9-clawed divine dragon. Heavens! A 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Ling Heavenly Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Is it helping Duan Ling's Celestial Ascension? Isn't it obvious? Duan Ling Tian is really good at hiding his strength. He didn't use this technique earlier. He only used it at the very last moment and shocked all of us. That's right. It seems like Duan Ling Tian has an endless supply of trump cards. I wonder how many trump cards he has up his sleeves after he conjured the 9-clawed divine dragon. After a moment of silence, waves of shocked and inexplicable discussions rang out. Obviously, the scene that appeared just now had shocked everyone. Apart from that, they were also skeptical. Apart from the techniques that Duan Ling Tian had displayed so far, there was a high chance that he still had other techniques that he had not used yet. The reason they had such doubts was, naturally, due to the various techniques Duan Ling Tian had displayed at the most critical moments earlier. Many times, they had thought that Duan Ling Tian was going to die. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face again and again, making them realize how self-righteous they were. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the lifelike 9-clawed divine dragon formed from golden flames disappeared. A familiar purple figure also appeared at the same time. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, it was Duan Ling Tian who had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Brother Tian. Ke was so excited that her eyes were red when she saw her man had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. She was glad that she did not commit suicide. Father! Duan Xiling smiled through her tears. Her tender face was filled with excitement. A rare smile appeared on Gan Ru Yan's tensed face. Master! Peng Lai's eyes shone brightly. He did not expect Duanling Tian to be so lucky. He did not expect his master to create such a miracle at such a time. He's fine. He's fine. Huang Wenjing could not help but heave a sigh of relief when she saw that the man she had been dreaming about was standing there safe and sound. A rare brilliant smile appeared on her frosty and beautiful face. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to her. Otherwise, the smile on this ice beauty's face would definitely shock many people. Haha. Well done, Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qiling could not help but close his eyes when he saw Duanling Tian being engulfed by the last lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw the 9-clawed divine dragon fending off the last lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. He was even more excited than when he had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. He still has such a technique. The patriarch of the Human Devil Clan's expression darkened. He could feel his face burning. After all, he had publicly announced Duanling Tian's death sentence in front of everyone. He had said it was impossible for Duanling Tian to survive the last lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, reality gave him another resounding slap in the face. Not only did Duanling Tian survive the last lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, but he was unharmed as well. How's this possible? How's it possible for him to have such a technique? When Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, regained his senses, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He did not expect Duanling Tian to have such a trump card. The high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yun Fu Yi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, shared the same thought. He did it. At this moment, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, had also successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Just when he thought Duanling Tian had been killed by the last lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he discovered Duanling Tian was still standing in the distance, completely unharmed. The last bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation that targeted Duanling Tian had disappeared without a trace. All of this was telling him a reality that he didn't want to believe. Duanling Tian had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Moreover, Duanling Tian had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation before him. What's going on? How did he pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? You have to know that even the Lord Clan leader had already sentenced him to death. Yuan Haochen was completely dumbfounded. Swoosh. While Yuan Haochen was still in a daze, the great tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse. A 5-colored light shone from the sky, illuminating the dark heaven and earth as though it had turned into a paradise. As the 5-colored light shone from the sky, it transformed into 2 thick beams of light that shone on Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochen, bathing them in the 5-colored light. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochen were shrouded by the 5-colored light before they disappeared from everyone's sight. Eminent Celestials. At this moment, everyone present on the scene realized something. Both Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochen were about to become eminent celestials. The 5-colored light that appeared after they successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation was helping them to generate energy that did not belong to this mundane realm. Celestial Origin Energy. The Celestial Origin Energy was different from the Sun Force that Duanling Tian possessed. The Sun Force was forcibly injected into Duanling Tian's body by Hua Lao. It was not produced by Duanling Tian. Therefore, once it was consumed, it could not be replenished. However, the 5-colored light that shone from the sky was not injecting celestial origin energy into Duanling Tian's body. Instead, it was helping Duanling Tian to generate celestial origin energy. During this process, Duanling Tian would be able to master the method to generate celestial origin energy. This was similar to the process of generating saint origin energy. Lord Patriarch, we can't let Duanling Tian become an eminent celestial. We must kill him before he becomes an eminent celestial. Shi Feng cried out anxiously as he looked at the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. When he saw Duanling Tian was about to become an eminent celestial, he lost his composure. At this moment, it seemed as though he had completely forgotten about the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. He did not have the right to shout in front of the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. Humph! Seeing Shi Feng's rudeness, the patriarch of the demonic human clan, who was already in a bad mood, coldly snorted.
He raised his hand and an extremely powerful invisible force swept out, directly binding Shi Nanfeng. Then, he brought Shi Nanfeng toward the five-colored light that shrouded Duan Ling Tian. From the beginning until the end, Shi Nanfeng was like a toy in the hands of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. He was completely powerless. No! Shi Nanfeng's eyes widened when he saw he was getting closer and closer to the five-colored light. He could feel the destructive aura coming from the five-colored light that was aimed at him. Then he let out a shrill cry. Lord Patriarch, please have mercy. Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, led a group of high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace to kneel in the air and plead for mercy for their palace master. In the end, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan stopped in time. However, he still managed to pull Shi Nanfeng's right arm toward the five-colored light that shrouded Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Chapter 23:20. In just a blink of an eye, Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, had one of his arms incinerated by Duan Ling Tian's five-colored sunglow. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. Shi Nanfeng, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was powerless against the five-colored sunglow. It was as though he was made of clay. It should be noted that when the patriarch of the Human Devil clan controlled Shi Nanfeng's right arm to come into contact with the five-colored sunglow, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had withdrawn his power in time. Shi Nanfeng had the time to defend himself. In fact, Shi Nanfeng had indeed cast a defensive technique as soon as he saw the five-colored sunglow. However, it was useless. The five-colored sunglow was the source of celestial origin energy for those who were undergoing the heavenly tribulation. It was above the mundane realms and directly connected to the Devata realms. Even an eminent celestial would die if they recklessly came into contact with it, let alone a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The five-colored sunglow only recognized those who had successfully passed the celestial origin energy. Anyone who dared to disturb the five-colored sunglow and help those who had successfully passed the celestial origin energy would not have a good ending. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for showing mercy. After Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, stopped the bleeding from his severed arm, he bowed and thanked the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. At this moment, he recalled something. After a person had passed the heavenly tribulation and was enveloped by the five-colored sunglow, no one would be able to disturb them. Even an eminent celestial would not be able to disturb them. However, what had he done earlier? He had asked the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to stop Duan Ling Tian from becoming an eminent celestial. Was he not intentionally sending the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to his death? When he thought of this, Shi Nanfeng realized how stupid and presumptuous he had been. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the enmity between you and the Azure Cloud Mansion, you would have been incinerated by the five-colored sunglow when Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was about to become an eminent celestial. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan said sternly, "Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for showing mercy. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for showing mercy." Upon hearing the patriarch's words, Shi Nanfeng immediately nodded and expressed his gratitude in a very humble manner. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that his right arm was indirectly crippled by the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Of course, even if Shi Nanfeng hadn't forgotten about it, he wouldn't dare to be dissatisfied with the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. This was because he knew that their Lord Patriarch had already shown them mercy today. After all, not only had he been disrespectful to the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, he had even encouraged the patriarch to charge into the five-colored sunglow and throw his life away. Thinking about it, if he was the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, he would definitely not show mercy. Palace Lord Shi is too impulsive. At this moment, many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shook their heads. They all felt that Shi Nanfeng was too impulsive. It's understandable. After all, his favorite disciple was killed by the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian is the son of his enemy. How can he not be anxious when he sees his enemy's son is about to become an eminent celestial? Many people expressed their understanding of Shi Nanfeng's actions. He's too impulsive. Although it's urgent that his enemy's son is about to become an eminent celestial, why doesn't he think about it? So what if his enemy's son becomes an eminent celestial?
Don't tell me he'll be able to escape from the patriarch of the human devil clan? That's right. Duan Lingtian isn't just the son of his enemy. He's also a human. There's no way Lord Patriarch would let an eminent celestial like him leave. That's right. If such a human powerhouse leaves today, he'll definitely become a huge threat to the human devil clan and the entire devil clans. Apart from feeling that Shi Nanfeng was impulsive, most of them felt that Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, would not be able to escape death even if he became an eminent celestial. After becoming an eminent celestial, Duan Lingtian might be stronger than Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was also an eminent celestial. However, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for the patriarch of the human devil clan.
However, the patriarch of the human devil clan, whom they thought highly of, had a grave expression on his face when he saw the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian.
That bird is formed from the energy in his body that's comparable to the celestial origin energy. Once it's depleted, it'll disappear as well. There's nothing to worry about.
However, what's with the nine-clawed divine dragon that appeared after that?
The patriarch of the human devil clan's heart sank when he thought about the nine-clawed divine dragon that Duan Lingtian had transformed into during the heavenly tribulation. After all, he was not certain what kind of technique it was. He was not certain if Duan Lingtian would be able to cast it at any time. When the nine-clawed divine dragon had appeared, even the patriarch of the human devil clan could not help but feel his heart palpitate.
It was as though the nine-clawed divine dragon was a threat to him. Master. In the end, the patriarch of the human devil clan had no choice but to send a voice transmission to the gray-clad old man in the sky.
What technique did Duan Lingtian use at the end? Where did the nine-clawed divine dragon come from? Is it one of his divine abilities? Currently, although the tribulation clouds had already scattered, no one had discovered the gray-clothed old man's existence because he was standing behind the ordinary clouds.
No, the gray-clad old man replied.
The gray-clad old man replied to the patriarch of the human devil clan. The nine-clawed divine dragon originated from his dragon energy. Dragon energy? The patriarch of the human devil clan was puzzled. Dragon energy is a unique energy in a dragon warrior's body. It's also the reason why a human can transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. A nine-clawed divine dragon has to infuse dragon energy into a human's body to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. A nine-clawed divine dragon can only infuse dragon energy into a human's body once in their lifetime. In terms of strength, the dragon energy that a nine-clawed divine dragon infuses into a human's body is even stronger than the ordinary celestial origin energy. Based on the situation earlier, it can even transform into a clone of the nine-clawed divine dragon at a critical moment to assist the human. After all, the dragon energy that a divine dragon infuses into a human's body doesn't have such a technique. However, based on my divine consciousness earlier, after the clone of the nine-clawed divine dragon dissipated, it no longer transformed into dragon energy and returned to Duan Lingtian's body. There's no more dragon energy in Duan Lingtian's body.
The gray-clad old man said.
There's no more dragon energy in Duan Lingtian's body? The patriarch of the human devil clan's eyes brightened when he heard the gray-clad old man's words. Does this mean he's no longer a dragon warrior from now on? That's right. The gray-clad old man confirmed the patriarch of the human devil clan's thoughts. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian. Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen were also looking at the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian. Excitement could be seen in their eyes. Duan Lingtian was about to become an eminent celestial. To them, this was undoubtedly a piece of great news. Although the human devils present on the scene were certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape from the patriarch of the human devil clan after he became an eminent celestial, they were not worried at all. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian very well. Duan Lingtian's strength was limited before he became an eminent celestial. Put everything else aside, Duan Lingtian had not used his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, after he had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Why did he not use it? It was unnecessary. Before a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage passed the heavenly tribulation, there was a limit to the amount of saint origin in his body. At that critical point, besides being able to increase the power of one's saint chi by perceiving the surrounding heavens and earth, auxiliary divine abilities would no longer have any effect.
Once a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial, his body would be able to produce celestial origin energy. Although assist-type divine abilities could not be used to increase one's saint origin, celestial origin energy could. Others might not know how terrifying Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was, but as people close to Duan Lingtian, they knew it very well. Once he becomes an eminent celestial, even the patriarch of the human devil clan won't be a match for him. Although Gan Yen liked to disagree with Duan Lingtian, she was convinced by Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. She knew it was a powerful assist-type divine ability that was superior to most assist-type divine abilities in the mundane realm. In terms of grade, it was comparable to the movement divine ability that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had mastered. The movement divine ability that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had mastered was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Yen were confident in Duan Lingtian, it did not mean those who cared about Duan Lingtian had the same confidence in him. Whether it was Huang Wenjing, Huang Qiling, or Peng Lai, as members of the Human Devil Clan, they knew how powerful the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan was. For this reason, they shared the same opinion as the other devils. Even if Duan Lingtian successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial, he would not be a match for the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. When he becomes an eminent celestial, Master will become an eminent celestial as well. At that time, I'll beg Master to spare his life. Since Master has become an eminent celestial, I'm sure Lord Patriarch will show him some respect. At this moment, Huang Wenjing thought to herself. She wanted to plead on Duan Lingtian's behalf. Although the appearance of the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan made her feel that her chances were slim, she still wanted to try. After all, this man was the only man she had ever met in her life who could move her heart. Chapter 23-21. Duan Lingtian. So what if you've successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial? You won't be able to escape death in front of Lord Patriarch. Huang Wenjing's eldest senior brother, Yun Fu Yi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, sneered disdainfully as he looked at the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian. In the face of the same situation, the two of them had completely different attitudes. Outside, everyone thought Duan Lingtian was going to die. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was immersed in the five-colored sunglow. He was in a peculiar state. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was completely enveloped by something. However, he did not feel restrained at all. Instead, he felt extremely comfortable as though he had returned to his mother's womb. The tension he had felt since he returned to the Debussy subterranean finally disappeared at this moment. At the same time, he could clearly feel that a brand new energy had appeared in his body. A new kind of power vaguely appeared in Yang Kai's body, and as soon as this power appeared, the vast Saint Qi in his body suddenly retreated, as if it had encountered a god of plague. Apart from that, this energy gave Duan Lingtian a sense of intimacy as though it was part of his body. This feeling was similar to the feeling he got from the Saint Qi in his body. This is the celestial origin energy? At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out what the energy in his body was. It must be the celestial origin energy that was born after he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian looked into his body and discovered a purer and denser energy had appeared in his body. Although this force had only just been born, and only a small portion of it was present, it was still suppressing Yang Kai's Saint Qi in an invisible manner. This was due to the difference in strength. However, with just a thought, Duan Lingtian merged his Saint origin with his celestial origin energy. After all, they're both forces that I can control like my own arms. I can control them with ease. While Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was still growing, it was really dangerous earlier. I was so close. Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the moment when the sun force that had transformed into the three-legged golden crow was crushed. At that time, he was so close to being killed by the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. At the critical moment, the dragon energy that rushed out of his body blocked the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. Following that, his spiritual energy also extracted the power from the one-eyed devil vulture's eye that was contained in the strange pupil, allowing it to fuse with the dragon energy and transform into a lifelike nine-clawed divine dragon. As soon as the dragon's tribulation lightning of the tribulation of the celestial ascension tribulation was destroyed. It was a complete and utter suppression. However, after the nine-clawed divine dragon appeared and dispersed the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation, it disappeared along with the dragon energy and the energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eyes. The dragon energy transformed into the nine-clawed divine dragon, and the energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eyes transformed into the nine-clawed divine dragon's eyes. It's as though it gave life to the nine-clawed divine dragon. It's because of this that the nine-clawed divine dragon was able to unleash such a powerful force. Duan Lingtian could still remember the situation clearly. The dragon energy and the energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eyes that left won't be able to return. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The dragon energy is the foundation of my transformation into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. The energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eyes is the foundation of my transformation into the strange pupil. In other words, from today onward, I'll lose the ability to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior and the strange pupil. This eye of mine seems to have returned to normal. It no longer has the ability of the strange pupil. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about this. He did not expect he would lose two of his abilities during the heavenly tribulation. Not only did he lose the ability to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, but he had also lost the strange pupil. However, there are gains and losses. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although he had lost these two abilities, he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and was about to become an eminent celestial. Moreover, if they didn't leave, I wouldn't have been able to pass the heavenly tribulation. I would have died. All in all, although there were gains and losses, the gains outweighed the losses. Forget it. I'll just let them be. In any case, I didn't lose out this time. Duan Lingtian was an open-minded person. Since he was certain the dragon energy and the strange pupil would not return, he did not waste any more time on this matter. Instead, he shifted his attention back to the celestial origin energy in his body. Now that I've developed the celestial origin energy in my body, this means I can use the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to increase my strength. As long as I become an eminent celestial, I won't have to fear any eminent celestials with the help of the elementary devouring tactic. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of confidence in his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered. However, the celestial origin energy is indeed above the At realms. Saint origin can't compare to it at all. Moreover, this is only a portion of my strength that has been converted into celestial origin energy. If all of my strength has been converted into celestial origin energy, how strong will my strength be? If all of my strength has been converted into celestial origin energy, I'm already a celestial, right? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in exploring the celestial origin energy in his body. However, apart from discovering how powerful the celestial origin energy was, he did not discover anything else. Gradually, Duan Lingtian stopped exploring the celestial origin energy. Instead, he recalled the scene when he was faced with the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. I remember when I used the supreme sword Tao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, to wield my sword. I vaguely felt something when I faced the pressure of the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. At that moment, I even had a strong feeling that the fourth realm of the sovereign heart sword, clear sword heart, was just a stone's throw away from me. It was within my reach. I don't know if I can still find that feeling now, and find what I vaguely captured back then. Duan Lingtian had long comprehended the third stage of the supreme sword Tao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. He only needed an opportunity to successfully comprehend the fourth stage, the brilliant sword Tao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. Previously, when he faced the pressure of the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, he seemed to have vaguely grasped the opportunity, but he did not have the time to grasp it. This was because he was in a life-or-death situation at that time. He did not have the time to grasp the opportunity to comprehend the fourth stage of the sovereign heart sword, the brilliant sword heart. Since I have nothing to do now,
I'll try again to see if I can find that opportunity again. If I can, my Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, will improve, and my overall strength will increase by leaps and bounds. The fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart, will grant me much more powerful sword techniques than the third stage, the Sword Dao mental cultivation method. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he no longer hesitated and began to comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Ling Tian completely lost track of time as he immersed himself in the Sovereign Heart Sword. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian only regained his senses when he felt the energy in his body suddenly surge. At the same time, he instinctively opened his eyes that were tightly shut. It's over? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the five-colored sunglow that shrouded him no longer helped him generate his celestial origin energy. The celestial origin energy in his body had perfectly merged with his saint origin and was now a part of his body. He could use it to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to generate his celestial origin energy at any time. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered the five-colored sunglow no longer shrouded him, allowing him to move his limbs freely. This is... When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and discovered he had regained control of his limbs, boom! Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Ling Tian and the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, suddenly expanded. Then they seemed to have transformed into two five-colored pillars that supported the sky, and shot straight to the sky. It was so majestic that it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. That's, at this moment, not only the people in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, but even the people outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate and the people in the Human Devil Saint City could clearly see the two five-colored pillars that shot up into the sky from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Two five-colored light pillars shot up into the sky, reaching the sky above and the ground below. The five-colored light continued to expand, giving people a strong visual impact. This seems like a scene that would only appear when an eminent celestial is born. There was no lack of knowledgeable people in the Human Devil Saint City. They quickly confirmed the meaning of the two five-colored pillars of light. The birth of an eminent celestial. Isn't there only one pillar of five-colored sunglow? Why are there two pillars? Moreover, both of them shot up into the sky from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Don't tell me there are two eminent celestials in the Wandering Saint Palace? Two eminent celestials? How's that possible? But how do you explain the two pillars of five-colored sunglow? Apart from the palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace and Great Spirit Palace, there were 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan. Chapter 23-22. The 7 leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls were already panicking when they learned that Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was about to become an eminent celestial. They did not expect that a few days later, 2 pillars of 5-colored light would rise from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate and shoot into the sky. Naturally, they knew what this meant. There were 2 people who had become eminent celestials in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Could it be that Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, has also attracted the celestial ascension tribulation and passed it successfully? They could not help but think to themselves. In the end, they could no longer suppress their curiosity. They left their respective forces and flew toward the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Lord Palace Master. Lord Hall Master. The arrival of the leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls naturally attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials of the 1 palace and 6 halls. Vice Hall Master Gong Sun, what's going on? Isn't Palace Master Yuan the only one undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation? Why would the heaven and earth phenomenon of 2 eminent celestials appear? The Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Gong Sun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall. Lord Hall Master, shouldn't we wait until you've spoken to Lord Clan Leader first? Gong Sun Jin asked the Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall as he looked in the direction of the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Lord Patriarch. The Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall was shocked when he heard Gong Sun Jin's words. He followed Gong Sun Jin's gaze and saw the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan in an inconspicuous corner. Lord Patriarch. At this moment,
the Azure Cloud Hallmaster no longer cared about the heaven and earth phenomenon of the birth of two eminent celestials. He immediately flew toward the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan and bowed respectfully. Lord Patriarch. The leaders of the 1 palace and 5 halls were shocked when they heard the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan was here. They quickly followed behind the Hallmaster of Azure Sheen Hall and bowed to the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan.
Yes.
The Patriarch of the Human Devil clan glanced at the leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls, then ignored them. When his gaze shifted back to one of the 5 colored light pillars that shot up into the sky in the distance, he was no longer indifferent. Instead, it was replaced by a cold light that was as sharp as a blade. Who is the person who became an eminent celestial in this 5-colored light pillar? Why is Lord Patriarch so hostile towards him? The leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls returned to their subordinates with doubts. Soon after, they learned from their subordinates who the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan was hostile to. He was the young mansion master of the human force, Azure Cloud Mansion, Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian? The young mansion master of a human force, Azure Cloud Mansion? He has also become an eminent celestial? When Palace Master Yuan attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he took advantage of the situation and attracted his own Celestial Ascension Tribulation as well. In the history of our demon race, it seems that no one has ever succeeded in transcending the tribulation under such circumstances, right? This Duanling Tian actually broke the history of our demon race. After learning about this matter, the leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls who had just arrived were shocked. Why didn't you inform me? Following that, they began to interrogate the people below. Lord Palace Master, initially, I thought it was impossible for Duanling Tian to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, so there was no need for me to inform you about this. I didn't expect him to have so many tricks up his sleeve and successfully pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation at the last minute. Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace, said to the Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace with a wry smile on his face. The other Vice Palace Masters of the other 6 halls also said the same thing to their respective Palace Masters. Forget it. It's a good thing we made it in time. Otherwise, we would have missed a good show. The leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls did not make things difficult for their subordinates. Soon after, their gazes shifted to the light pillar formed by the 5-colored sunglow that shrouded Duanling Tian just like everyone else present on the scene. Even if Duanling Tian has become an eminent celestial, he's still not a match for Lord Patriarch. The leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls who had just arrived felt the same way. Once the 5-colored light disappeared, Duanling Tian would definitely die. The 5-colored light is announcing the birth of an eminent celestial to the people in the surroundings. Duanling Tian was not surprised by the sudden change in the 5-colored light. After all, he had learned about the Celestial Ascension Tribulation before, so he knew this would happen after one had passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The 5-colored light won't last for long. Once it disappears, the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan will definitely attack me. Duanling Tian was well aware of this. For a moment, his expression became extremely solemn. Since the 5-colored light is still here and the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan doesn't dare to attack, I'll cast the Assist-type Divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, to strengthen the Celestial Origin energy in my body. As soon as Duanling Tian thought to himself, he made his move. Elementary Devouring Tactic. As soon as Duanling Tian cast the Assist-type Divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, a whirlpool appeared in front of him. In the void, with his body as the center, a rapidly twisting vortex appeared, extending a powerful suction force in all directions. During this process, the 5-colored light pillar that enveloped him was not affected in the slightest. However, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this area was being continuously sucked in by the rapidly twisting whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings at an alarming rate. What a fast devouring speed! At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Duanling Tian's divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, had increased his speed of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy. In just a blink of an eye, he had devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the vicinity of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Following that, Duanling Tian discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. After devouring all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the vicinity of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian's speed of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was still the same. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate had been devoured by Duan Lingtian. It's as though there's no distance restriction. When Duan Lingtian discovered this, he could not help but feel shocked. In the past, when he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, he could only devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings for half a breath. It would take him a long time to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. At that time, he preferred to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in one place before moving to another place. However, now, he had devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate in half a breath. Moreover, the speed of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy is not affected by the distance. Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. After devouring all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, did not slow down in the slightest. Something's not right. It seems like the speed of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy has increased. It seems like my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, has become more powerful after the celestial origin energy in my body has been strengthened. After a breath, Duan Lingtian discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was not affected at all. Not only did the elementary devouring technique not slow down, it even sped up the rate at which it absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy. All of this was due to the celestial origin energy in his body. The stronger his celestial origin energy was, the more powerful the elementary devouring tactic would become. The stronger the elementary devouring tactic was, the more heaven and earth spirit energy he could devour. Moreover, the faster the elementary devouring tactic was, the stronger his celestial origin energy would become. It was a virtuous cycle. It seems like the elementary devouring tactic has reached its limit. After Duan Lingtian finished devouring all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, the elementary devouring tactic finally stopped. Naturally, it was only the elementary devouring tactic that had reached its limit. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had not reached its limit. There was still a lot of room for improvement. However, since the elementary devouring tactic had reached its limit, it could no longer be improved. However, with the celestial origin energy in my body, it should be more than enough to deal with the patriarch of the human devil clan. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence when he looked at the celestial origin energy in his body. Previously, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was like a small stream. However, now that Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was like a huge river, it was like a huge river. They could not be compared at all. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths, my elementary devouring tactic has reached its limit in devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, this is only because I haven't fully unleashed my heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil holy city. If I had unleashed my heaven and earth spirit energy, I would have been able to reach the limit of the elementary devouring technique in just 2 breaths. When Duan Lingtian sensed the vast celestial origin energy in his body, he felt as though his entire body was filled with explosive energy. It was as though he could tear apart the void and destroy everything with just a wave of his hand. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly become so thin? After Duan Lingtian devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who were present on the scene discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy had become extremely thin. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? It seems like the heaven and earth spirit energy has completely disappeared. Although it has recovered, it's very slow. How can one cultivate with such thin heaven and earth spirit energy? What's going on? Chapter 23-23. The human devil saint city occupied a huge area. Currently, all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city had been devoured by Duan Lingtian. The heaven and earth spirit chi in such a huge city had been swallowed up, which naturally caused a great sensation in the holy city of humans and demons. Especially those who had been in seclusion cultivation, the impact on them was the greatest.
Many people who were about to have a breakthrough in their cultivation base were interrupted. They did not know when they would be able to find another opportunity to break through again. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of the commotion he had caused in the Human Devil Saint City when he cast the elementary devouring tactic on the people in the Human Devil Saint City. Of course, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't feel anything, let alone feel guilty. After all, everyone in the Human Devil Saint City was a human devil. They belonged to the devil clans. They were the natural enemies of humans. Wait a minute. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, Duanling Tian frowned as he thought of something when the five-colored sunglow was about to disappear. Logically speaking, even if I devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City, it shouldn't be able to raise my celestial origin energy to this extent. After all, this is the Wuxia subterranean and not the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The celestial origin energy was a force that was superior to all the other forces in the mundane realms. Logically speaking, it should not be enough to raise his celestial origin energy to this extent in the Wuxia subterranean. After all, the celestial origin energy was akin to transforming a small stream into a large river. Could it be? At this critical moment, Duanling Tian suddenly thought of something. He extended his divine consciousness at lightning speed to the center of the Human Devil Saint City. It was as though he had just recalled something. He quickly extended his divine consciousness to the center of the Human Devil Saint City at lightning speed. As expected. Soon after, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he realized what he had thought was true. I actually devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Stone Reserve that belonged to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a huge Saint Stone mine. But now, it has turned into a pile of useless rocks. Duanling Tian finally understood why the celestial origin energy was so strong. He had only devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City, but it had raised his celestial origin energy to such an extent. As it turned out, when he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City, he had also devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Stone Reserve underground. That Saint Stone Reserve originally belonged to our Azure Cloud Mansion. In the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, only the Saint Stone Reserve in the Mountain Shade Black Market is comparable to it. However, I've only cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and I've completely devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy that had been accumulated in it for many years. Duanling Tian Saint Stone Reserve's heaven and earth Saint cities. When Duanling Tian thought of this, he finally understood why his celestial origin energy had increased so much. As it turned out, not only had he devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City, but he had also devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Stone Reserve underground. What's going on? What's going on? Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly become so thin? Could it be because of the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the birth of an eminent celestial? No. I've never heard of a heaven and earth phenomenon that would cause the heaven and earth spirit energy to become so thin. Perhaps the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the birth of two eminent celestials caused the heaven and earth spirit energy to become so thin? After all, the birth of two eminent celestials at the same time is something that has never happened in the history of the devil clans. If that's the case, we can be considered to have witnessed history. That must be the reason. Many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls discussed among themselves as they watched the 2 pillars of 5-colored sunglow that shrouded Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochen. At this moment, they discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air had become very thin. Is he casting an assist-type divine ability? Of course, there were still many people who were staring at the gradually fading 5-colored sunglow light pillar that shrouded Duanling Tian. Earlier, they could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the 5-colored sunglow. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was surging into the pillar of 5-colored sunglow at an extremely fast speed. These people were led by the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, could also vaguely sense this. It seems like he knew I'd make a move after the 5-colored sunglow disappeared, so he prepared in advance. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan sneered. The others had similar thoughts as well. So what if he prepared in advance? He won't be able to escape death in the end. Even if Lord Patriarch gives him 10 to 15 days to prepare, he still won't be able to survive.
The leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls sneered as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, as if 2 gusts of wind had blown past, the 2 5-colored light pillars that soared into the sky gradually faded before finally disappearing completely. After the 2 pillars of 5-colored sunglow disappeared, 2 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. They were none other than Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duanling Tian. As soon as the 5-colored sunglow disappeared, Yuan Haochen looked at Duanling Tian fiercely. At the same time, his celestial origin energy and saint origin surged out of his body. It was as though he had transformed into a primordial beast that was about to devour Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian ignored Yuan Haochen's fierce gaze. He did not even look at Yuan Haochen. After the 5-colored sunglow disappeared, Duanling Tian turned to look at the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Duanling Tian, you prepared in advance by casting an assist-type divine ability to increase your strength. Do you think you'll be able to defeat me after casting an assist-type divine ability? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan asked with a sneer as he stared at Duanling Tian fiercely. Previously, when he found out Duanling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he was slightly fearful of Duanling Tian, who had become an eminent celestial. However, now that he knew Duanling Tian would not be able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he no longer had any qualms. Assist-type divine ability? Did he not have one? Defeat you. Duanling Tian smiled indifferently when he heard the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's question. Then, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! It was accompanied by a short-lived ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air. As soon as Duanling Tian made a grabbing motion in the air, a wave of energy that emitted a terrifying aura swept out. It was as fast as lightning. Before the patriarch of the Human Devil clan could react, Duanling Tian had already grabbed a person and dragged him in front of him. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan only regained his senses when the person Duanling Tian had dragged him in front of him. His expression changed drastically. This, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, also regained his senses. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. From the beginning until the end, he did not even see how Duanling Tian had moved. In just a blink of an eye, Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had been captured by Duanling Tian. It was as though an eagle had captured a chick. After the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and Yuan Haochen regained their senses, the others began to regain their senses as well. Swoosh! 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 When they saw Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, kneeling in front of Duanling Tian and struggling to get up, their expressions changed immediately. Fear and disbelief could be seen on their faces. Most of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. Naturally, Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was in the worst mood among all the people present on the scene. Earlier, when Duanling Tian made a grabbing motion in the air, Shi Feng did not even have time to react before he discovered an invincible force had shrouded him. It suppressed his saint origin and dragged him away. Throughout the entire process, he did not even have the strength to fight back. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had been brought to another place. Moreover, he was forced to kneel on the ground by the invincible force. The person standing in front of him was Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, whom he wished he could kill as soon as possible. Shi Nanfeng's eyes widened in anger. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to stand up. However, he discovered he could not mobilize his saint origin at all under the suppression of the invincible force. How's this possible? No matter how powerful an eminent celestial is, it's impossible for him to suppress me like this. At this moment, other than shock, there was only fear in Shi Nanfeng's heart. He was terrified of Duanling Tian's current strength. After Duanling Tian became an eminent celestial, his strength was far beyond that of an eminent celestial. What's going on? Is that really Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace? Heavens! Duanling Tian is so powerful. Is this the strength of an eminent celestial? Impossible! Although eminent celestials are powerful, they're not this powerful. Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who has comprehended heaven and earth to the limit.
No matter how powerful an eminent celestial is, it's impossible for them to humiliate him like this. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls discussed among themselves. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Ling Tian was the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the 9 strongest forces in the human devil clan. Chapter 23-24. If the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed such a ridiculous thing would happen even if they were beaten to death. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was kneeling in front of a human. He was as docile as a dog. Most importantly, this human was the son of his enemy. He wanted nothing more than to kill him as soon as possible. Lord Palace Master. The high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace, led by Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, felt humiliated when they saw their palace master, Shi Nanfeng, kneeling in front of Duan Ling Tian. After all, the person kneeling in front of the human was the soul of Great Spirit Palace. He was the leader of Great Spirit Palace. At this moment, they could see that Duan Ling Tian was not willing to kneel in front of them. It wasn't that their palace lord wanted to kneel in front of that human, but that human forced their palace lord to kneel, causing their palace lord to be unable to get up. Lord Patriarch, please uphold justice for our Lord Palace Master. Xing Yuanba quickly shifted his gaze to the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan and kneeled in front of him. Lord Patriarch, please uphold justice for our Lord Palace Master. The other high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace followed Xing Yuanba and kneeled in front of the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. They wanted the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan to uphold justice for their Palace Master. The Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan could not help but frown when he saw the high-ranking officials of the Great Spirit Palace acting in such a manner. However, the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan did not act rashly and attack Duan Ling Tian. Even I wouldn't be able to force Shi Nanfeng to kneel in front of me. After Duan Ling Tian became an eminent celestial and cast his assist-type divine ability, he became so strong? At this time, the Patriarch's heart was set off waves of tempestuous waves. Master might be able to force Shi Nanfeng to do this, but he's a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. He's stronger than eminent celestials. The moment the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan thought to himself, based on the current situation, does this mean that Duan Ling Tian, who has just become an eminent celestial, possess strength comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial after casting his assist-type divine ability? When the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan thought of this, he could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately contacted the gray-clad old man who was hidden in the clouds. This gray-clad old man was his master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Very few people know that. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage reacted in time and was lucky enough to escape from the Celestial Ascension tribulation, he could escape using the cicada shedding technique. He had mastered the soul detaching technique when he had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When he was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the soul detaching technique would be as easy as controlling an arm. For this reason, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had failed the heavenly tribulation, might not necessarily die. It was also possible for a powerhouse to escape using the soul detaching technique and live independently in heaven and earth. Naturally, the soul of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had failed the heavenly tribulation, might be able to escape, but heaven and earth would place a mark on his soul, so he would not be able to possess another's body. Heaven and earth had other rules to restrict this type of soul. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had failed the heavenly tribulation, managed to escape, he would only be able to exist in the form of a soul. Moreover, his strength would be reduced to the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 1,000 years after failing the heavenly tribulation, heaven and earth would send the first bodiless celestial tribulation to the soul of a powerhouse who had failed the heavenly tribulation 1,000 years ago. If one's soul managed to pass the heavenly tribulation, one would possess the body of a 1-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 1-tribulation bodiless celestial's strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Most importantly, a 1-tribulation bodiless celestial could cultivate as well. 1,000 years after becoming a 1-tribulation bodiless celestial, heaven and earth would send the second bodiless celestial tribulation. The second bodiless celestial tribulation was much more powerful than the first bodiless celestial tribulation. If one failed the bodiless celestial tribulation, one's soul would be destroyed. If one succeeded, one would become a two-tribulation bodiless celestial. A two-tribulation bodiless celestial strength was comparable to an eminent celestial. After another 1,000 years, the third bodiless celestial tribulation would come. If one succeeded, one would become a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. A three-tribulation bodiless celestial was stronger than an eminent celestial. In fact, they were comparable to some low-level celestials in the Devata realms. Such an existence would naturally be an extremely terrifying existence in the mundane plane. The patriarch of the human devil clan's master, the gray-clad old man, was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Master. However, when the patriarch of the human devil clan tried to contact his master, he discovered that his master did not respond. Although his master was still there, he seemed to be in a daze at this moment. He did not know what his master was thinking, but he had ignored his master's voice transmission. The patriarch of the human devil clan could only worry about this. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were shocked when they saw Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, kneeling in front of Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, there were a few people who were overjoyed. Brother Tian. When Ku saw Duanling Tian had successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation and became an eminent celestial, a bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. 2 streams of tears of joy rolled down her cheeks. Her man had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial. At this moment, Ku Er's heart that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed. Father is so amazing. Duan Xiling's eyes shone brightly when she saw Duanling Tian forcing Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, to kneel in front of him. She was more excited than anyone else. His strength has actually reached such a level. Although Ganru Yen knew Duanling Tian would be able to turn the situation around after he became an eminent celestial, she did not expect Duanling Tian would be able to turn the situation around. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth to its limit. Such an existence was actually suppressed by Duanling Tian to the point of not being able to fight back at all. Was this not too much? Master Peng Lai, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded by the scene before him. Although he knew Duanling Tian was about to become an eminent celestial, he did not think his master would be able to escape from the patriarch of the human devil clan. As a member of the human devil clan, in his opinion, the patriarch of the human devil clan was invincible. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian to be so strong. When his master had become an eminent celestial, he had only waved his hand and captured Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, in front of him. He had forced Shi Feng to kneel on the ground and was unable to get up for a long time. As an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, he knew very well how strong Shi Feng was. Even if Lord Patriarch personally made a move, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to suppress Shi Feng to this extent. How did Master do it? At this moment, Peng Lai's heart was filled with shock. Although he had always hoped that his master would be able to create one miracle after another, turning danger into safety and allowing him to survive. However, he had never thought that such an exaggerated miracle would appear. This was completely beyond the scope of his understanding. Huang Wenjing's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she looked at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance. Of course, on her frosty face, there was also an expression of shock that was difficult to conceal. After all, when Duanling Tian and her master Yuan Haochen had appeared, she had already sent a voice transmission to her master to plead with the patriarch of the human devil clan to save Duanling Tian's life. Although she felt her chances were slim, she still decided to give it a try. However, before she could even open her mouth, Duanling Tian had already made his move without warning. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, he grabbed Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, like an eagle catching a chick. He forced Shi Feng to kneel on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He was toying with Shi Feng. At this moment, Huang Wenjing's emotions were complicated. She was shocked by Duanling Tian's strength, but at the same time, she was excited about Duanling Tian's strength. Based on Lord Patriarch's reaction, it seems like he's afraid of him. It seems like he's going to pass this test. Huang Wenjing observed the patriarch of the human devil clan and quickly noticed the grave expression on the patriarch of the human devil clan's face. Moreover, the patriarch of the human devil clan did not make a move for a long time. He even watched as Shi Nanfeng was suppressed without saying a word. It was not difficult for her to figure out what was going on. Shi Nanfeng, palace master of the Great Spirit Palace. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, who was kneeling in front of him and struggling with all his might. I heard that you have enmity with my Azure Cloud Mansion? Moreover, did you come to the Wandering Saint Palace to kill me? However, Shi Nanfeng didn't pay attention to Duan Lingtian's reply, and he continued struggling on the spot. Humph! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and he snorted. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Shi Nanfeng's body suddenly trembled and then stiffened. His eyes were wide open as he fell straight down from the sky. During this process, Shi Nanfeng's storage ring was also pulled away from his hand by an invisible force and into Duan Lingtian's hand. Boom! The sound of Duan Lingtian's corpse falling to the ground rang in the air. It was particularly loud and ear-piercing in the air. Chapter 23-25. The group of people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls could only watch as Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, breathed his last and died with their eyes wide open. However, none of them saw how Shi Nanfeng died. Even the patriarch of the human devil clan did not see how Shi Nanfeng died. However, there was one thing they were certain of. They were certain Shi Nanfeng was killed by Duan Lingtian, Lord Palace Master. The high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace, led by Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, were filled with grief and indignation when they saw their palace master being killed. Some of them looked at Shi Nanfeng's corpse with a sorrowful expression, while others glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. However, the high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace who were glaring at Duan Lingtian could only vent their anger by glaring at Duan Lingtian's corpse. What else could they do other than that? They could not possibly charge forward and confront Duan Lingtian. Although they were enraged, they had not lost their last shred of rationality. He killed him just like that? The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls looked at Duan Lingtian in horror after they regained their senses. They were terrified of this human powerhouse who had killed Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, with just a wave of his hand. After all, the patriarch of the human devil clan was present as well. However, Duan Lingtian had completely disregarded the patriarch of the human devil clan and killed Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, with just a wave of his hand. Naturally, most of them had also realized that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed, he was not inferior to the patriarch of the human devil clan. In fact, he might even be stronger. Moreover, the patriarch of the human devil clan had also realized this. Otherwise, why would he not make a move against Duan Lingtian and watch as Duan Lingtian killed the powerhouses of the human devil clan? How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Yunfu Yi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was standing next to Huang Wenjing, looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Until now, he still couldn't believe that everything in front of him was real. Patriarch Yang. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice rang out. It was exceptionally loud and clear in this silent atmosphere. The person who spoke was none other than the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian, who had just killed Shi Nanfeng and taken his spatial ring. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was looking at the patriarch of the human devil clan. The patriarch of the human devil clan was called Xianxia. 4 years ago, when Duan Lingtian had just arrived in the human devil saint city, he had heard about the patriarch of the human devil clan more than once. Therefore, he knew the name of the patriarch of the human devil clan. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian looked at the patriarch of the human devil clan, Yang Zhenxing, and said indifferently, Patriarch Yang, earlier, you asked me if I thought I'd be able to defeat you after I cast my assist-type divine ability. Patriarch Yang, I'm not mistaken, right? Didn't you ask that question earlier? A hint of mockery could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he studied Yang Zhenxing from head to toe. Yang Zhenxing felt a burning sensation on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to slap him in the face. However, he did not make a sound or reply to Duan Lingtian. He merely snorted inwardly. It seems like you're not denying that you asked that question, Patriarch Yang. When Duan Lingtian saw no response from Yang Zhenxing, he suddenly smiled. His smile was as bright as the rising sun. However, in just a blink of an eye, the sun disappeared without a trace. In just a blink of an eye, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. Now, I'll give you an answer, Patriarch Yang. I really thought I'd be able to defeat you with my current strength. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His indifferent voice was no longer indifferent. Instead, it was replaced by an extremely cold voice that gave others the feeling as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. I really thought I'd be able to defeat you with my current strength. Duan Lingtian's cold words reverberated in the ears of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls like a clap of thunder, causing their expressions to change drastically. Provocation. Blatant provocation. At this moment, everyone from the 3 palaces and 6 halls could hear the provocation in Duan Lingtian's words. In the next moment, Lord Patriarch, kill him. How dare he blaspheme and provoke Lord Patriarch? He's seeking death. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people began to clamor. At the same time, they looked at Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, expectantly. They were eager to see the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan kill Duan Lingtian. Most of these people were disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. As for the high-ranking officials from the Wandering Saint Palace and the 3 palaces and 6 halls, although they were also infuriated by Duan Lingtian's provocation, they did not say anything. This was because they could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. They knew Duan Lingtian's current strength was even stronger than the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. Only the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace with a lower cultivation base and poor judgment thought their patriarch of the Human Devil Clan was invincible. Duan Lingtian, don't be too arrogant. Finally, Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, could not help but speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice was like a great bell, shaking the eardrums of many people present and causing them to feel a piercing pain. Moreover, this voice that was like a great bell also contained monstrous fury. Arrogant. Duan Lingtian chuckled when he heard Yang Zhenxing's words. A hint of coldness could be seen on his face. Patriarch Yang, I'm going to be arrogant today. What are you going to do about it? Why don't we fight right now? Let me see how strong you are as the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Yang Zhenxing. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with battle intent that reeked of gunpowder. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly put Yang Zhenxing in the spotlight. Duan Lingtian. Yang Zhenxing's expression changed drastically as he glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Don't think you're invincible just because you have some strength. Do you really think no one in this world can defeat you? Do you really think no one can defeat you today? The disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace could not help but feel disappointed when they saw Yang Zhenxing had no intention of making a move despite his angry words. Some of the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace could vaguely sense that the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan was confident in his strength. It was likely that the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan was not confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he not make a move until now? Haha, Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Yang Zhenxing's words. Patriarch Yang, I, Duan Lingtian, did not say that no one in this world can defeat me. However, I'm curious. Who do you think will be able to defeat me today? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed as though it could pierce through the clouds in the sky and lock onto the figure hidden in the clouds. Who is it? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, everyone, including Kerr, Duan Lingtian, and Ganru Yen, raised their heads in unison and looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's gaze. There's someone else there? Who is it? Based on Duan Lingtian's words, that person is at least an eminent celestial. Isn't there only one eminent celestial in the Human Devil Clan? No, there are 2 eminent celestials today. Don't tell me there's a 3rd eminent celestial in the Human Devil Clan? When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at the sky, they could not help but discuss among themselves. Why you discovered it. Yang Zhenxing's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would discover his discovery.
He did not expect Duan Lingtian to discover his master who was hiding in the clouds.
What? Are you planning to continue hiding?
Duan Lingtian could not help but sneer when he saw it was still calm behind the clouds. He immediately said ruthlessly, "Don't worry." He sneered and said, "I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't show yourself within 3 breaths, I'll personally invite you down here." When Duan Lingtian spoke, he emphasized the word please in a particular way. In fact, Duan Lingtian had vaguely sensed 2 pairs of eyes staring at him even before he began to overcome the heavenly tribulation. However, he did not discover them, so he thought he was hallucinating. Later on, Xianxia, the patriarch of the human devil clan, had descended from the sky. After he had successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that someone was watching him. At that time, he had guessed that there was someone hiding in the dark, spying on him. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had been observing Yang Zhenxing for a while. He had discovered that Yang Zhenxing would occasionally look at the clouds in the sky. Although it was only for a moment, Duan Lingtian, who was very observant, still noticed it. If Duan Lingtian still could not be certain that someone was hiding behind the cloud and mist, then his reaction would really be too slow. "How dare you!" Yang Zhenxing's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He growled in a low voice. As soon as Yang Zhenxing growled, a voice rang in the air. "Good. Very good." An aged voice was transmitted from the horizon, and it was filled with anger. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a gray cloud descended from the sky. Chapter 23-26. The gray-clad old man had white hair and eyebrows. His face was wrinkled, and he held an old walking stick in his hand. He looked extremely ordinary. However, based on the way the old man appeared, it seemed as though he was telling the people in the surroundings that he was not ordinary. It was impossible for him to be an ordinary person. The group of people was still trying to figure out the gray-clad old man's identity when a respectful voice rang in the air. "Master!" At the same time, it shocked everyone, including Duan Lingtian, so much so that they shifted their gazes in unison. At this moment, they shifted their attention from the gray-clad old man to the person who addressed the gray-clad old man as master. This old man is the master of Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow in surprise when he saw Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, bowing respectfully to the gray-clad old man. He did not expect the old man to be so mysterious. The person hiding in the dark was actually the master of Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan. The master of the patriarch of the human devil clan? Kerr, Duan Xiling, and Ganru Yen had a hint of dread in their eyes when they learned the gray-clad old man's identity. The patriarch of the human devil clan was already an eminent celestial. How powerful was his master? "Don't tell me!" All of a sudden, Ganru Yen seemed to have recalled something as her eyes narrowed. However, she quickly shook her head and thought to herself, "That's impossible. Shouldn't someone at that level be waiting for the heavenly tribulation that occurs once every 1,000 years? Lord Patriarch. At the same time, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls discovered the gray-clad old man was none other than Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan. All of a sudden, all of them turned pale with fright. I remember very clearly that the Lord Patriarch only had a single master, and his master had already failed to overcome the tribulation over 3,000 years ago. An elder from the Azure Sheen Hall muttered. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was exceptionally loud in the current deathly silent atmosphere. Lord Patriarch's teacher? Isn't Lord Patriarch's master the famous powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Liao Nai Jiang? I've also heard of Lord Clan Leader's master. But, didn't he fail his tribulation over 3,000 years ago? How could he appear here at this time? I don't know. What's going on? Perhaps it's another master of Lord Patriarch. We just don't know. After that Azure Cloud Hall elder spoke, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls began to discuss spiritedly. Only the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, looked at the gray-clad old man with fear in their eyes. As the core figures of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, They knew far more than ordinary people.
Greetings, Senior Liao. In the end, Yuan Haochen, an eminent celestial, was the first to regain his senses.
He bowed respectfully at the gray-clad old man.
Greetings, Senior Liao.
The other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls and Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, also bowed respectfully at the gray-clad old man.
Their voices were filled with reverence. This gray-clad old man was not an ordinary person.
He was a powerhouse who was even stronger than an eminent celestial.
Based on the time, since Senior Liao is still alive, he must be a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it won't be long before he undergoes his 4th bodiless celestial tribulation, right?
Yuan Haochen thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly.
The appearance of a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial gave him hope. As for this hope, it was, naturally, the hope to kill Duanling Tian. Bodiless celestial. 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's a powerhouse who's even stronger than an eminent celestial. I can't believe there's a bodiless celestial in the human devil clan. Moreover, he's the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan. The 7 leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls and Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, were shocked as well. Although they were aware of the existence of bodiless celestials were usually focused on the heavenly tribulations that occurred once every 1,000 years. For this reason, they had buried the existence of bodiless celestials in the depths of their hearts like a dusty memory. However, now that they saw the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, these dusty memories surfaced in their minds again. It's been more than 3,000 years, and the world has changed. I'm surprised all of you still remember me. The gray-clad old man nodded at Yuan Haochen. As soon as he spoke, he confirmed Yuan Haochen's and the other's suspicions and revealed his identity. It's been more than 3,000 years, and the world has changed? He seems to be talking to Palace Master Yuan and the others. I'm surprised they still remember him. Earlier, Palace Master Yuan and the others addressed him as Senior Liao. His surname is Liao, and he's Lord Patriarch's master. Don't tell me this gray-clad old man is Liao Naijiang, the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago? Didn't he fail the heavenly tribulation? Why is he here?
I don't know.
The other people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were also dumbfounded. They could not understand at all. Why would a person who had failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago appear here? In their minds, this was a bodiless celestial. Failure to pass the heavenly tribulation meant death. He's really a bodiless celestial. At this moment, Gan Ruyan's heart trembled violently, and her expression changed drastically. The thing she did not want to see the most had happened. Bodiless celestial. There was actually a bodiless celestial in the human devil clan. It's one thing if he's only a 1 or 2 tribulation bodiless celestial, since his strength is only comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or an eminent celestial. However, the patriarch of the human devil clan's master failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago. Since he failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago, the patriarch of the human devil clan's master should be a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial now. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial. Will he be able to handle it? Gan Ruyan no longer had confidence in Duanling Tian when she looked at Duanling Tian again. She doubted Duanling Tian would be able to handle a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, she did not think Duanling Tian was a match for a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, Duanling Tian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was extraordinary. After all, the strength of a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was above that of an eminent celestial. It was a strength that transcended the mundane realm. Unlike Gan Ruyan, Kerr and Duan Xiling were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials, just like most people in the 3 palaces and 6 halls. For this reason, although they were wary of the gray-clad old man's master, they did not think Duanling Tian would be a match for the gray-clad old man. Someone who failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago? When Duanling Tian heard the discussion among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, he could not help but frown as he looked at the gray-clad old man.
How could someone who failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago appear here? Like most people present on the scene, Duan Lingtian was also unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials. Human boy. The gray-clad old man, Liao Nai Jiang, the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, his originally cloudy eyes emitted a frightening cold light that seemed as if it was choosing a person to swallow, and it gave Duan Lingtian the feeling as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. As an eminent celestial, you're able to raise your strength to the level of a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial by relying on assist-type divine abilities. You should be proud of yourself. Liao Nai Jiang said indifferently. 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? Upon hearing Liao Nai Jiang's words, the reactions of the people present on the scene were divided into 2 groups. One group, including Duan Lingtian, was confused. What's a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? The other group was the patriarch of the human devil clan and the others who knew about bodiless celestials. When they heard Liao Nai Jiang's words, they were shocked again. Duan Lingtian's current strength is comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? After all, eminent celestials represented the peak strength in the mundane realm. 3-tribulation bodiless celestials, on the other hand, represented strength that surpassed the mundane realm. Although the two were only one step apart, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian, who had just become an eminent celestial, possessed strength comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial after he cast his assist-type divine ability? Perhaps, this was only a temporary increase in strength, but it was still shocking. What's a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face as he looked at Liao Nai Jiang. You don't know about 3-tribulation bodiless celestials? Liao Nai Jiang was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he sneered. However, that's not important. I'll show you the true strength of a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as Liao Nai Jiang finished speaking, boom, 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 boom. An earth-shattering sound rang in the air when Liao Nai Jiang unleashed an invincible energy that caused the surrounding space to distort and distort as though it would be torn apart at any moment. Chapter 23-27. As a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, Liao Nai Jiang was much stronger than eminent celestials. At this moment, the energy in his body swept out like numerous furious dragons roaring out. They struck the void, causing circles of folded and distorted ripples to appear in the void. It was as though the void was about to be torn apart. What a powerful energy! As soon as Liao Nai Jiang's energy swept out, Duan Lingtian could feel how powerful Liao Nai Jiang's energy was. His current strength is not something an eminent celestial can compare to. Is this the strength of a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Therefore, he did not know much about it. However, when he sensed the energy surging out of Liao Nai Jiang's body, he realized how powerful a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial was. This kind of power, once it's unleashed, it's much more powerful than the one-time killing formations left behind by the 3 eminent devils in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to Elder Hua, the power unleashed by the one-time killing formation is already at the peak of power in the mundane realm. In other words, Liao Nai Jiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, is stronger than the mundane realm. The strength of the celestials in the mundane realms is comparable to the strength of the celestials in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn when he thought about this. As it turned out, even though he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to boost his celestial origin energy, he was not invincible in the mundane realm. There were also people in the mundane realm who were stronger than the mundane realm. What's a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? How can he be so strong? Duan Lingtian grew more and more curious about this 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The energy surging out of Liao Nai Jiang's body caused the void to ripple as though it would be torn apart at any moment. This is... The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were all dumbfounded. Most of them had looks of shock and disbelief on their faces. When had they ever seen such an exaggerated scene? It feels like space is about to collapse. What kind of power is this? Is this the strength of a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial?
What on earth is a three-tribulation individual immortal?
I don't know.
At this moment, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were shocked by Liao Naizhong's strength. At the same time, they were curious about what a three-tribulation bodiless celestial was. Based on the current situation, 3-tribulation bodiless celestials were much stronger than the eminent celestials in the mundane realms. Vice Palace Master Xing. You know about 3-tribulation bodiless celestials? A Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace asked bluntly as he looked at Xing Yuanba, who was also a Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. His eyes were filled with curiosity. The reason he asked Xing Yuanba this question was because he discovered that Xing Yuanba's eyes were filled with respect. From the beginning until the end, Xing Yuanba only looked at the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan respectfully. He did not seem curious at all. It was obvious he already knew what a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial was. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace spoke, the high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace turned to look at Xing Yuanba in unison. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as well. 3-tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials. Their strength far surpasses eminent celestials. Faced with the curious gazes of the Great Spirit Palace's upper echelons, Xing Yuanba had no choice but to reply with a grave expression. His tone was filled with respect for 3-tribulation bodiless celestials. Vice Palace Master Xing. How are 3-tribulation bodiless celestials born? After a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial, won't he be attracted by the celestial ascension force and ascend to a higher realm? Another Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. That's right. Don't tell me there are eminent celestials who can avoid being attracted by the celestial ascension force and stay in the mundane realm to cultivate and break through to 3-tribulation bodiless celestials? Another elder from Great Spirit Palace asked. That's not the case. Xing Yuanba shook his head and said, 3-tribulation bodiless celestials are bodiless celestials. They have nothing to do with eminent celestials. In fact, they haven't even experienced becoming an eminent celestial. This was because all of them failed the celestial ascension tribulation without exception. Eminent celestials can only become eminent celestials after passing the heavenly tribulation. When Xing Yuanba's voice entered the ears of the Great Spirit Palace's upper echelons, their hearts trembled. Doesn't failing the heavenly tribulation mean death? One of the elders from Great Spirit Palace asked in shock and disbelief. Most of the upper echelons of Great Spirit Palace nodded in agreement with the elder. Failing the heavenly tribulation doesn't mean death. Xing Yuanba continued to say, when a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage faces the celestial ascension tribulation, even if he fails the heavenly tribulation, he might be able to escape using the soul detachment technique. However, if he manages to escape using the soul detachment technique, he'll be regarded as a deserter on the path to celestial ascension. He won't be able to reincarnate and can only exist as a soul. They're called bodiless celestials. From the time one fails the heavenly tribulation and becomes a bodiless celestial, heaven and earth will send a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years to punish bodiless celestials who are deserters on the path to celestial ascension. If a bodiless celestial can withstand 10 heavenly tribulations in 10,000 years, he'll have a chance to ascend a second time. The 10 heavenly tribulations a bodiless celestial has to face in 10,000 years are called the 1,000-year tribulation and the bodiless celestial tribulation. On this path, bodiless celestials will either fail the heavenly tribulation and die or survive the heavenly tribulation. Every time a bodiless celestial passes the heavenly tribulation, his strength will increase tremendously. Xing Yuanba continued to explain patiently as the high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace looked at him in disbelief. He continued to say, after a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage fails the heavenly tribulation and becomes a bodiless celestial, his strength will be weaker than an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only after 1,000 years and passing the first bodiless celestial tribulation will one possess strength comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Bodiless celestials who pass the first bodiless celestial tribulation are called 1-tribulation bodiless celestials. If they pass the second bodiless celestial tribulation, they'll become a 2nd tribulation bodiless celestial and possess strength comparable to an eminent celestial. After passing the 3rd bodiless celestial tribulation,
One would become a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial and possess strength that surpasses eminent celestials. As for the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, 5 tribulation bodiless celestials, 6 tribulation bodiless celestials, 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, they would be even stronger. Xing Yuanba paused for a moment before he continued to speak. Naturally, each bodiless celestial tribulation is stronger than the previous one. It's extremely difficult to pass all of them. In the long history of the devil clans, it's rare to see a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and successfully pass the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascend. Xing Yuanba said all of this in one breath and did not continue. Since he had said what he wanted to say, there was no need for him to continue. The high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace who were present on the scene found Xing Yuanba's words to be an eye-opener. It was as though he had opened the door to a new world for them. As it turns out, eminent celestials aren't the strongest beings in the mundane realm. As it turns out, there are bodiless celestials in the mundane realm. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials possess strength comparable to eminent celestials. In that case, how strong would the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials and 5 tribulation bodiless celestials be? 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are comparable to ordinary celestials in the Devata realms. 4, 5, and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials are even more terrifying. However, the 10 bodiless celestials' tribulations are stronger than the previous one. The stronger the bodiless celestial, the fewer the bodiless celestials will be. After the high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace regained their senses, they sighed in shock. Initially, I thought failing the heavenly tribulation would mean death, let alone ascending to the Devata realms. I didn't expect failing the heavenly tribulation doesn't mean death. There's still a chance to become a bodiless celestial and ascend a second time. An elder of Great Spirit Palace exclaimed. It's easier said than done to obtain a second chance to ascend. Didn't you hear Vice Palace Master Xing say that even in the long history of the devil clans, those who could become 9 tribulation bodiless celestials and transcend the 10th tribulation of the bodiless celestial stage are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns? Based on Vice Palace Master Xing's words, it's too difficult to ascend a second time. I'm afraid most bodiless celestials have died trying to ascend a second time. The 2 Vice Palace Masters of Great Spirit Palace chimed in one after another. There are bodiless celestials in the mundane realm. Chapter 23-28. Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, did not speak loudly. However, due to the silence in the surroundings, everyone, including Duanling Tian, heard his words clearly. Bodiless celestial. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally understood. As it turned out, there were powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had survived the heavenly tribulation and become bodiless celestials in this mundane realm. Moreover, there were many bodiless celestials who were stronger than eminent celestials. Their strength was comparable to celestials in the Devata realms. Xing Yuanba's words seemed to have opened a door to a new world for Duanling Tian. He realized that the bodiless celestial stage was not weak at all. It was the bodiless celestials who were the strongest in the Devata realms. To be more precise, they were 3 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials? For Kerr and Duan Si Ling, Xing Yuanba's words seemed to have opened a door to a new world for them as well. They could not help but worry about Duanling Tian's safety. After all, they had thought Liao Nai Jiang, the patriarch of the human devil clan's master, was just a slightly stronger eminent celestial. They did not expect him to be stronger than eminent celestials. Bodiless celestial. A solemn expression appeared on Huang Wenjing's frosty face. She had thought Duanling Tian would be able to escape the patriarch of the human devil clan since his strength was on par with the patriarch of the human devil clan. Who would have thought the patriarch of the human devil clan's master would appear? Moreover, he was a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial who was stronger than eminent celestials. Master. Brother Ling Tian. Peng Lai and Huang Qi Ling's hearts skipped a beat. It was as though they were on a roller coaster ride. I can't believe Lord Patriarch's master is still alive. Moreover, he's a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial whose strength surpasses eminent celestials. Wouldn't it be easy for a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial to kill Duanling Tian?
Yunfei's lips curled into a cold smile. As his emotions fluctuated, he only felt that Duan Ling Tian was definitely going to die. Just when the people present on the scene were shocked by the existence of bodiless celestials. Human brat! Liao Nai Jiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, whose energy swept across the sky, causing the sky to crack and collapse, suddenly shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the eardrums of everyone present to tremble. Even though his shout was not directed at the others present, it still caused the eardrums of many people with lower cultivations to rupture. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Liao Nai Jiang's fierce shout was precisely aimed at Duan Ling Tian. When you're on your way to the netherworld, remember that the person who's going to kill you is me, Liao Nai Jiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. After this stern shout, Liao Nai Jiang's increasingly deep voice also sounded, as if it was world-shaking. His words were akin to a death sentence for Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Liao Nai Jiang finished speaking, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Numerous gazes fell on Liao Nai Jiang at the first possible moment. They knew this was not the case. Liao Nai Jiang was going to make his move. As soon as Liao Nai Jiang finished speaking, many people turned to look at him. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as Liao Nai Jiang's figure flashed and disappeared before most people's eyes. Only a few people could vaguely see Liao Nai Jiang's figure. These people were all at least at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was rumored that among the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, only the 3 palace masters were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, the palace masters of the 6 halls were also at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their strength was only slightly inferior to the palace masters of the 3 palaces. As soon as Liao Nai Jiang's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, everyone was shocked. The void where Liao Nai Jiang was originally at had caved in. It kept twisting and folding as though it would collapse at any moment. What a powerful force! It actually caused the entire void to cave in. Is this the strength of a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? He could unleash such a terrifying force in just a blink of an eye. It's heaven-defying. As expected of a powerhouse who's stronger than an eminent celestial. The space where Liao Nai Jiang was originally in had caved in for a short period of time. After a while, it gradually bounced back up and returned to normal. The group of people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who were watching suddenly burst into an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, they had witnessed how terrifying a three-tribulation bodiless celestial was. If it was an eminent celestial, even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to cause the void to cave in like this, right? Even more people felt their hearts tremble in fear. Among the people present, there were only 3 people who could clearly see Liao Nai Jiang's figure. One of them was Xianxia, the patriarch of the human devil clan. He was also Liao Nai Jiang's direct disciple and was an eminent celestial. The other person was Yuan, the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Currently, Yuan had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and become an eminent celestial. The last person was, naturally, Duan Ling Tian, whom Liao Nai Jiang had charged toward. What a fast speed! What a powerful force! In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Liao Nai Jiang's strength surged as he charged forward. The void where Liao Nai Jiang passed shook and distorted as though it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was the one who could clearly see Liao Nai Jiang's movements. Even Xianxia and Yuan, who were both eminent celestials, could only see Liao Nai Jiang's figure clearly. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have seen something shocking, and his eyes narrowed abruptly. He saw that when Liao Nai Jiang was running halfway, his figure shook and turned into a cloud of gray mist. Then, it expanded and turned into a mountain-sized beast monster. It looked like a tiger, but it was not a tiger. Its whole body was burning with gray flames. This monster's eyes were suffused with a bloody red light. Just one look at it would make one's hair stand on end. Roar! As soon as Liao Nai Jiang transformed into a beast the size of a small mountain, Duan Ling Tian and the others heard an earth-shattering roar that seemed to resound in the air. Although the roar was not loud, it still injured many disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace.
The disciples from the wandering Saint Palace either retreated far away or covered their ears with their hands as they stared at the distorted space in horror. Even with their strength and eyesight, they could only see the space where Liao Naijiang was standing before Duanling Tian trembled and distorted. They could not see Liao Naijiang, who had transformed into a walking beast that resembled a tiger. Tiger Devil Illusory Body. Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, was shocked. He did not expect his master to use his most powerful technique as soon as he made his move. It seems like master doesn't dare to underestimate Duanling Tian. He's using his full strength as soon as he makes his move. As Liao Naijiang's direct disciple, Yang Zhenxing, naturally, knew his master's most powerful technique was the Tiger Devil Illusory Body. His master was the offspring of a human and a tiger devil, so he had half of the Tiger Devil bloodline in him. The Tiger Devil Illusory Body was a technique his master had created by burning his Tiger Devil bloodline and combining it with his offensive and assist-type divine abilities and human martial techniques. When this technique was executed with full force, its might was so strong that it could be said to be the strongest attack his master could execute. However, after this attack, I'm afraid that it will take some time for master to recover the Tiger Devil bloodline in his body. I hope he'll be able to recover before the fourth bodiless celestial tribulation arrives. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for him to pass the heavenly tribulation. Yang Zhenxing could not help but feel worried for his master when he thought about this. Bang! 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 In Duanling Tian's line of sight, Liao Naijiang, the three-tribulation bodiless celestial, had transformed into a walking beast that resembled a tiger and was charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. Every time his limbs landed in the void, there would be an earth-shattering boom, and the void would cave in as well. It was as if wherever it passed through, a clear footprint would appear with every step it took. After all, this was the air, not the ground. It was easy to leave a footprint on the ground, but to leave a clear footprint in the void was harder than ascending to the heavens. Even an eminent celestial would not be able to do this even if he exhausted all his strength. In just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Liao Naijiang was only a few dozen meters away from Duanling Tian. As he continued to charge toward Duanling Tian, his eyes that were glowing with a bloody red light shone brightly as though they had transformed into two blood-red blazing suns. At the same time, it opened its mouth as a ball of light formed from gray energy appeared. It emitted a destructive aura as though it could destroy everything. Dang! As Liao Naijiang transformed into a beast-like monster, he let out an extremely cold roar. Whoosh! The ball of light that was transformed from the grayish energy in its mouth whistled as it shot out. Its target was Duanling Tian, and it was heading straight for him. As soon as the ball of light formed from the gray energy left its mouth, Duanling Tian was stunned. At the same time as the light ball swept out, the beast-like monster that Liao Naijiang had transformed into instantly turned into a gray flame that wrapped around the light ball, allowing the light ball to carry it towards him. At the same time, Duanling Tian discovered that the gray flame on the ball of light surged. Chapter 23-29. Whoosh! The ball of light that was surrounded by gray flames and emitted waves of destructive aura was like a meteorite that came from outer space. It carried with it a terrifying force as it charged toward Duanling Tian. Wherever this meteor-like ball of light passed, it caused the space to tremble and distort, and it forcefully opened up a sunken heavenly road. Just now, at the last moment, his entire body fused into the attack, as if he had completely fused with the attack. At the same time he fused with the attack, the power of the attack was raised by another level compared to before. At the same time as the meteor-like ball of light came crashing down, Duanling Tian's mind was filled with thoughts at this moment. In that regard, it seems to be similar to the fourth level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Brilliant Sword Heart. At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered something. He vaguely felt the opportunity to break through to the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Moreover, the feeling was very strong. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. The opportunity came so suddenly that Duanling Tian could not regain his senses. At the same time, the ball of light that looked like a meteorite from outer space was closing in on Duanling Tian. It was surrounded by gray flames and emitted waves of destructive aura. Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he sensed a dangerous aura. As soon as he sensed the dangerous aura, Duanling Tian felt pressured.
It made Duan Lingtian feel as though he had transformed into a lonely boat in the sea. He swayed with the waves and was in danger of capsizing at any time. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was about to be engulfed and killed by the destructive ball of light. I see. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian, who had once again grasped the opportunity to break through to the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, under the immense pressure of life and death, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At this moment, he felt as though many things that he could not figure out before had suddenly become clear to him. The things that he could not figure out before were the obstacles that prevented him from breaking through to the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Now that the obstacles had been cleared, the path ahead was clear. When the destructive ball of light was close to him, Duan Lingtian, who was originally nervous, suddenly calmed down. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could even hear his own heartbeat. All of a sudden, sword heart illumination. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. It was as though he no longer had any desires or fears of death. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Whoosh! A dazzling light rose from Duan Lingtian's body without any warning. The vast and majestic celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into tens of thousands of sharp sword qi that engulfed Duan Lingtian. During this process, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a part of the tens of thousands of sword qi. Duan Lingtian's long hair, Duan Lingtian's eyes, Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's nose, Duan Lingtian's everything. At this moment, all of them shot out streaks of incomparably sharp sword light. At this moment, countless sword qi shot out from Duan Lingtian's body. Every single strand of dazzling and material sword light leaped out from every single pore on his body before converging and fusing together. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, and it gave others a feeling of majesty and vastness. At this moment, Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, seemed to have seen something that shocked them. Their eyes widened in unison. In their field of vision, Duan Lingtian's body melted, leaving behind a dazzling white light. In the blink of an eye, the white light solidified and turned into a medium-sized sword light. Moreover, the white light on the sword light also quickly converged in the blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, the sword qi had transformed into a white, 3-foot-long sword that hovered in the air. Swoosh! In the face of the menacing destructive light ball that had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye, the 3-foot-long blade, which was originally calmly hovering in the air, finally moved. A white streak of light swept across the sky. Bas! After the white streak of light swept across the sky, the crisp sound of a sharp sword whistling through the air rang in the air. As for why the sound of a sword whistling through the air came after the white streak of light, it was because the speed of light was faster than the speed of sound. As the sword whistled through the air, the sound of a sword whistling through the air rang in the air. Without anyone controlling it, the white 3-foot-long blade suddenly swung through the air. This swing in the air looked very casual, and the speed of the swing was neither fast nor slow. At the very least, Yang Zhenxing and Yuan Haochen, who were both eminent celestials, could clearly see the trajectory of the 3-foot-long sword as it swept across the sky. With just a wave of the sword, rip! A clear ripping sound rang in the air as though something was being torn apart. Upon closer inspection, one could see the sword light. It was the white sword that tore open a crack in the void with a casual swing of the sword. Rip! 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 In the void, a ferocious and terrifying crack appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the speed of the crack was extremely fast, and the width of the crack was also extremely exaggerated. Moreover, it continued to extend in the direction of the meteor-like destructive ball of light that was whizzing through the sky. It seemed as though it was going to tear the ball of light apart as well. A sword that could tear the void apart? Impossible! How can you tear the void apart? A voice that was filled with disbelief rang from the ball of light that was charging toward Duan Lingtian, as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. It was none other than Liao Nai Jiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, in addition to the shock and disbelief in Liao Nai Jiang's voice, there was also a trace of extreme fear. It was as if he had encountered something that made him tremble in fear. As soon as Liao Nai Jiang's voice rang in the air, rip! The crack that the white 3-foot-long blade tore open in the void spread out in an instant. It met the destructive light ball and tore it apart as well.
It was as though the sword had cut the ball of light in half.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Immediately after, the void crack trembled, and circles of ripples began to spread out in the void. As for the two halves of the destructive light ball, it was instantly sucked into the void crack as if it had never appeared. From the beginning until the end, no one heard anything about Liao Nai Jiang, the three-tribulation bodiless celestial.
The deep void crack was pitch black.
One could not see the end of it. It was boundless and boundless.
Whoosh.
At the same time, the white 3-foot-long sword in the air shone brightly before it transformed into a human figure.
The figure gradually appeared.
It was none other than Duanling Tian, who was wearing a purple robe and looked unscathed.
That's the enlightened sword?
When Duanling Tian reappeared, he did not pay any attention to the shocked gazes around him. Instead, he stood in the air with his head lowered as he pondered. Right now, he was reminiscing about how he had perfectly transformed his body into a sword and casually swung his sword like a stroke of God. That was the technique the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the fourth stage the enlightened sword heart had given him. Transforming into a sword.
Becoming one with the sword.
With just a swing of the sword, the void was torn apart. At the same time, Duanling Tian, who had reappeared, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Apart from Duanling Tian, who was hovering in the air with his head lowered in contemplation, there was also a long and ferocious tear in the void that was only a foot away from him.
This void crack gave people an extremely strong visual shock. The void crack continued to sway in the void, causing the void to tremble and distort.
Behind this crack in space was an endless darkness that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a giant beast had opened its bloody maw, as if it could swallow everything in its path.
Chi, chi, chi.
A series of crisp sounds rang in the air as the tear in the void next to Duanling Tian began to heal. However, because the size of the tear was too exaggerated, it would take at least 15 to 30 minutes for it to completely heal. A person and a long and ferocious void. This scene was destined to be engraved in everyone's heart, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The group of people present had yet to recover from the frightening scene in front of them.
Master!
Xianxia, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, cried out sorrowfully, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to look at him one after another. Xianxia looked at the shattered soul pearl in his hand and the void next to Duanling Tian with a pained expression on his face. It was as though he had lost something very important. That's the soul pearl of the patriarch's master, Senior Liao, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Immediately, a commotion broke out at the scene.
Senior Liao is dead?
How's this possible? He's a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength surpasses eminent celestials. How could he die in the hands of an eminent celestial? I think it's impossible as well. There must be a mistake.
Chapter 2330.
Everyone present, no matter who they were, was dumbfounded. Most of them did not manage to see what had happened due to their limited strength. However, now that the results were out, they were once again dumbfounded. Liao Nai Jiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial and the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, was killed by Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, it seemed like he was killed in just a single blow. How did he tear the void apart? How is he so strong? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, narrowed his eyes in disbelief when he saw the tear in the void not far from Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian. Based on what he knew, only 4 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger could tear the void apart and leave a tear in the void when they made their move. Although a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial had extraordinary strength, he was not strong enough to tear the void apart. This was the reason why Liao Nai Jiang, a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, could only cause a dent in the void even though he had unleashed his full strength. It seemed as though the void would collapse at any moment. Tearing the void apart was a technique exclusive to 4 tribulation bodiless celestials and above. Duanling Tian's current strength is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial?
Yuan Haochen was still in disbelief.
However, the truth was right in front of him.
He had no choice but to believe it.
As an eminent celestial,
Although he did not clearly see the battle between Duan Lingtian and Liao Naijiang, he could roughly guess what had happened. Duan Lingtian had killed Liao Naijiang in just a single blow when Liao Naijiang had attacked with all his might. At the critical moment, countless sword rays burst out from Duan Lingtian's body. He transformed into a part of the thousands of sword rays. In the end, the thousands of sword rays condensed into a white long sword. The instant Liao Naijiang rushed forward, the white long sword in the air seemed to casually swing horizontally. At that time, the speed of the white long sword was not considered fast, so much so that even I could clearly see its trajectory. However, it was precisely this seemingly slow horizontal slash of the sword that cut open the void and created a long and narrow crack in the void. Yuan Haochen could not help but shudder in fear when he recalled what had happened. Duan Lingtian's sword had left a long and narrow tear in the void with just a wave of his hand. Based on the length of the tear in the void that Duan Lingtian created, it seems like he's much stronger than an ordinary four-tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, Yuan Haochen had this thought. In the distance, Duan Lingtian, who had been deep in thought with his head lowered, suddenly moved in front of everyone's eyes. He raised his hand, and a dazzling white sword light shot out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into a sword and was held in his hand. I feel like I don't even need to use any technique. I can tear this void apart. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The white sword ray that was formed from celestial origin energy and saint origin swept across the air as well. His speed was neither fast nor slow. At the very least, everyone present could see his movements clearly. Everyone present could clearly see the white sword light that swept through the void. Wherever it passed, another crack would appear in the void. Compared to the tear in the void next to Duan Lingtian, this tear in the void was not conspicuous at all. However, Duan Lingtian did not cast any divine abilities, martial tactics, or the profundity of the sovereign heart sword. He merely relied on the energy in his body to tear open a tear in the void. How's this possible? The expressions of the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, changed drastically when they saw how Duan Lingtian was able to tear the void apart without using any technique. They finally realized how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Even a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to tear the void apart so easily, right? Duan Lingtian has just become an eminent celestial, and his strength seems to be even stronger than a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Am I dreaming? He seems to have cast an assist-type divine ability after he became an eminent celestial. That's how he managed to raise his strength to such a level. What I'm curious about is what assist-type divine ability he cast. If that's the case, the assist-type divine ability he cast is definitely not from the mundane realm. Apart from Yuan Haochen, the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls were discussing among themselves. They had also realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability was. For someone who had just become an eminent celestial to become so powerful in such a short time, one could easily imagine how terrifying that assist-type divine ability was. Most of the people present had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces as they stared at Duan Lingtian in bewilderment. Sword-wielding technique. With just a thought, the white sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand flew out of his hand and swept across the air like a white dragon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something being torn apart rang in the air. As the white sword ray circled around Duan Lingtian, it left terrifying cracks in the void around Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the void around Duan Lingtian seemed to have turned into sheets of paper that swayed in the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The short-lived sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the space around Duan Lingtian was torn apart like a piece of paper being cut into pieces. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a god who controlled space. Wherever he passed, the void would crumble. The sword-wielding technique is a technique granted to me by the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword-wielding technique with a heart. About 15 minutes later, the cracks in the void that Duan Lingtian had created had completely healed. Only the tear in the void remained, and it would take some time for it to heal. This was the crack in the void that Duan Lingtian had created using the technique granted to him by the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart. The technique granted to me by the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart, allows me to merge with the energy in my body to form a sword. From today onward, I'll call it the body and sword as one. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The body and sword as one was currently Duan Lingtian's strongest technique. If I use it with the otherworldly celestial, the body and sword as one, I won't be limited to just one sword. At that time, I'll be able to transform into a sword and my clones will be able to transform into several swords as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. However, that three-tribulation bodiless celestial, Liao Nai Jiang, isn't that strong. Even if I didn't use any technique, it wouldn't have been difficult for me to kill him, let alone the fact that I managed to use the body and sword as one technique granted to me by the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, with my strength that has been raised by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, I'll be able to tear the void apart even if I don't use any technique. As for Liao Nai Jiang, even though he used all of his abilities before he died, he only managed to cause the void to nearly collapse and crack open. He didn't actually tear the void apart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the huge gap between him and Liao Nai Jiang. I didn't expect the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would be able to raise my strength to such an extent after I became an eminent celestial. The elementary devouring tactic is indeed an extraordinary assist-type divine ability in the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by his current strength, he was not too surprised. After all, not only had he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, but he had also devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in one of the two richest saint stone mines in the Debussy subterranean. Chi, chi, chi. Another quarter of an hour passed before the crack in the void was completely healed. In the vast expanse of space, only Duan Lingtian remained standing there like a god, causing the surrounding crowd to look up at him. Brother Tian. Ku'er's eyes sparkled as she looked at Duan Lingtian, and her peerlessly beautiful face revealed an expression of deep adoration. Father is so amazing. A hint of admiration could be seen in Duan Xiling's eyes as well. Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. He's so powerful. When Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Lingtian, her expression was even more complicated than Gan Ruyan's. I, Peng Lai, haven't lived in vain to have such a master. Peng Lai said proudly as he straightened his back. It was as though he was afraid others would not know that the godlike purple-clad young man was his master. Brother Lingtian, Huang Qiling said in a hoarse voice. Although Huang Qiling was happy for Duan Lingtian, he was also slightly ashamed of his own inferiority. He could not bring himself to call Duan Lingtian Brother Lingtian. Yun Fu Yi, who was standing next to Huang Wenjing, looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in his eyes. He could not think of anything else. Clan leader Yang. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air like a god, said indifferently as his eyes shone brightly at Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan. Chapter 23:31. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself earlier and ended up killing your master. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were rendered speechless. He couldn't control himself earlier and ended up killing Duan Lingtian's master? At this moment, everyone could tell Duan Lingtian was trying to provoke Duan Lingtian. However, even if they could tell, what could they do? Lord Patriarch. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shifted their attention to Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan. However, the patriarch's master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died in Duan Lingtian's hands in just a single blow. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian to kill the patriarch of the human devil clan. After all, although the patriarch of the human devil clan was powerful, he held a high position in their hearts. However, they knew this was not the case. No matter how powerful the patriarch of the human devil clan was, he was not as powerful as his master. Since Lord Patriarch's master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, has been killed by Duan Lingtian, who else in the human devil clan can defeat him? He killed a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial in just a single blow. It's easy for him to kill the patriarch who's weaker than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The human devil clan is in danger today. Many of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had grim expressions on their faces. Despair rose in their hearts. They felt the human devil clan was in deep trouble. After all,
The human devil clan was facing a godlike powerhouse who could kill a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial in just a single blow. At this moment, Xianxia, the patriarch of the human devil clan, felt as though his lungs were about to explode when he heard Duan Tian's indifferent words. He finally said, Duan Tian. Yang Zhenxing took a deep breath before he glared at Duan Tian with a grim expression on his face. Then he said coldly, Duan Tian. He said coldly, do you really think no one in the human devil clan can defeat you just because you killed my master? Even if your strength is comparable to a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, it's still easy for the patriarch of the human devil clan to kill you. When Yang Zhenxing spoke about the patriarch of the human devil clan, a hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes. It was as though the patriarch of the human devil clan was extremely powerful. After all, the human devil of the human devil clan. The patriarch of the human devil clan seemed to be stronger than a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Patriarch? Everyone from the 3 palaces and 6 halls was dumbfounded when they heard Yang Zhenxing's words. The eyes of the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, narrowed their eyes in shock. The patriarch is still alive? As people in the human devil clan who knew about bodiless celestials, they knew a thing or two about the bodiless celestials in the human devil clan. One of them was the old ancestor whom the patriarch of the human devil clan had mentioned. They clearly remembered the patriarch of the human devil clan. The last time the patriarch of the human devil clan appeared was more than 2,000 years ago. At that time, the patriarch of the human devil clan was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If he was still alive, he would be a 7 or 8 tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. When they heard the patriarch of the human devil clan mention the patriarch of the human devil clan, they realized the patriarch of the human devil clan might still be alive. Patriarch Yang, based on your words, the patriarch of the human devil clan is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Tian asked with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Yang Zhenxing. Although Duan Tian maintained a faint smile on his face, he could not help but feel a sense of dread in the depths of his heart. He could tell the patriarch of the human devil clan was not afraid of him. The patriarch of the human devil clan was not bluffing. Perhaps his words could be false, but the awe and veneration in the depths of the patriarch's eyes was undeniable. What? Are you afraid? Yang Zhenxing sneered when he heard Duan Tian's question. Afraid? Duan Tian smiled faintly. Perhaps. However, so what if the patriarch of the human devil clan is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? If I'm not mistaken, he shouldn't be in the human devil clan's territory, right? It's impossible for him to make it here in such a short time, right? Yang Zhenxing's expression darkened when he heard Duan Tian's question. Duan Tian continued to ask. After all, Duan Tian's guess was correct. The patriarch of the human devil clan was indeed not in the human devil clan's territory. Moreover, it was impossible for him to make it here in such a short time. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a nearby fire, Duan Tian said as he extended his divine consciousness and sealed the area around Yang Zhenxing. Patriarch Yang, before you make a move and send a message to your ancestor, I have full confidence that I can kill you and leave. No matter how strong a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial is, he won't be able to find me in the Dao Martial Saint Land. With my current strength, I can tear the void and open the space barrier at any time to head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As Duan Tian finished speaking, Yang Zhenxing's face darkened further. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. He discovered, at this moment, it seemed like he really could not cause any trouble in front of Duan Tian. Duan Tian, how do you know our ancestor isn't in our territory? Yang Zhenxing sneered and said, who knows? Our patriarch of the human devil clan might be hiding nearby and looking at you as if you're an ant. He could kill you at any time. Really? The smile on Duan Tian's face grew even brighter. Since that's the case, I'll try to kill you, the patriarch of the human demon clan. Let's see if he can still keep his composure. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Tian's aura suddenly changed, and a murderous aura swept out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew in the air, causing Duan Tian's robes to flutter noisily. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was glaring at Yang Zhenxing with a murderous aura, seemed to have transformed into a god of death. It was as though he would kill Yang Zhenxing at any time. Just as Duan Lingtian's murderous aura was about to kill Yang Zhenxing, a voice rang out. Duan Lingtian. Yang Zhenxing's angry voice rang in the air. After I leave today, if you dare to touch anyone from the Human Devil Clan, the Human Devil Clan won't rest until you're dead. When I return, the old ancestor of the Human Devil Clan will definitely kill you and annihilate the entire Azure Cloud Mansion. Yang Zhenxing's voice rang in the air like a thunderclap. It was filled with ruthlessness. Oh no! As soon as Yang Zhenxing finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness trembled as though he had sensed something. Horror dawned on him immediately. You're seeking death. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays. During this process, Duan Lingtian had also transformed into a part of the tens of thousands of sword rays. In just a blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of sword rays gathered and transformed into a 3-foot-long white sword that hovered in the air. It emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy heaven and earth. Swoosh! As soon as the 3-foot-long white sword appeared, it suddenly swept across the air and left an inconspicuous sword ray in its wake. And it was this very inconspicuous sword light that whizzed out, as if it was an inch of the earth and the sky. In just a blink of an eye, it arrived at the space where Yang Zhenxing was standing and tore a terrifying hole in the air. It was a bottomless tear in the void. Swoosh! 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 The tear in the void continued to extend until it tore apart the space where Yang Zhenxing was standing and tore apart his body. At this moment, Yang Zhenxing's body was shrouded in a blood-red flame. This was the technique Yang Zhenxing had used as soon as he finished speaking. Rip! The void tore apart like a piece of paper. Yang Zhenxing, who was torn apart, looked more like a human portrait on the paper. However, after Yang Zhenxing's body was torn apart, it did not enter the tear in the void. Instead, it turned into 2 silhouettes that continued to fade until they disappeared. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw this, his expression turned even more solemn when he reappeared. He actually managed to escape. What kind of technique is that? Duan Lingtian asked himself. When he discovered that something was amiss with Yang Zhenxing, he did not hesitate to make a move. However, it was still too late. Yang Zhenxing had escaped. Just now, he seemed to have crushed a blood-red jade slip. Then, a blood-red flame burned on his body. When I used the technique of body and sword as one, to cut apart his body and the void around him, he had already escaped. Not only did Yang Zhenxing escape, but he also completely got rid of Duan Lingtian's divine sense. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Just as Duan Lingtian was surprised by Yang Zhenxing's escape technique. Blood-red flame escape talisman. A cry of surprise rang out. Chapter 2332. Fiery Blood Escape Talisman? Duan Lingtian's sharp eyes instantly landed on the person who had exclaimed in surprise. This person was none other than Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the person who had defeated Duan Lingtian with just a flick of his finger 3 years ago. Yuan Haochen could tell Duan Lingtian did not know what the Fiery Blood Escape Talisman was. He was afraid of Duan Lingtian, so he quickly explained the talisman to Duan Lingtian. The Blood Flame Escape Talisman is a kind of jade talisman that our Devil Clan's formation master spent a lot of precious materials and paid a huge price to inscribe. The person who crushes it will ignite the teleportation blood flame on his body. In just a blink of an eye, he'll be transported 100,000 miles away. During this process, the Fiery Blood Escape Talisman will cut off all divine consciousness from the outside world, so the person who crushed the talisman will be able to leave unscathed. There are only a few Fiery Blood Escape Talismans in the Devil Clans. I didn't expect Lord Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan would have won. Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously after he finished his explanation. His eyes were filled with dread. 3 years ago, he had easily defeated Duan Lingtian with just a flick of his finger. However, after 3 years, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials were much stronger than eminent celestials. Even such a person was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a single blow, let alone Yuan Haochen, who had just become an eminent celestial. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was still alive. At this moment, even Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, had no choice but to use the precious blood flame escape talisman to escape from the purple-clad young man. Although Lord Patriarch has escaped, it'll still take a long time for him to return to the human devil clan, even if he manages to contact the old ancestor. With this thought in mind, Yuan Haochen felt as though his life was no longer in his hands. No wonder the connection between him and my divine consciousness was severed. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Yuan Haochen's words. He could not help but sigh inwardly. I didn't expect the devil clans to have such a talisman. At this moment, Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, is nowhere to be found. It's almost impossible to find him. Duan Lingtian was aware of this. Moreover, after Yang Zhenxing left, he must have contacted the old ancestor of the devil clan. Based on what he said, the old ancestor of the human devil clan is most likely a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or a celestial or Lingtian. Duan Lingtian celestial then a celestial. Celestial or celestial or celestial or celestial or celestial. I'm no match for a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Before Yang Zhenxing manages to contact the old ancestor of the human devil clan, I have to deal with this matter and leave as soon as possible. Now, this place is still a place of trouble for me. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he thought about this. He looked at Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, coldly. Apart from that, the killing intent he had for Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, shifted to Yuan Haochen as soon as Yang Zhenxing fled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gentle breeze blew in all directions, and one could vaguely hear the faint sound of the wind whistling. The sound of wind whistling could be heard because the atmosphere was too calm. It was so calm that it was eerie. As Duan Lingtian's killing intent swept toward Yuan Haochen, the people in the surroundings could not help but frown. Everyone present seemed to be able to clearly smell the thick smell of gunpowder that permeated the air. Yuan Haochen's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Apart from fear, there was also a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. 3 years ago, he had easily defeated the purple-clad young man with just a flick of his finger. 3 years later, he did not even have the courage to make a move against the purple-clad young man. Palace Master Yuan, now that Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, has fled and his master, Liao Naijiang, is dead, it's time for us to settle the score. Duan Lingtian stared at Yuan Haochen as he spoke in a tone that was neither fast nor slow. Duan Lingtian's calm words struck Yuan Haochen like a bolt from the blue. Yuan Haochen shuddered in fear. The cold sweat that appeared on his forehead also flowed down as if it was free of charge. Humph! Duan Lingtian's robe fluttered when he saw Yuan Haochen remained silent. He raised his right hand, preparing to kill Yuan Haochen with a flip of his hand. With his current strength, he could indeed kill Yuan Haochen with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins and into his hand in just a blink of an eye. Please show mercy. A familiar female voice rang in the air. It was a voice that sounded familiar to Duan Lingtian. It was a voice that Duan Lingtian heard. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. A familiar figure appeared in front of Yuan Haochen. It was a white-robed woman with a graceful figure and an icy aura emanating from her entire body. The white-clad woman stood there like an ice goddess. She was so pure that she could not be profaned. At this moment, a hint of pleading could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. The majestic power that was already in his hand didn't whiz out immediately. Instead, he held it in his hand and kept flashing like lightning. At the same time, it caused the surrounding space to tremble. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were tiny cracks in the air. In this turbulent void, one could vaguely see tiny cracks in the void. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see them. It's Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan. She's the last disciple of Palace Master Yuan from the Wandering Saint Palace. Why is she standing out now? Does she have a death wish?
She's standing in front of Duan Lingtian when he's about to kill Palace Master Yuan. She's overestimating herself. Who's going to die if she doesn't? The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shook their heads when they saw Huang Wenjing standing in front of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, to protect Yuan Haochen. However, she still dares to stand out and protect her master at such a critical moment even though she knows she's going to die. At least Palace Master Yuan didn't dote on her for nothing. Indeed. If I have such a disciple, I'll have no regrets even if I die. It's a pity that such a peerless beauty is about to perish here. Many people felt sorry for Huang Wenjing. Little junior sister. Yun Fuyi looked at Huang Wenjing with an embarrassed expression on his face. He felt like he was the great senior brother for nothing. However, at this moment, due to his fear of Duan Lingtian, his body felt as though it was filled with lead. He could not move at all. He could not move at all, let alone stand in front of his master to protect him like his little junior sister. Wenjing, stand back. At this time, Yuan Haochen had also regained his senses. When he saw his most beloved disciple standing in front of him and protecting him, he felt a burst of warmth in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but shout out loudly. At this moment, Yuan Haochen's tone was full of sternness. In Yuan Haochen's opinion, Huang Wenjing had always been obedient. This closed-door disciple of his had always been obedient. After he shouted at her, she would definitely retreat in time. However, he did not expect Huang Wenjing would not react this way. As his voice fell, his last disciple did not move at all. He was still standing in front of him, protecting him firmly behind him. Yuan Haochen's heart was in his mouth when he thought Duan Lingtian would attack Huang Wenjing. Whoosh! It was as though a gust of wind had blown past. Duan Lingtian, who was standing far away, turned into a silhouette and disappeared. At the same time Duan Lingtian turned into a silhouette, another figure appeared in front of Yuan Haochen and behind Huang Wenjing. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who appeared in front of Yuan Haochen at a ridiculously fast speed. Duan Lingtian, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Today's matter is purely between you and me. It has nothing to do with my disciple. Yuan Haochen sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian did not attack Huang Wenjing after he appeared in front of him. At the same time he said in a deep voice, I believe with your current strength, you won't make things difficult for a weak woman. Both of you have a deep relationship as master and disciple. Duan Lingtian said calmly as his eyes flashed. Please. Don't kill my master. At the same time, Huang Wenjing, who had regained her senses, turned to look at Duan Lingtian's back and said anxiously. A hint of pleading could be heard in her voice. He's too fast. Even Palace Master Yuan didn't seem to be able to react in time. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, killing a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is as easy as killing a chicken. It's easy for him to kill Palace Master Yuan, who has just become an eminent celestial. Once Palace Master Yuan dies, do you think Duan Lingtian will let us go? When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of Yuan Haochen and was about to kill Yuan Haochen, they could not help but feel anxious. Chapter 23:33. Everyone present on the scene had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Even the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan's master, Liao Nai Jiang, a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by Duan Lingtian with just a blow. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, would not be able to escape death today. After Yuan Haochen's death, they began to wonder if Duan Lingtian would make a move on them. It made them feel anxious and uneasy. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian was going to kill Yuan Haochen, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded in a timely manner, and it was filled with indifference. Yuan Haochen, I'll give you 2 choices now. The first choice is to swear on the lightning penalty oath and take me as your master. In the future, I'll be your leader. Second, you'll die. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, everyone present on the scene was stunned. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like Duan Lingtian intended to kill Yuan Haochen. Duan Lingtian intended to let Yuan Haochen live? Thank you. Huang Wenjing sighed in relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She quickly expressed her gratitude to Duan Lingtian. Because she knew, this was the biggest concession Duan Lingtian could make. Although it was slightly insulting to ask her master to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. However, when Huang Wenjing recalled Duan Lingtian's strength and his ability to raise the grade of one's innate spiritual root, she felt that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian was more than qualified to be her master's master. There's no need to thank me. You've promised to protect my family if I die, so I owe you a favor. Even if your master survives and acknowledges me as his master, it's still better than killing him. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently when he heard Huang Wenjing's words. His words were spoken casually, as if he was talking about an unimportant matter. As a matter of fact, this was indeed an insignificant matter to him. Duan Lingtian's words were also true. After all, it was better for him to not kill Yuan Haochen and let Yuan Haochen acknowledge him as his master than to kill Yuan Haochen. No matter what, Yuan Haochen was still an eminent celestial. If Yuan Haochen swore on the lightning penalty oath to serve him, he would gain a lot of help. At the same time, he would be able to control the Wandering Saint Palace. Whoosh! Upon hearing Huang Wenjing thanking Duan Lingtian and hearing Duan Lingtian's words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. I was wondering why Duan Lingtian would suddenly decide to spare Palace Master Yuan Haochen. As it turns out, he owes Huang Wenjing a favor. To think I thought Huang Wenjing was seeking death by standing up for Palace Master Yuan. I didn't think she would be able to convince Duan Lingtian to spare Palace Master Yuan's life. However, Duan Lingtian's suggestion to Palace Master Yuan is too difficult. He actually wants Palace Master Yuan to swear on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge him as his master. Difficult? Think about it, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, killing Palace Master Yuan would be as easy as killing a chicken. Although his request is difficult, there's no doubt it's the best he can do. I personally think it's reasonable. If I were him, I'd definitely acknowledge him as my master. After all, once I die, I'll lose everything. Many people discussed among themselves. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian's request was too much, but most of them thought it was reasonable for Duan Lingtian to make such a request. So that's how it is. In the distance, Gan Ruyan's expression softened as realization dawned on her. Previously, when she saw Duan Lingtian sparing the life of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, she had thought Duan Lingtian had shown mercy because he coveted the beauty of Huang Wenjing, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace's direct disciple. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she realized she had misunderstood Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, Huang Wenjing had once promised Duan Lingtian that she would protect Palace Master Yuan's family. She promised to protect his family after he died. It was not difficult for her to guess who Duan Lingtian's family was. It was definitely her sister, her niece, and Peng Lai. Unlike Gan Ruyan, Ker's expression remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. It was as though she supported Duan Lingtian's decision unconditionally. Acknowledge him as my master? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yuan Haochen was shocked by the promise his direct disciple had made to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he realized Duan Lingtian had spared his life because of his direct disciple. However, he could not make up his mind to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. After all, he was the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Moreover, he had become an eminent celestial. Naturally, he was reluctant to acknowledge a human as his master. I can either acknowledge him as my master or die. However, Yuan Haochen could not help but feel conflicted since he only had 2 choices. I'll give you the span of 3 breaths. If you don't make a decision after 3 breaths, I'll kill you. Duan Lingtian frowned when he saw Yuan Haochen's hesitation. He did not want to waste time on this matter, so he urged Yuan Haochen to hurry up. His voice was filled with impatience. Master! Huang Wenjing, who was afraid her master would rather die than submit, became anxious as well. Her expression changed again and again. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the atmosphere changed again. The smell of gunpowder became even more intense, as though it would explode at any moment. Everyone's eyes shifted to Yuan Haochen in unison. Within the gazes of the group of people, there was understanding, doubt, bewilderment, and confusion. At this moment,
Silence spoke louder than words. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Yuan Haochen. Yuan Haochen. Yuan Haochen gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he swore on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master and serve Duan Lingtian. In the end, the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace from the Human Devil clan finally compromised. However, no one made fun of him for compromising because everyone knew that this was an irresistible trend. Phew! Huang Wenjing and the others from the Wandering Saint Palace heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yuan Haochen swearing on the lightning penalty oath and acknowledging Duan Lingtian as his master. Huang Wenjing heaved a sigh of relief because she knew her master had escaped death. The others from the Wandering Saint Palace heaved a sigh of relief because they knew Duan Lingtian would not make things difficult for them since their palace master had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his master. After Yuan Haochen swore on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from him and looked at the 7 leaders from the 1 palace and 6 halls. As soon as Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 7 leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls, his gaze suddenly turned as sharp as a blade. It was as though it could tear everything apart. Swoosh! 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 The expressions of the 7 leaders from the 1 palace and 6 halls changed drastically when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. Following that, the hall master of Azure Sheen Hall took the lead and swore on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. It was as though he was afraid he would anger Duan Lingtian if he swore on the lightning penalty oath too late. With someone taking the lead, the remaining 6 people no longer hesitated and swore on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as their master. What a joke! Even Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was an eminent celestial, had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. Unless they wanted to die, they had no other choice. The people from the 1 palace and 6 halls heaved a sigh of relief when they saw their palace masters and hall masters swearing to acknowledge the godlike man as their master. Only the high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace, including Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian did not look at them at all. Lord Duan Lingtian. Finally, Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. He said respectfully, "The Great Spirit Palace is also willing to acknowledge you as our master, Lord Duan Lingtian." At this moment, this tall and muscular man, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, had to lower his head in front of Duan Lingtian. Xing Yuanba stepped forward because he had always been the 2nd most powerful person in the Great Spirit Palace. Now that Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was dead, it was only natural that he was the one in charge of the Great Spirit Palace. Great Spirit Palace? At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at Xing Yuanba lazily and said indifferently, "If anyone from the Great Spirit Palace can provide me with any useful information about the whereabouts of the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, I'll spare their lives. Otherwise, all of you can go with Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. At least, you can accompany him on the road to hell." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was as calm as ever. It was as though he was talking about something ordinary. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the people from the Great Spirit Palace changed drastically. Run! As soon as Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, heard Duan Lingtian's words, he knew he would not be able to escape death if he continued to stay here. For this reason, he ordered the high-ranking officials from the Great Spirit Palace to flee. Useful information about the whereabouts of the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion? How would they know? If they knew, they would have told Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion would have been killed by them. At this moment, Xing Yuanba was still hoping for a fluke. If the people from the Great Spirit Palace fled in different directions, perhaps 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape. He might even be one of them. As it turned out, Xing Yuanba was too naive. Perhaps, he had underestimated Duan Lingtian's current strength. As soon as Xing Yuanba shouted, the people from the Great Spirit Palace began to make their moves. Trying to escape. Chapter 2334.
Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Tian's trembling arms stretched out horizontally like two dragons whistling out. When they seemed to have reached their limit, they finally retracted in front of him in a flash of lightning. During this process, boom, 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 boom. Wherever Duan Tian's arms that were suffused with vast and majestic energy passed, the air would tremble and the sound of air exploding would ring out continuously. At this moment, the air in front of him seemed to have been sucked dry by him. Bang! In the end, Duan Tian's arms collided in front of him. To be more precise, the two palms collided with each other, causing a deafening sound to reverberate in the air. It was precisely this loud noise that caused a few small black snake-like cracks to appear in the void in front of Duan Tian. They looked extremely agile. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, with Duan Tian's palms as the center, the sound of the air shaking reverberated in the air. A small mushroom cloud also appeared following after that. As soon as the mushroom cloud appeared, it bloomed and set off a majestic shockwave that swept in all directions. It was as though it was an indiscriminate group attack. However, in the face of this majestic shockwave that swept out like a group attack, the people present did not seem to notice it at all. This was because their attention was completely focused on the group of people from Great Spirit Palace. When Duan Tian extended his arms and quickly pulled them back, the crowd saw that Duan Tian's eyes were shining brightly. Suddenly, two silhouettes of gigantic palms appeared out of thin air on both sides of the air where the group of people from Great Spirit Palace was. As soon as the two silhouettes of gigantic palms appeared, they charged toward the group of people from Great Spirit Palace with an earth-shattering aura. It was a pincer attack. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The group of people from the Great Spirit Palace, including Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master, did not even have the time to react before the two palms that resembled the hands of a god appeared on both sides of the void where they were standing. Attacking them from the left and right, the terrifying power caused them to tremble in fear. No! Xing Yuanba was the first to react. His pupils shrank, and his face was filled with despair as he let out a sorrowful roar. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Although the rest of the people from Great Spirit Palace did not have time to cry out, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls could clearly see the changes in their expressions. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Bang! At the same time when Duan Tian's palms joined together, the palms that seemed like the hands of a god joined together as well. During this process, the group of people from Great Spirit Palace, including Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was crushed by the pair of gigantic palms. In front of the pair of gigantic palms, the group of people from Great Spirit Palace was like a group of ants. They did not even have the strength to fight back before they were crushed. Almost as soon as the pair of gigantic palms collided, boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic palms transformed into a gigantic mushroom cloud. It was a shocking sight to behold. When the mushroom cloud bloomed, the group of people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who were spectating could clearly see that the mushroom cloud in the sky had turned gray. The originally gray mushroom cloud was actually dyed with a bloody mist. It was like the finishing touch, decorating the mushroom cloud with an unusually gorgeous and eye-catching appearance. However, not many people were truly appreciative of this beautiful and dazzling scene. Most of them could not help but feel their hearts twitching. In just a blink of an eye, the group of high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace had been killed by the godlike man. Moreover, the man did not even move. He merely stood in the same spot and casually clapped his palms together. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the air. It was impossible to tell if it was the sound of air exploding or the sound of energy colliding. Meanwhile, as the shockwave that surged out from the point where Duan Tian's palms collided raged in the air, waves of majestic and vast shockwaves also surged out from the place where the 2 gigantic palms collided as though they were the hands of a god. It was as though they had swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. After a few moments, run! Among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, the weakest ones were the disciples from Wandering Saint Palace. At this moment, they were either injured by the shockwaves or screaming in pain as they fled into the distance. As for the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, They relied on their own strength to withstand the shockwaves. After a few moments, the shockwaves finally dissipated. At this moment, the space in front of Duanling Tian and the space where the people from the Great Spirit Palace were standing was riddled with cracks that resembled tiny black snakes. It was as though a piece of paper was being cut again and again. These cracks were the result of Duanling Tian's casual attack that had killed the people from Great Spirit Palace. He had killed the high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace with just a flip of his palm. This was what Duanling Tian wanted to show to the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Although he had killed Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and Liao Naijiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, and forced Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, to flee, it was not a shocking scene. For this reason, he had spent a lot of effort to kill the high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace with just a casual attack. He wanted to use the blood of the high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace to intimidate the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The reason Duanling Tian had chosen to kill the people from Great Spirit Palace was, naturally, because of Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, whom he had killed earlier. He did not have a good impression of Great Spirit Palace because of Shi Nanfeng. Fortunately, the people from Great Spirit Palace did not know what Duanling Tian was thinking. Otherwise, they would feel that they had died unjustly. The effect seems to be quite good. Duanling Tian calmly glanced at his surroundings. He could see that there were many people around him. He could see the fear in the eyes of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls when they looked at him again. It was as though he was the unparalleled demon king. This was what Duanling Tian wanted. For the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, this was a day they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The godlike human powerhouse had killed Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and killed the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, Liao Naijiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. He had even forced the patriarch of the human devil clan to crush the fiery blood evasion talisman to escape. That was not all. Later on, this human expert stood motionless on the spot. With just a slight movement of his hands, he obliterated a group of Great Spirit Palace higher-ups in the distant void. The high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. One of them was even widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the human devil clan. However, this group of people was killed by the human powerhouse with just a flip of his hand. Duanling Tian. At this moment, the name of this godlike human powerhouse kept echoing in the hearts of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. It did not stop even after a long time. Just when everyone present was looking at Duanling Tian in awe, Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically. Yuan Haochen. Duanling Tian glanced at Yuan Haochen before he looked at the palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, the hall master of Azure Sheen Hall, and the other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. From today onward, I don't care if you ask your subordinates to swear on the lightning penalty oath or use some other method. I don't want anyone here who isn't under your control from today onward. A hint of sternness could be heard in Duanling Tian's voice when he spoke. Yes, master. Yes, master. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Yuan Haochen and the other leaders' hearts skipped a beat. Currently, with the lightning penalty oath, Yuan Haochen and the others did not dare to disobey Duanling Tian. They had no choice but to obey Duanling Tian's orders. Apart from that, I hope the 7 of you can control the entire human devil clan as soon as possible. At the very least, all the powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and above must be under your control. I don't care what method you use. I just want results. Duanling Tian continued to give out orders. Yuan Haochen and the others quickly responded when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Lastly, send people you trust to gather information about the Azure Cloud Mansion. Inform me as soon as you receive any news. I'll give each of you a jade token inscribed with saint inscriptions. As long as you crush it, I'll be able to sense it and rush back to the human devil clan's territory. Duanling Tian said. Master, why you're leaving? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Yuan Haochen and the others realized Duanling Tian intended to leave. If I don't leave, am I supposed to wait for Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, to invite the old ancestor of the human devil clan back? Duanling Tian said indifferently. Apart from that, I have some matters to attend to in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land as well. Since I'm in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, you won't be able to contact me using the communication jade token. However, if you crush the detection jade token that I'll give you later, you'll be able to sense me even if I'm in the upper province. At that time, I'll tear open the space barrier and return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Once I return to the lower province, we'll communicate through the voice transmission jade token. When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he raised his hand and took out a few dozen jade tokens before he distributed them to Yuan Haochen and the others. These jade tokens were the detection jade tokens that he had inscribed when he was inscribing saint inscriptions. Chapter 2335. Currently, the jade tokens that Duanling Tian had given to the leaders of the Human Devil clan, including Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, were paired with the jade tokens in his possession. As long as one of the jade slips in the hands of Yuan Haochen and the others shattered, a matching jade slip in the batch of jade slips in his hands would also shatter. Even if he was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land while Yuan Haochen and the others were in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the connection between the two jade tokens would not be severed. If one was destroyed, the other would be destroyed. I'll definitely repay you for the favor I owe you in the future. After handing the jade tokens to Yuan Haochen and the other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, Duanling Tian looked at Huang Wenjing and nodded with a faint smile on his face. Huang Wenjing had a complicated expression on her face when she heard this. She could not help but feel disappointed. Both of them. Were they really so distant from each other? However, when she thought about Duanling Tian's current strength and the gap between them, she could not help but feel a little ashamed. She could only nod silently. However, she was not happy at all. Even when the envious gazes swept over from the surroundings and landed on her, she completely turned a blind eye to them. After all, she did not care about the favor he owed her. She only cared about him as a person. She and him are my friends. Duanling Tian looked at Yuan Haochen and the other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls before he pointed at Huang Wenjing and Huang Qiling. We'll definitely take good care of Master's friends. The Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace said immediately. At the same time, Yuan Haochen and the others also expressed their stance. Yuan Haochen, in particular, was the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Since Huang Wenjing and Huang Qiling were from the Wandering Saint Palace, it was only natural that he would take good care of them. Moreover, Huang Wenjing was his favorite disciple. Even if Duanling Tian did not say anything, he would still take good care of her. Huang Qiling is really lucky. From now on, Huang Qiling's status in the Wandering Saint Palace will be higher than his father's. Of course. After all, Lord Duanling Tian has personally asked Lord Palace Master to take care of him. Everyone has different fate. Why am I not as lucky as him? The elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Huang Qiling were filled with envy and jealousy. Huang Wenjing was the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace had always been the Palace Master's father's favorite disciple. Therefore, they didn't feel anything when Huang Wenjing received special treatment. However, Huang Qiling's father's father. Although Huang Qiling was the son of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, his father was the weakest among the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, Huang Qiling had failed to live up to expectations. For this reason, even the descendants of the Wandering Saint Palace's elders dared to openly mock him. For example, the descendants of the 3 Wandering Saint Palace's elders who were killed by Duanling Tian. However, from today onward, even the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace would not dare to offend Huang Qiling due to his relationship with Duanling Tian. Huang Qiling could be said to have soared into the sky. How could the elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace not be jealous of him? Good. Huang Qiling's father, who was the weakest among the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, looked at Huang Qiling excitedly. He did not know what to say. It was as though Duanling Tian had asked Yuan Haochen and the others to take care of him instead of his son. At this moment, he felt proud to have such a son. Brother Ling Tian. When Huang Qiling saw Duanling Tian did not forget about him, he was so touched that his eyes turned red. His body began to tremble slightly as well. Also there's Peng Lai. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Haochen and pointed at Peng Lai, the former elder of Wandering Saint Palace who is now regarded as a traitor. He said indifferently, Peng Lai is the first person to follow me. You should know what to do, right? Yuan Haochen's heart skipped a beat as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Then, he said loudly, from today onward, Peng Lai will be the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Anyone who sees him in the Wandering Saint Palace will have to respect him as though he's the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. If anyone dares to disrespect Vice Palace Master Peng, don't blame me, Yuan Haochen, for not showing any mercy. Yuan Haochen's tone turned cold when he finished speaking. As an eminent celestial, his tone was so cold that it made everyone feel as though winter had arrived. If anyone dares to disrespect Vice Palace Master Peng, they'll be making an enemy out of the Crimson Blaze Palace as well. Almost as soon as Yuan Haochen's voice fell, the Palace Master of the Scarlet Blaze Palace expressed his stance, his tone also extremely cold. With the Palace Master of the Crimson Blaze Palace taking the lead, the Hall Masters of the other 6 halls, including Xianxia Hall, immediately followed suit. The elders from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Peng Lai with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Master! Peng Lai was slightly disappointed when he realized his master did not intend to bring him away. However, he was also touched by the path Duan Lingtian had paved for him before he left. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian's words were true. With his master's words, Peng Lai's status in the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil clan would no longer be ordinary. Let's go! As soon as Duan Lingtian's calm voice entered everyone's ears, he appeared next to Kerr, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ru Yen in just a flash. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and the 3 women disappeared before everyone's eyes. Farewell, Master. At the same time, the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, bid farewell to Duan Lingtian. Farewell, Lord Duan Lingtian. Farewell, Lord Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, the other people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls also bid farewell to Duan Lingtian. They did not care if Duan Lingtian, who had vanished before their eyes, could hear them or not. He left just like that. When Duan Lingtian disappeared before Huang Wenjing's eyes, her beautiful eyes dimmed. Her heart felt empty as though she had lost something important. From now on, the Human Devil clan will have the surname Duan. Many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls thought to themselves after Duan Lingtian left. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian left the Wandering Saint Palace's estate with Kuer, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ru Yen, he did not stop at all as he left the Human Devil Saint City. After leaving the Human Devil Holy City, he flew towards the north. It was as though he already had a destination in mind. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly tense as a thought appeared in his mind. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to tear the void apart if I cast the elementary devouring tactic. However, if I want to return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'll have to find the spatial barrier between the upper province and the lower province. Only by finding the location of the spatial barrier will I be able to tear the spatial barrier apart and return to the upper realm through the spatial barrier. The most direct way to find the space barrier is to go to the place where the former domain teleportation array was located. Not only is it the closest place to the spatial barrier between the Land of Exile and the Mundane Realm, but it's also the closest place to the spatial barrier between the Debussy Subterranean and the lower province. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had decided to head north after leaving the Human Devil Saint City. This was because the inter-province transportation formation was located in that direction. After leaving the lower province and returning to the upper province, it's time for me to avenge Hua Lao. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were blazing with fury that seemed capable of incinerating everything. His rage was directed at Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, it was because of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, that Elder Hua had sacrificed his own life to send him, his wife, and his daughter back to the lower province so that they could escape from death in Tang Xian's hands. He swore he would avenge Tang Xian. Moreover, when he realized he was strong enough to tear the void apart and tear the spatial barrier apart, the first thing he did was to return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The first thought that appeared in his mind was to return to the upper province and kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, to avenge Hua Lao.
After he had temporarily dealt with the human devil clan, the first thing he wanted to do was to return to the upper province to avenge Hua Lao. Although there were still many things he needed to do in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he wanted to search for his family. He wanted to find his parents, his wife, Li Fei, his son, Duan Yen Tian, and his family and friends. Another example was that with his current strength, he could sweep through all the major devil clans and kill all the experts of the major devil clans before the loose immortals of the devil clan could react. He could do his part for the human race. However, in the end, he still decided to return to the upper province to avenge Hua Lao. Father, mother, and the others must have gone into hiding. It won't be easy for me to find them. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had asked Yuan Haochen and the others to mobilize the human devil clan to search for his parents, wife, and children. After all, there was strength in numbers. Who knew when the devil clans would discover the whereabouts of his parents, wife, and children? If he went alone, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 23:36. The reason Duan Ling Tian did not kill all the powerhouses in the devil clans was because of this reason. After all, Duan Ling Tian was wary of the forefather of the human devil clan. Although the human devil clan was under Duan Ling Tian's control after the patriarch of the human devil clan had crushed the fiery blood evasion talisman and escaped, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to offend the patriarch of the human devil clan. However, the patriarch of the human devil clan, Yang Zhenxing, and the other bodiless celestials from the human devil clan were not included as well. After Yang Zhenxing left, it was very likely that he would contact the forefather of the human devil clan who was suspected to be a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial and ask him to kill him. If he continued to stay in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the forefather of the human devil clan might be able to find him even if he did not stay in the human devil clan's territory. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to leave as soon as possible. Although my current strength can still be improved, it's not the improvement of my cultivation, martial techniques, or divine abilities. It's the improvement of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation technique, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of his current situation. Currently, he was an eminent celestial. It could be said that he stood at the peak of ordinary cultivators in the mundane realm. The reason he was called an ordinary cultivator was because he walked the path of cultivation that was different from the path of a bodiless celestial. Bodiless celestials were born after failing to pass the heavenly tribulation. They walked a different path, an extreme path. A 2 tribulation bodiless celestial strength was comparable to an ordinary eminent celestial. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was stronger than an eminent celestial. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial was even stronger. As an eminent celestial, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial or even a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial with the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the 4th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. As an eminent celestial, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had reached its limit. He was waiting for the celestial ascension force to ascend to the Devata realm. Now, if Duan Lingtian wanted to increase his strength, he could only rely on the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation technique, Sovereign Heart Sword. This was because the Sovereign Heart Sword had a 5th realm, which was also the last realm. Heart and sword as one. Once he comprehended the highest level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Lingtian's strength would rise to another level. Other than that, Duan Lingtian could only improve his other abilities slightly. However, since those divine abilities did not include the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had comprehended to its peak, it did not increase his overall strength by much. Even if I comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword as one, and comprehend the other divine abilities to their peak, I'm afraid my strength would only be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. This is also the limit of what I can achieve in the mundane realms. After all, I'm walking the normal path of cultivation and not the extreme path of a bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In other words, in this mundane realm, it's almost impossible for me to possess strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial or an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, I might not even possess strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought about this. To a certain extent, the mundane realm was different. Compared to the extreme path of a bodiless celestial, the normal path of cultivation was much more disadvantageous. However, the path of a bodiless celestial is even more difficult. More than 90% of bodiless celestials are killed by the heavenly tribulation. In short, there were gains and losses. Moreover, I don't think I'll be able to stay in this mundane realm for long. When I first became an eminent celestial, I didn't feel anything special. However, after I cast the elementary devouring tactic and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city and the saint stones beneath the city, my strength has risen to its peak. However, I can clearly feel that there seems to be a mysterious force calling out to me from the unseen world. Perhaps, it's the celestial ascension force that allows eminent celestials to ascend to the At realms. Duan Tian thought to himself. It was precisely because of this that he vaguely realized that he wouldn't be able to stay in the mundane plane for long. For this reason, he had to cherish his time in the mundane realm. Once the celestial ascension force arrived, he would have to ascend to the At realms no matter how strong he was. If I ascend to the At realms, I don't know when I'll be able to return. I must do my best to help my family and friends in the mundane realm before I ascend to the At realms. After all, if something happens to them after I ascend to the At realms, I won't be able to help them. Duan Tian's family and friends in the mundane realm were his biggest concerns before he ascended to the At realms. Especially Kerr, Si Ling, Little Fei Nian Tian, and my parents. Before I ascend to the At realms, I must ensure their safety. Although it was difficult to do so, Duan Tian did not hesitate. He would do his best to ensure his family and friends would not encounter any danger in the mundane realm after he ascended to the At realms. Is that the inter-province transportation formation they set up? Before they knew it, Duan Tian had brought the three women to the location of the inter-province transportation formation in the Wuxia subterranean. At the same time, Duan Tian discovered the new inter-province transportation formation that led to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was being set up by the devil clans. As a saint inscription master, Duan Tian extended his divine consciousness and discovered that the inter-province transportation formation was about to be completed. The inter-province transportation formation was about to be completed. Humph! Duan Tian snorted coldly as his celestial origin energy and saint origin surged in his body. Then, thousands of dazzling sword rays shot out of his body. After the tens of thousands of sword rays shot out of Duan Tian's body, they appeared around him and hovered in the air as they trembled slightly. Sword-wielding art. With just a thought in Duan Tian's mind, the tens of thousands of sword rays hovering in the air shot out again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Tens of thousands of sword rays pierced through the air. Some of them were aimed at the incomplete inter-realm teleportation formation, while some were aimed at the so-called formation masters of the devil race who had set up the inter-realm teleportation formation. As for the remaining sword rays, they targeted the devil clans in the surrounding area. After a while... No! When the incomplete inter-province transportation formation was destroyed by the hundreds and thousands of sword rays, cries of agony rose and fell in the area around the inter-province transportation formation. Even if there were a few devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would not be able to escape death. What a joke! Currently, Duan Tian's strength was still at the same level as when he was in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate in the Human Devil Clan's territory. After leaving the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil Clan's territory, although the effect of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had weakened, he would continue to use it whenever he felt the effect of the assist-type divine ability had weakened. He would continue to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to replenish the effect of the assist-type divine ability. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not dare to be careless. Although it was tiring, he felt it was worth it. In other words, currently, although Duan Tian had only cast the sword-wielding art that was given to him by the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, its strength was comparable to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger devil clans, who were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, possibly withstand the attack of a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial? Devour! After killing the group of devils, Duan Tian did not remain idle. He immediately cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the innate spiritual roots of his wife, Kerr,
who was standing next to him. Naturally, during this process, Duan Ling Tian was extremely careful as well. He did not dare to let Kerr upgrade her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root before she was strong enough to face the heavenly tribulation. Why you destroyed the inter-province transportation formation? Gon Ruyen asked curiously. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's talk when we reach the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian stopped Gon Ruyen when he saw she was about to say something.
At the same time, he brought the 3 women to the area near the incomplete inter-domain teleportation formation that he had destroyed.
This should be the place. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a white sword ray shot out of his palm.
In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a real sword as it appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand.
Now that I've condensed the energy in my body into a sword ray, it's even stronger than when I used the 1000 inscription saint sword. This must be because a part of my energy is celestial origin energy, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The celestial origin energy is superior to the mundane realm and belongs to the Devata realm. The 1000 inscriptions saint sword is only a weapon from the mundane realm. Not only is it useless to those who possess celestial origin energy, but it's also a burden. After Duan Ling Tian had become an eminent celestial, he realized this as well. Chapter 23:37. With my current strength, I'm afraid even the super saint weapons in this mundane realm won't be of any help to me. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the 3-foot-long blade in his hand that was formed from his celestial origin energy and saint origin. Currently, I'm afraid only celestial supreme treasures like the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler will be of help to me. Unfortunately, both the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler have been destroyed along with the 7 treasures Exquisite Pagoda and Hua Lao. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel a pang of heartache when he thought about the few celestial supreme treasures he once possessed. A hint of sadness could be seen in his eyes when he thought about Hua Lao. And behind this sadness, there was a fury that seemed to be able to burn down everything. Hua Lao, don't worry. I'll return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land soon. Once I'm back, I'll head to the Zoroastrianism estate and kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, to avenge you. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time his gaze turned icy cold for no apparent reason. In the next moment, swoosh! Accompanied by a short-lived sword cry, the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Ling Tian's hand flew out and transformed into a dazzling and sharp sword ray that pierced through the sky. It was as though a sword celestial had cast the unparalleled sword-wielding technique. A sword from the west, a celestial from beyond the heavens. Swoosh! 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 As the dazzling and sharp sword light pierced through the air, a strange buzzing sound that was similar to the buzzing of a bee could be heard in the void. Then, rip! Accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart, a ferocious and terrifying spatial rift appeared out of thin air wherever the sword light passed. It was as if a piece of white paper had been torn open, and the gap was constantly swaying. The space barrier. It was torn apart by me just like that? Duan Ling Tian discovered. Unlike the tear in the void that he usually tore, there was not a bottomless darkness behind the tear in the void. Instead, there was a green bamboo forest. It was as though there was another world behind the tear in the void. Duan Ling Tian did not have to guess to know the green bamboo forest behind the tear in the void was the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian saw the green bamboo forest behind the tear in the void, he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he brought Kerr, Duan Xiling, and Gon Ruyen into the tear in the void and entered the green bamboo forest. As soon as Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 women into the tear in the void, he felt as though he had arrived in another world. At the same time, he could clearly sense the changes in his surroundings. The most obvious change was the change in the density of the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. The density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here was much higher than the human devil saint city before he had devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, this was just an ordinary bamboo forest. The upper province. Duan Ling Tian, am back. Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim inwardly when he sensed the dense heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He knew he had returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wow! What a dense heaven and earth spirit energy! Father,
Have we returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Xiling, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, could not help but exclaim in surprise. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "What's the matter?" "Yes, we've returned to the upper province." Duan Ling Tian replied affectionately as he patted Duan Xiling's head. "Father, you're so amazing. You tore a tear in the void just by tossing the sword in your hand. Moreover, you brought us back to the upper province in just a blink of an eye." Duan Xiling said as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with admiration. "With Xiling's innate talent, you'll be as amazing as you are in the future." Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. "Really?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Duan Xiling was so excited that her eyes shone brightly. It was as though she could already see herself tearing a tear in the void and returning to the upper province from the lower province. Duan Xiling was still immersed in her fantasy when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. How did you become so strong?" Gan Ruyan asked in shock and disbelief as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. When she saw Duan Ling Tian had become an eminent celestial, she did not think the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan would be a match for Duan Ling Tian even if the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan was present. However, when the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan's master, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, appeared, her confidence in Duan Ling Tian was shaken. However, the final result was completely out of her expectations. In just a single blow, Duan Ling Tian had killed Liao Nai Jiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, in a domineering manner. The increase in Duan Ling Tian's strength had completely exceeded the scope of her understanding. In terms of grade, my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is superior to those in the mundane realms. Even in the Devata realms, my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is still an extraordinary divine ability. Duan Ling Tian said, "This is the reason why I'm so strong after becoming an eminent celestial." Although Gan Ruyan had vaguely guessed Duan Ling Tian's words, she was certain her guess was correct when she heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. "But, didn't you just break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage not long ago? How did you suddenly attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation?" Gan Ruyan asked again. This problem was the biggest problem in her heart. She knew Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. She knew Duan Ling Tian had only broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage not long ago. It was unbelievable that he attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation so soon after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. To be more precise, my cultivation base had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage on the day I attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Ling Tian said when he saw Kerr looking at Gan Ruyan. "What?" Naturally, his words shocked Gan Ruyan. Even Ku'er was quite shocked by this. The man in front of her had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation on the same day? How's this possible? Gan Ruyan could not help but exclaim when she regained her senses. She muttered to herself, "As far as I know, no matter who it is, after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they'll only be able to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation after they've comprehended heaven and earth to its limit. Even if they want to use someone else's Celestial Ascension Tribulation to attract their own Celestial Ascension Tribulation, they'll still have to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit. Moreover, only those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above can comprehend heaven and earth. Therefore, it's impossible for one to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit before breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage." Gan Ruyan muttered to herself. When she looked at Duan Ling Tian again, her eyes were filled with confusion. "Indeed, you're right." Although Gan Ruyan's voice was not loud, Duan Ling Tian heard her clearly. He nodded in response. Then, Duan Ling Tian said unhurriedly, "To be honest, up until now, I'm still in a daze. A few days ago, I was able to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation on the same day I broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage because of the Sun Force. If it wasn't for the Sun Force, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit in just half a day." Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian still felt as though he was dreaming when he recalled what had happened that day. This was because it was too unrealistic. Sun Force? You managed to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit in just half a day? At this moment, Ganru Yen was not the only one looking at Duan Lingtian in a daze. Even Kerr and Duan Siling were shocked. Sun Force. Duan Lingtian began to explain the origin of the Sun Force. He recounted everything that had happened to him that day to Kerr, Duan Siling, and Ganru Yen. He also recounted everything that had happened during the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to the three women without holding anything back. There was no need for him to hold anything back in front of the three women. So that's how it is. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, the three women finally understood what was going on. Their beautiful faces were filled with shock and disbelief. After all, Duan Lingtian's experience in the past few days had completely overturned their understanding of heaven and earth. Kerr and the other two women were still in shock over Duan Lingtian's experience. Meanwhile, Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, had left the Debussy subterranean and returned to the land of exile. There was only one reason he had returned to the land of exile. The old ancestor of the Human Devil clan and the other bodiless celestials from the Human Devil clan were still in the land of exile. They had not returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land in the Saint Province realm that they had successfully invaded. Swoosh! After Yang Zhenxing returned to the land of exile, he flew as fast as he could to a certain place in the land of exile. As an eminent celestial, Yang Zhenxing's speed was extremely fast. As he flew above the land of exile, the void trembled as though it would cave in at any moment. About half a day later, Yang Zhenxing finally came to a halt. At this time, he came before an ancient and weathered altar. He bowed respectfully to the altar. Chapter 23:38. The ancient altar occupied a vast area, as if it was boundless. Around the altar, there were statues of all shapes and sizes. Some were humanoid, while others were monstrous. All of them had different postures and expressions. Surrounded by these statues of different shapes like stars surrounding the moon, there was a huge statue of a human. This was a middle-aged man with a face full of curly beard. His messy hair draped over his shoulders. His figure was sturdy and tall, and his perfect muscles seemed to contain explosive strength. He stepped on a high platform with one foot. His upper body was bare, and he held an incomparably huge axe in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he looked like he was going to compete with the heavens. Ancestor! Ancestor! Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, said respectfully. His voice reverberated in the air around the altar, lingering in the air. The reason why this happened was because the altar was surrounded by mountains. Because of this, there was such an echo. Who is making a ruckus here? A moment later, an ice-cold voice that contained anger resounded in a timely manner. It seemed to have come from all directions. Along with this voice, a figure appeared out of thin air above the altar like a ghost. It was a burly old man in a green robe. He had a strong back and a bare waist. The old man had a head of long gray hair draped behind his back. His pair of tiger-like eyebrows gave off a dignified aura, setting off his firm square face. Grand Master. The moment Yang Zhenxing saw the face of the burly old man, he could not help but cry out in surprise. In the next moment, he looked at the robust old man again as if he had seen a ghost. The face in front of him was not unfamiliar to him. Of course, this did not mean that he had seen this old man before. The reason why he could recognize the old man in front of him was because he had seen a portrait of the old man before, and that portrait was hanging in his master's room. Martial granduncle? Hearing Yang Zhenxing's exclamation, the burly old man could not help but frown. This was because he did not know the person in front of him, and he was certain that this was the first time they had met. Martial granduncle. My master is Liao Nai Jiang. I'm my master's last disciple, Yang Zhenxing. Yang Zhenxing seemed to have seen the doubts of the sturdy old man, and he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately showed a humble expression and introduced himself respectfully. At this very moment, Yang Zhenxing's heart was in turmoil. He had never imagined that his martial granduncle, who was also his master's martial uncle, was actually still alive. Didn't he fail his tribulation long ago? Counting the time. Presently, More than 4,000 years have passed since this martial granduncle failed to transcend the tribulation. In other words, he's a four-tribulation bodiless celestial now? Yang Zhenxing's heart trembled. Although he knew there were still many bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, he did not know how many there were. The only bodiless celestials in the human devil clan he knew were his master, Liao Nai Jiang, and the forefather of the human devil clan. The reason he knew about the forefather of the human devil clan was because after he had become the patriarch of the human devil clan, he had learned about the existence of the forefather of the human devil clan from the previous patriarch of the human devil clan. He had also learned how to contact the forefather of the human devil clan. It was precisely because of this that he had appeared here. As for the other bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, he did not know how many of them there were, nor did he know who they were. However, when he saw the old man standing in front of him, he realized that Yang Zhenxing was a bodiless celestial. Among the bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, one of them was his martial granduncle, Yang Xiangjun. So you're Yang Zhenxing, that child's direct disciple. Upon hearing Yang Zhenxing's self-introduction, the cold expression on the face of the muscular old man, Yang Xiangjun, faded. It was replaced with a smile. I've heard of you. You're currently the patriarch of our human devil clan. Greetings, martial granduncle. At this time, Yang Zhenxing also formally bowed to Yang Xiangjun. But, why did you come here personally to look for the ancestor? But what happened to the clan? Even if something happened to the clan, it should be your master coming here to look for the old ancestor. Yang Xiangjun asked with a frown. Before today, Yang Zhenxing did not know Yang Xiangjun was still alive. However, Yang Xiangjun knew Yang Zhenxing was the current patriarch of the human devil clan. Apart from Yang Zhenxing, Yang Zhenxing's master, Liao Nai Jiang, who was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, was also in charge of the human devil clan. In his opinion, even if something really happened to the human devil clan, it should be Liao Nai Jiang who came to look for the ancestor of the human devil clan, not Yang Zhenxing. Because of this, Yang Xiangjun had an ominous premonition in his heart. Martial granduncle master has already passed away. As soon as Yang Xiangjun finished speaking, Yang Zhenxing muttered with a sorrowful expression on his face. His voice was filled with sorrow, causing the atmosphere in the surroundings to become heavy. What? Nai Jiang is dead. After the ominous premonition in his heart was confirmed, Yang Xiangjun's face suddenly changed. He stared at Yang Zhenxing and asked in a deep voice, Who? Who killed Nai Jiang? Was it a bodiless celestial from the Lion Devil clan or the Tiger Devil clan? Or was it a bodiless celestial from the Ox Devil clan? Yang Xiangjun's expression darkened as he asked these questions. The devil clans he mentioned were the strongest devil clans in the devil clans. Apart from the three devil clans, the human devil clan was also one of the strongest devil clans in the devil clans. In Yang Xiangjun's opinion, the human devil clans were extremely strong. In the entire exiled realm, only the bodiless celestials from the three devil clans would have the courage to kill a bodiless celestial from the human devil clan. None of them. Yang Zhenxing shook his head bitterly. Yang Zhenxing shook his head bitterly. Before he could finish, Yang Xiangjun asked in a cold and hurried tone, Which clan of itinerant immortals did it? I'd like to know. Apart from the Lion Devil clan, the Tiger Devil clan, and the Ox Devil clan, which other devil clans would dare to provoke the human devil clan? As he spoke, Yang Xiangjun's tone became colder and colder, giving people a feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Master. He wasn't killed by a bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Yang Xiangjun was taken aback by Yang Zhenxing's reply. He wasn't killed by a bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Then, who killed him? Martial granduncle, the human devil clan has left the exiled realm with the devil clans and invaded the Saint Province realm. Moreover, we've occupied the WCI subterranean realm. Yang Zhenxing realized Yang Zhenxing was unaware of this. Yang Xiangjun was most likely unaware that the devil clans had invaded the Saint Province realm a few years ago. For this reason, Yang Xiangjun patiently explained how the human devil clan had invaded the WCI subterranean realm and occupied the Azure Cloud Mansion's territory. He went on to talk about recent events. He told Yang Xiangjun about how Duanling Tian, the the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had snuck into the Wandering Saint Palace and faced the Celestial Ascension Tribulation with the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. He used someone else's Celestial Ascension Tribulation to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Moreover, he succeeded. Because there had never been such a precedent in the history of the demon race. Even young Xianxia couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard about this. However, he was even more confused when he heard what happened next. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, cast an assist-type divine ability after he became an eminent celestial. That assist-type divine ability boosted his strength to a ridiculous level. At this point, Yang Zhenxing couldn't help but shudder in his heart. If he had not crushed the fiery blood evasion talisman in time, he would have been killed by Duan Ling Tian. After all, even his master, Liao Nai Jiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, could not withstand a single blow from Duan Ling Tian before he was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Nai Jiang was killed by him in just a single blow? The sword strike he used to kill Nai Jiang not only tore the void apart, but it even left behind a tear in the void that took about 30 minutes to completely heal? Yang Xianxia was dumbfounded when he learned about this from Yang Zhenxing. This is impossible. Yang Xianxia shook his head as he looked at Yang Zhenxing. His rationality told him that it was impossible. It was impossible for someone who had just become an eminent celestial to possess such strength. How could someone tear the void apart and leave a tear in the void that would take 30 minutes to heal? Even he did not possess such a technique. Even if he used all his strength to tear the void apart, it would only take a few moments for the tear to heal. Only a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger would be able to tear the void apart and leave a tear in the void that would take 15 minutes to heal. I'm afraid only a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger would be able to tear the void apart and leave a tear in the void that would take 30 minutes to heal. For this reason, Yang Xianxia did not think Duan Ling Tian was an eminent celestial. How could someone who had just become an eminent celestial possess strength comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial? Chapter 2339. Impossible. Yang Zhenxing smiled wryly when he heard Yang Xiangju's words. He was not surprised by Yang Xiangju's disbelief. If he were in Yang Xiangju's shoes, he would not believe this as well. How could someone who had just become an eminent celestial possess strength comparable to a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? It was as though Yang Zhenxing was talking about a heavenly book. Senior Granduncle, when my master was killed by Duan Ling Tian, many people from the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls were present. If you don't believe me, you can ask them for confirmation. After taking a deep breath, Yang Zhenxing looked at Yang Xiangju solemnly and said, "To be honest, I still find it hard to believe even until now. Even if Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability is from a Devata realm, it shouldn't be that heaven-defying, right?" As he spoke, Yang Zhenxing couldn't help but shake his head. However, Yang Zhenxing was unaware of this. The reason Duan Lingtian was so strong was not only because of his assist-type divine ability, but also because of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, after Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his strength was comparable to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. With the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword-wielding tactic, his strength was comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, with the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the body and sword fusion, his strength was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Is what you said true? Although Yang Xiangju was slightly shaken, he still found it hard to believe. How could a mere eminent celestial possess strength comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial? However, after Yang Zhenxing's repeated affirmation and even swearing on the lightning penalty oath, Yang Xiangju had no choice but to believe it. The assist-type divine ability he cast is most likely a top-tier divine ability even in the Devata realms. Yang Xiangju sucked in a breath of cold air and guessed. It's a top-tier divine ability even in the Devata realms? Yang Zhenxing was dumbfounded. However, he also felt that this was the only way to explain why Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability could give him such an exaggerated increase in strength. He's just a human brat. How could he be lucky enough to obtain such a powerful assist-type divine ability? In the end,
Both Yang Xiongjuan and Yang Zhenxing were envious of Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Of course, they did not know that the assist-type divine ability Duan Lingtian had mastered was called the elementary devouring tactic. Senior Granduncle, since you've confirmed Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial, shouldn't you bring me to see the ancestor now? Yang Zhenxing looked at Yang Xiongjuan solemnly and said, "After all, this matter concerns the survival of our human devil clan. If we delay any longer, who knows if the Duan Lingtian will turn our territory upside down. Come with me." Yang Xiongjuan's expression stiffened when he heard Yang Zhenxing's words. He beckoned to Yang Zhenxing before he turned around and left. Yang Zhenxing followed closely behind him. After a while, Yang Zhenxing arrived at the altar with Yang Xiongjuan. Behind the altar, there was a combined concealment array formation. Under the array formation, there was a completely different world. A stone staircase led to the underground. The entire way was brightly lit, as if it was daytime. The bodiless celestials in our human devil clan usually cultivate here. Follow me and try not to disturb them. Yang Xiongjuan did not forget to remind Yang Zhenxing through voice transmission as they walked down the stone staircase. All right. Yang Zhenxing nodded. However, he could not help but feel puzzled. I wonder how many bodiless celestials there are in the human devil clan? Senior Granduncle. Yang Zhenxing could not help but ask Yang Xiongjuan. The human devil clan has always had a rule. Apart from the bodiless celestials in our human devil clan, no one is allowed to know about this. Otherwise, why didn't your master tell you that I'm still alive and have become a bodiless celestial? Yang Xiongjuan said. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhenxing finally learned that this was a taboo in the human devil clan. He did not probe further. After walking all the way down the stone stairs, Yang Zhenxing learned that, as it turned out, there was a vast underground palace hidden under the altar 10,000 kilometers north of the human devil clan's base in the exiled plain. As for the bodiless celestials of the human devil clan, they usually lived in seclusion and focused on cultivating while waiting for the arrival of the bodiless celestial tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. Ancestor. Soon, Yang Xiongjuan led Yang Zhenxing to a spacious mansion in the underground palace and bowed respectfully. Ancestor. Yang Zhenxing followed suit and bowed respectfully. The ancestor of the human devil clan usually cultivated in this mansion. At the same time, Yang Zhenxing thought to himself, I'm certain the old ancestor is at least a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I wonder if the old ancestor is an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Although there was only a difference of 1 level between a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial and an 8th tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Yang Zhenxing knew this was not the case. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Although he was not a bodiless celestial, he had heard about the difference in cultivation bases between bodiless celestials. The higher a bodiless celestial's cultivation base was, the more heaven-defying it would be. This was especially true for 7 tribulation bodiless celestials and above. The difference in cultivation bases between 7 tribulation bodiless celestials was like heaven and earth. Yang Xiongjuan and Yang Zhenxing bowed respectfully, but there was no response from the mansion in front of them. In the beginning, both of them waited patiently for a response. However, after a while, there was still no response. Both of them could not help but look at each other in confusion. Xiongjuan boy? Are you looking for the old ancestor? At this moment, an indifferent voice rang from afar. Before the voice faded away, Yang Xiongjuan and Yang Zhenxing felt as if someone was whispering into their ears. Whoosh! A humanoid figure appeared in front of Yang Zhenxing in just a blink of an eye before it turned corporeal. In the end, it turned into a skinny young man who looked as though he would be blown away by the wind. This person called Senior Granduncle Boy? Yang Zhenxing shuddered when he recalled how this person had addressed his senior granduncle. He did not dare to underestimate this skinny young man just because of his ordinary appearance. Senior granduncle. What Yang Xiongjuan called the skinny young man next almost scared Yang Zhenxing out of his wits. His senior granduncle had addressed this young man as senior granduncle? Did this mean this young man's seniority was 4 generations higher than his? Who is he? Soon after, the young man's eyes landed on Yang Zhenxing as he scrutinized him. Yang Zhenxing felt as though he had nowhere to hide when faced with the young man's gaze. It was as though there were no secrets in front of the young man. Greetings. Senior. Yang Zhenxing. When Yang Zhenxing thought about the young man's seniority, he was so frightened that his body trembled slightly. He wanted to greet the young man, but he quickly realized he did not know how to address the young man. The young man was his senior granduncle's senior granduncle. How should he address the young man? Senior granduncle. He's the disciple of my junior nephew, Liao Nai Jiang. He's also the current patriarch of the human devil clan. Yang Xiongjuan replied to the young man in a timely manner. So you're the current patriarch of the human devil clan, Yang Zhenxing. I've heard of you. The young man nodded. He could tell Yang Zhenxing was at a loss, so he said indifferently, my surname is Xia. You can call me Senior Xia. Greetings. Senior Xia. Yang Zhenxing sighed in relief when he heard the young man's words. He quickly bowed respectfully at the young man. Senior granduncle is one of the only 2-6 tribulation bodiless celestials in the human devil clan. Yang Xiongjuan reminded Yang Zhenxing through voice transmission. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Hearing Yang Xiongjuan's words, Yang Zhenxing was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. Why's he here? The young man asked with a slight frown on his face as he looked at Yang Xiongjuan. After all, this was a place where the bodiless celestials in the human devil clan cultivated. Apart from bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, they were not allowed to enter. Even the patriarch of the human devil clan was not an exception. The patriarch of the human devil clan held a lofty position in the eyes of ordinary human devils. However, in the eyes of the bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, the patriarch of the human devil clan was just an insignificant junior. Senior granduncle, it's like this. Yang Xiongjuan did not dare to dawdle when he saw the displeasure on his senior granduncle's face. He quickly recounted everything that had happened. Finally, he looked at Yang Zhenxing and added, in order to prove what he said is true, he swore on the lightning penalty oath. Currently, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duan Lingtian's actions had caused a commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian's actions in the Wandering Saint Palace had alerted many bodiless celestials in the human devil clan. However, now that Duan Lingtian had returned to the upper province, he was completely dumbfounded when he heard about this matter. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The successor of the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect? Senior Feng Qingyang is the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect? Duan Lingtian could still remember. Chapter 2340. When Duan Lingtian received the inheritance of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, he became Feng Qingyang's successor. At the same time, he succeeded Feng Qingyang and became the new successor of the Misty Rain sect. In the past, although Duan Lingtian knew he had become the successor of the Misty Rain progeny, he had no idea what the title meant. Now that he had come to the upper province and heard about the 7 absolute sect and the rumors about the 7 absolute sect, he had just learned that, as it turned out, the successor of the Misty Rain wasn't an ordinary title. It was both a supreme honor and a heavy responsibility. The Misty Rain lineage was the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. The successor of the Misty Rain sect in each generation was the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. As long as the successor of the Misty Rain sect did not appear, the 7 absolute sect would not have a sect master. This was the iron law of the 7 absolute sect. I didn't expect. After learning about the 7 absolute sect and the successor of the Fog Rain sect, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head. His face was filled with shock, and he was still in a daze. Previously, when he was still in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and had yet to be sent back to the lower province, he had only heard rumors about the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. However, he had never heard of the 7 absolute sect before. Only now did he know, as it turned out, there was such an ancient sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, this sect had once suppressed Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Heaven Divination sect until they could not even lift their heads. The 7 absolute sect was so powerful during Senior Feng Qingyang's era. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to regain his senses, He could not help but feel his blood boiling when he learned about the 7 absolute sects past. It was as if he had completely immersed himself in the glorious days of the 7 invincible sect. That era was not only the era of the sword saint Feng Qingyang, but it was also the era of the 7 absolute sect. I remember that when I was still in Windfall Nation in the lower province, I heard the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, who's also Tianwu's master, mention the 7 absolute sect. However, at that time, I've never heard of the 7 absolute sect. She must have seen the 10,000 swords territory and thought of the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the Fog Rain successor. After all, my myriad sword domain came from the successor of the Misty Rain sect, Senior Feng Qingyang. Now that he recalled some of the past, Duan Lingtian also came to a realization. It seems like the sect leader of Windfall Nation's Drift Blaze sect should be a member of the 7 absolute sect as well. Moreover, it's very likely that she's the previous successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. After all, her direct disciple, Tianwu, is the current successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. When Duan Lingtian returned to the upper province and heard the news of the 7 absolute sect's reappearance, he learned about the achievements of the current successors of the 7 absolute sect in the upper province. This included the achievements of Feng Tianwu, his soulmate whom he had been dreaming of. Feng Tianwu, the current successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, had killed the White Tiger King from Zhuangzi Buddhism. She was ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The White Tiger King was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since Tianwu was able to kill him a few years ago, this means she was already stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I can't believe Tianwu obtained such a great fortuitous encounter, and became so powerful after coming to the upper province. All this while, Duan Lingtian had been searching for Feng Tianwu. During the process of searching for Feng Tianwu, he was extremely worried about Feng Tianwu's safety, and he was deeply afraid that something had happened to Feng Tianwu. If something happened to Feng Tianwu, not only would he not be able to accept it, but he would also not be able to explain himself to his uncle, Feng Wu Dao. When Duan Lingtian learned about Feng Tianwu, he could not help but sigh in relief. At the very least, he was certain Tianwu was safe. When Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart when he thought about her current achievements. I didn't expect Tianwu to be a member of the 7 absolute sect just like me. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who found out he was the successor of the 7 absolute sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, sighed emotionally when he thought about how he and Tianwu had unknowingly become disciples of the 7 absolute sect. Of course, after this exclamation, Duan Lingtian sighed again. Also, I didn't expect Xuanai to become a member of the 7 absolute sect. The Xuanai that Duan Lingtian was referring to was naturally Han Xuanai, the eldest miss of the WCI subterranean Green Wave Han Mansion. She was also someone Duan Lingtian had known since a long time ago, and had always regarded her as his own little sister. Duan Lingtian had already found out about Xuanai leaving the Green Wave Han Mansion when he was still in the lower province. However, he had never expected that. He did not expect Xuanai to achieve so much in the upper province after leaving the Green Wave Han Mansion. Han Xuanai, the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, killed sect leader Su of Zhuangzi Buddhism the moment she was born and was ranked in the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking. This was the news that Duan Lingtian had heard. Sect leader Su of Zhuangzi Buddhism was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After so many years, Xuanai is already strong enough to kill him. Duan Lingtian was shocked. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the time when he first met Han Xuanai. The young girl from back then had unknowingly grown to such a shocking level. Duan Lingtian felt happy for Han Xuanai from the bottom of his heart. Then, he sighed emotionally. There are only 7 absolutes in the 7 absolute sect. Currently, apart from myself, the people I know, including myself, are 6 of the 7 absolutes. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Why do I feel like all of this was deliberately arranged by someone? Duan Lingtian could not help but think this way. Apart from the mysterious successor of the prophet progeny who was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator,
Duan Ling Tian knew the other 5 absolutes in the 7 absolutes sect. Feng Tianwu and Han Xuanai. They were the successors of the Blazing Phoenix progeny and the Red Dust progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, the successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Apart from Feng Tianwu and Han Xuanai, Duan Ling Tian also knew Gu Li, Yu Wu Ying, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi. I can't believe senior brother Gu Li is also a member of the 7 absolute sect, the successor of the 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny. It seems like the matter he said he was going to do after leaving Zoroastrianism has something to do with the 7 absolute sect. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to Gu Li. He was a friend he had made in the Debussyi subterranean. Later on, they came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and joined one of the 3 great sects of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Zoroastrianism. However, Gu Li had left Zoroastrianism a few years ago. According to what he said in the past, he had a very important matter to attend to. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out Gu Li's current identity. The matter Gu Li was going to do after leaving Zoroastrianism was most likely related to the 7 absolute sect or the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Senior brother Gu Li's current strength is not bad. His current cultivation base should be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Currently, Gu Li was not as famous as Feng Tianwu and Han Xuanai in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, as the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, he had attracted the attention of many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after a few battles. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian learned about the 7 absolute sect when he returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The current successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was none other than Gu Li. And Yu Wu Ying. Isn't he father's subordinate? How did he suddenly become the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect? Duan Ling Tian was confused when he found out Yu Wu Ying was the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Although he did not have much contact with Yu Wu Ying, he had heard of him before. He knew Yu Wu Ying was a capable person by his father's side. In fact, when he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion, many people said Yu Wu Ying was like his father, Duan Rufing's shadow. Don't tell me Yu Wu Ying is someone else? Is he not father's subordinate? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. No. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Father subordinate Yu Wu Ying is skilled in the Tao of assassination, and the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is also skilled in the Tao of assassination. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. A few years ago, he successfully assassinated a high priest at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Heaven Divination sect. Duan Ling Tian learned about this when he heard about it. Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was skilled in the Tao of assassination, just like his father, Duan Rufing. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian suspected they were the same person. The brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, in particular, have also become members of the 7 absolute sect. They should be in the Azure Cloud Mansion with Uncle Feng and the others. How did they end up in the upper province? Moreover, they're the successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Chapter 2341. There were only 7 absolutes in the 7 absolute sect. Duan Ling Tian was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the leader of the 7 absolute sect. Apart from him, there were only 6 absolutes left. Amongst the current generation successors of the 6 absolutes, apart from the mysterious and unfathomable 2nd absolute, the Heaven's Secret progeny, Duan Ling Tian knew all of the other 6 successors of the 5 absolutes. Moreover, they were all people he was familiar with. This
This is too much of a coincidence. No. Even if it's a coincidence, it can't be this coincidental. Why do I suddenly feel like this 7 Absolute sect is owned by my family? Everyone inside is familiar with each other, and they're all on the same side. It's as if the successors of each Absolutes have been decided by each of us. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when he thought about this. This was too much of a coincidence, right? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? It did not matter if the others believed it or not. Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. Father, what are you thinking about? Why are you ignoring Si Ling? When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, his daughter, Duan Si Ling's voice rang in his ears, causing him to regain his senses. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about some friends. Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he patted Duan Si Ling's head. However, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and his 3 daughters were in a bustling city in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were sitting in a room near the main hall of the busiest restaurant in the bustling city. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from the customers in the main hall of the restaurant. The 7 Absolute sect has reappeared? When Gan Ru Yen heard the customers outside mentioning the 7 Absolute sect, she could not help but feel shocked. As the direct disciple of the guardian of Zoroastrianism, it was only natural that she knew more about the 7 Absolute sect than ordinary people. It was a powerful sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. During the era when the #1 sword cultivator Feng Qingyang was in the Dao Martial Saint Land, that sect suppressed the 3 great sects, including the Zoroastrianism, to the point they could not even lift their heads. If it was not for the fact that the sword saint Feng Qingyang did not have the intention to annihilate the 3 great sects during that era, it would have been difficult for the 3 great sects to resist Feng Qingyang even if they joined forces. In fact, Feng Qingyang was widely acknowledged as the strongest sword cultivator in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The #1 swordsman in history. What kind of honor was that? The appearance of the 7 Absolute sect. The disciples of the 7 Absolute sect are all outstanding talents. Especially the few female disciples of the 7 Absolute sect. Each of them is like a pearl that attracted the attention of the entire upper province. Gan Ru Yen did not know when, but a hint of shame could be seen in the depth of her eyes. As the youngest female disciple of the Zoroastrianism prodigy, Gan Ru Yen had always been proud of her achievements. However, after learning about the deeds of the few female disciples from the 7 Absolute sect a few years ago, this was the first time she truly understood what it meant by, "There's always someone better than you out there." In front of the female disciples of the 7 Absolute sect, she was completely overshadowed. There was no glory to speak of. However, with my current innate spiritual root, my cultivation base will definitely improve by leaps and bounds when I return to the upper province. I'll be able to catch up to them sooner or later. The moment Gan Ru Yen thought of this, the sense of inferiority in the depths of her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a look of confidence. Her biggest source of confidence was her innate spiritual root. It was a dark violet innate spiritual root. When she was still in the lower province, with the help of her dark violet innate spiritual root, her cultivation speed was already faster than when she was in the upper province. It should be noted that the cultivation environment in the lower province could not be compared to the upper province at all. The reason her cultivation speed in the lower province was faster than when she was in the upper province was because of this. After she returned to the lower province, her innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root with Duan Lingtian's help. Now that she had returned to the upper province, it was only natural for her to find out. From this day onwards, her cultivation speed would definitely soar by an extremely exaggerated amount compared to before. The sword saint of the 7 Absolute sect, Feng Qingyang. At the same time, Kerr finally regained her senses from the discussion in the restaurant. She immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked through voice transmission, "Brother Tian, isn't Senior Feng Qingyang the person who left you the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword?" As a woman whom Duan Lingtian was willing to sacrifice his life for, there were many things that Duan Lingtian had told Kerr. For this reason, Kerr knew Duan Lingtian had obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword. She also knew the person who left the legacy behind was the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, who was also her man's master. Yes. Upon hearing Kerr's question through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately replied through voice transmission. The first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, the Fog Rain successor,
is indeed Senior Feng Qingyang, who left me the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword. I remember when I obtained the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, I became the new Fog Rain successor as well. However, at that time, I didn't know what the Fog Rain successor meant. I didn't know the relationship between the Fog Rain successor and the Seven Absolutes sect at all. I didn't even know the Seven Absolutes sect existed. After replying through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply through voice transmission, realization dawned on Kerr. She continued to say through voice transmission, "In that case, Brother Tian, you must have only just found out that you've become the sect leader of an ancient sect with a long history."
Yes.
Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. He could not help but smile wryly. I didn't expect there would be such a huge trap waiting for me after I obtained Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy. The sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect was not only an honor, but it was also a responsibility. Back then, when Feng Qingyang was still around, the Seven Absolute sect had suppressed the three great sects so much that they could not even lift their heads. When Feng Qingyang ascended, most of the successors of the Absolutes in the Seven Absolute sect had ascended as well. Due to that, the Seven Absolute sect was faced with a shortage of successors. Due to that, the three great sects launched a counterattack on them, causing them to suffer heavy losses. They were almost annihilated at one point. This was also the reason the Seven Absolute sect had almost disappeared from the Dao Martial Saint land. The three great sects would send out powerhouses to annihilate anyone who obtained information about the Seven Absolute sect. They wanted to completely annihilate the Seven Absolute sect to avenge their humiliation. Apart from wanting to avenge their humiliation, they were also worried that another monstrous genius like Feng Qingyang would appear in the Seven Absolute sect and lead the Seven Absolute sect to a new height of glory, suppressing the three great sects again. For this reason, countless people from the Seven Absolute sect had died in the hands of the three great sections. I've accepted the Sovereign Heart Sword's legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, and become the successor of the Misty Rain progeny. Although I accepted the legacy without knowing anything about the Seven Absolute sect, it also means I've accepted the responsibility of being the successor of the Misty Rain progeny. Since he had accepted the legacy left behind by the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and became the successor of the Misty Rain progeny, naturally, Duan Lingtian did not plan to ignore his responsibilities as the successor of the Misty Rain progeny. Now that I'm the successor of the Misty Rain progeny, I'm also the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. As the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, I'll have to settle the score with the three great sects. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Although the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes was not directed at the three women in the room, they could not help but feel chills running up their spines when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze from the side. The entire room fell silent immediately. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the floor. What a coincidence! I've returned to the upper province to look for Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, to avenge Hua Lao. I'll start with Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, to repay the blood debt the three great sects owe the Seven Absolute sect. The flames of hatred in Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified. He had decided to do something for the Seven Absolute sect before he ascended to the Devata realm. He wanted to annihilate the three great sects. As the successor of the Misty Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, and the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, it was his duty. Let's return to Zoroastrianism. At the same time, Duan Lingtian stood up hastily and said to the three women. Since they could sense Duan Lingtian's anxiousness, the three women did not say anything. They immediately stood up and left the room with Duan Lingtian. They walked through the lobby and out of the restaurant. They were about to leave. When Duan Lingtian and the others walked past the bustling main hall, many people's eyes were on Kerr and Gan Ruyen. This was because the two women were too dazzling. A peerless face and a perfect figure. The moment she appeared, it seemed to cause everything around her to be overshadowed by her. Most importantly, the two women looked exactly the same. Two peerless beauties who looked exactly the same, but had different temperaments. No matter where they went, they would always be an eye-catching scenery. Humph! When Duan Lingtian sensed the unbridled gazes that were directed at him, he could not help but stop in his tracks. He snorted coldly. This cold snort seemed to be flat, yet when it entered into the ears of all the customers in the restaurant, it was like a thunderclap that shocked them to the point their souls trembled.
Chapter 2342.
His cold aura swept out, causing everyone in the restaurant to feel as though their hearts and souls had been frozen. This was especially true for the male customers who were looking at Kerr and Gan Ru Yen. They felt the cold aura even more keenly. They hurriedly retracted their unbridled gazes. After retracting their gazes, they instinctively turned to look at the purple-clad figure walking in front of them. The purple-clad figure was tall and had long hair that fluttered in the wind. However, the cold aura he exuded seemed to be able to freeze the air. At this moment, the entire restaurant fell silent. It was only when the purple-clad young man led the group of 4 out of the restaurant that the customers in the restaurant regained their senses. When they came back to their senses, their faces were filled with relief as if they had just survived a calamity.
How terrifying! That purple-clad young man is too terrifying. That's right. He didn't even look at us.
Just the cold aura that emanated from his body made me feel as if my heart had been frozen.
At that moment, I almost couldn't feel my own heartbeat. I feel the same way.
Not only did I feel as though my heart had been frozen, but I also felt as though my soul had been frozen as well.
At that moment, my consciousness seemed to have become blurry. I even felt as though I was about to die. What kind of powerhouse is that purple-clad young man?
Just the cold aura he exuded was already so terrifying.
If he makes a move, how earth-shattering would it be?
After Duan Ling Tian led Kerr, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen out of the restaurant, the customers in the restaurant could not help but discuss among themselves. Most of them had a look of relief on their faces. At the same time, a thunderous voice suddenly resonated from outside the restaurant.
Brat!
It's your daughter's fortune that my master has taken a liking to her innate talent. If you're smart, quickly ask your daughter to kowtow and acknowledge my master as her master. This cold shout was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and it instantly attracted the attention of the customers in the restaurant. After a short while, some of the customers began to leave the restaurant to watch the commotion. Naturally, most of the customers continued to stay in the restaurant and did not join in the commotion.
It's that purple-clad young man. Someone has taken a liking to his daughter.
That young girl who's about 12 or 13 years old is actually his daughter.
That young girl looks very similar to that pair of beautiful women. It seems like that pair of beautiful women are his wives.
He's a winner in life. Regardless of whether he's a winner in life or not, he seems to have encountered some trouble. Amidst the clamor, the remaining customers in the restaurant's lobby paid their bills and left the restaurant one after another, arriving outside the restaurant. Soon, outside the entrance of the restaurant, they saw the group of people who had just passed by the restaurant's lobby. There was a purple-clothed youth, a pair of peerlessly beautiful twin sisters, and a peerlessly beautiful young girl. She was leaning against the purple-clad young man and said, "Father, they're so annoying." The young girl was referring to was a group of 3 people standing opposite them. The group of 3 people was led by a skinny old man. The old man had white hair and white eyebrows. He wore a brocade robe that accentuated his extraordinary temperament. With just a glance, one could tell he was not an ordinary person. Behind him stood 2 plainly dressed middle-aged men. One of the middle-aged men was skinny and stood there like a bamboo pole. The other middle-aged man was tall and sturdy. He took a step forward and stared at Duan Ling Tian with his huge eyes. Waves of aura swept out from his body, trying to oppress Duan Ling Tian. The cold shout that was filled with the smell of gunpowder earlier was also from this person.
What's going on? I don't know. I just came out as well.
It seems like the old man in brocade robes took a fancy to the young girl next to the purple-clad young man and wanted to take her as his disciple. However, the purple-clad young man rejected him. The young girl next to the purple-clad young man is his daughter. According to the young girl, it's enough that she has her father to teach her. She doesn't need any teacher or master. At the same time, the group of people who came out to join in the fun also realized what was going on.
Scram!
Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard the burly middle-aged man's cold shout. He glanced at the other party coldly and spoke indifferently. He had intended to rush back to Zoroastrianism. However, he did not expect to be stopped as soon as he stepped out of the restaurant.
It was fine if he was stopped by someone. After all, the other party had taken a fancy to his daughter's innate talent and wanted to take his daughter as his disciple. It was understandable. As the saying went, everyone has the heart to love talent. However, what infuriated him was this. After he expressed that he was not interested in his daughter becoming the other party's disciple, the other party's servant actually threatened him. Whoosh! When the old man in brocade robes heard Duan Lingtian telling him to scram, his calm expression changed. The burly middle-aged man behind him looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Boy, you dare to tell me to scram? Do you know with my strength, it's as easy as killing a chicken for me to kill you? When the burly middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his voice turned colder and colder.
When the burly middle-aged man's words spread, the people in the surroundings felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar.
A mere cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage dares to say it's as easy as killing a chicken for him? Duan Lingtian sneered. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed before the crowd could even react to the situation. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian had already appeared in front of the burly middle-aged man like a ghost. He stretched out his hand like an iron clamp, and before the burly middle-aged man could even react, Duan Lingtian had already grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Duan Lingtian was about the same height as the burly middle-aged man, but he was slightly slimmer. However, when Duan Lingtian grabbed the burly middle-aged man's neck and lifted him off the ground, it did not look right. 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage?
The purple-clad young man said the burly middle-aged man is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
How's that possible? A cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage is a force to be reckoned with in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Not only that, but the burly middle-aged man is only a servant of the finely dressed old man.
I think it's impossible as well. I think the purple-clad young man wants to use the burly middle-aged man to show off his strength. That's why he said the burly middle-aged man's cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's possible. Although Duan Lingtian said the burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, no one believed him. However, apart from the people around him and the burly middle-aged man, no one believed what he said. They all thought that he was exaggerating. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were very few cultivators at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At the very least, there were only about 10 people at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage on the Supreme Saint ranking. Although the city they were in was bustling, it was not considered a big city in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was rare to even see a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, there were some people who knew the burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
For example, the finely dressed old man and the skinny middle-aged man standing behind the finely dressed old man.
At this moment, he saw Duan Lingtian appearing out of thin air in front of his companion and grabbing his companion's neck with one hand before lifting him up. Most importantly, his companion did not seem to have any strength to fight back at all. The skinny middle-aged man was stunned. Who are you?
The finely dressed old man asked coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze.
Bang! Duan Lingtian casually tossed the burly middle-aged man to the ground before he returned to Duan Xiling's side.
He looked at the finely dressed old man calmly before he said indifferently, Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain sect. 7 Absolute sect. 7 Absolute sect. The successor of the Fog Rain sect.
The finely dressed old man's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even the skinny middle-aged man standing behind the finely dressed old man, the burly middle-aged man who was tossed aside by Duan Lingtian, and the others present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. This purple-clad young man was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. In recent years, the 7 Absolute sect had been the hottest topic in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Very few people would talk about the 7 Absolute sect without mentioning it. Up until now, apart from the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, all the successors of the 7 Absolute sect's 7 Absolutes had appeared. For this reason, Everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was curious about the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. They were curious about what kind of person he was, what kind of cultivation base he had, and how strong he was. Most of the people present on the scene were curious as well. However, they did not expect that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would appear. One day, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, would appear before their eyes. The people present on the scene were still in shock over Duan Lingtian's identity as the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. I was wondering when an eminent celestial like you appeared in the upper province of the Martial Saint Land. As it turns out, you're the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. Chapter 2343. Based on the finely clad old man's words, it was obvious he had seen through Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base through Duan Lingtian's attack. An eminent celestial. However, based on his tone, one could tell he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial, he did not seem to be afraid of Duan Lingtian at all. Moreover, he did not reveal any other emotions. Based on his calm expression, it was as though he did not think Duan Lingtian was a threat at all. Although the finely dressed old man was able to remain calm when he saw Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial, it did not mean others could remain calm as well. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, is actually an eminent celestial? The moment the brocade-robed old man finished speaking, the eyes of the bamboo-like middle-aged man standing behind him could not help but violently shrink. His thin face was filled with shock. The burly middle-aged man who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian and had just managed to get up from the ground trembled violently when he heard the finely dressed old man's words. At this moment, he felt chills running down his spine. No wonder my saint origin couldn't break through the shackles of his energy, even after I exerted all my strength earlier. As it turns out, he's an eminent celestial. In that case, everything that happened just now can be explained. The burly middle-aged man was shocked when he found out the purple-clad young man he had provoked was an eminent celestial. Fear still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't kill me. Otherwise I would have died. The burly middle-aged man was relieved when he thought about this. He was only a martial cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. An eminent celestial could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. When the burly middle-aged man recalled what he had said to the purple-clad young man, he could not help but blush. How could he kill the purple-clad young man as easily as killing a chicken? The other party could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. The two middle-aged servants by the old man's side were already so shocked when they heard the old man's words, let alone the crowd of onlookers present. Half-step celestial? Did I hear wrongly? He said. Half-step immortal. After the crowd of onlookers came back to their senses one after another, one of them took the lead and asked in surprise. He even suspected that he had misheard. You didn't hear wrongly. He did say eminent celestial. Soon, many people followed to confirm. He said the successor of the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, is an eminent celestial? That's right. It's no wonder the Seven Absolute sect's Misty Rain successor was so fast. I didn't even catch a glimpse of him when he arrived in front of the burly middle-aged man. It was too fast. If he's a half-step immortal, it's only natural for him to possess such speed. If he's an eminent celestial, he shouldn't be lying, right? He said the burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Put aside the fact that he's an eminent celestial, his identity as the successor of the Seven Absolute sect's Misty Rain successor, and the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect wouldn't lie. Moreover, with his identity, he wouldn't lie. Does this mean the burly middle-aged man is really a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? As the crowd discussed among themselves, they realized they had been overthinking things. The burly middle-aged man was most likely a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was only natural that a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to withstand a single blow from an eminent celestial. An eminent celestial.
I've only heard of such a powerhouse before. This is my first time seeing one. Me too. I didn't expect the current successor of the Seven Absolute Sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, to be an eminent celestial. Moreover, he looks so young. It's understandable. The strongest female disciples in the Seven Absolute Sect are suspected to have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, it would be strange if he's not an eminent celestial. Indeed. When the group of people discussed animatedly again, their gazes landed on Duanling Tian in unison. They stared fixedly at Duanling Tian, as though they wanted to imprint this person deeply in their minds and engrave him in their hearts. An old woman suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't he Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism?" Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism? As the old woman took the lead to speak, more and more people began to carefully size up Duanling Tian's face. Gradually, they began to feel that Duanling Tian looked familiar. Memories from a few years ago began to surface in their minds. He's indeed Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism. I've seen his portrait before. I've seen his portrait as well. However, that was a few years ago. I didn't recall it earlier. No wonder I thought he looked familiar. As it turns out, he's Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, when he revealed his identity earlier, apart from saying he's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, he also said his name is Duanling Tian. He did say his name is Duanling Tian. This Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism from a few years ago, has become the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect? Isn't this a little too big? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. As more and more people recognized Duanling Tian's handsome face, they began to realize something. Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism from a few years ago, and the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, were the same person. Aren't the Seven Absolute Sect and Zoroastrianism sworn enemies? That's right. Not only is the Seven Absolute Sect sworn enemies with Zoroastrianism, but it's also sworn enemies with Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. Why would the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, be the guardian of Zoroastrianism? Many people were puzzled by this. All of you are really stupid. Can't Duanling Tian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, join Zoroastrianism as a spy to gather information about Zoroastrianism? If that's the case, it makes sense. Many people who were puzzled by Duanling Tian's identity as the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and a member of the Seven Absolute Sect were instantly enlightened. However, isn't Duanling Tian's improvement in strength a little too exaggerated? At this moment someone said, I think. A few years ago, he defeated Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In just a few years, he had already become an eminent celestial? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? It's indeed a little exaggerated. Could it be that he's mistaken? For a moment, the gazes of everyone present fell on the old man in embroidered clothes in unison. Earlier, the finely dressed old man was the one who had said Duanling Tian was an eminent celestial. If the successor of the Seven Absolute Sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, possessed a cultivation base at the level of an eminent celestial, they would not be surprised, perplexed, or suspicious even though they were shocked. However, Duanling Tian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, was no stranger to them at all. This was because he had become famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land a few years ago. He was Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, whose strength was second only to Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In just a few years, Duanling Tian, who had not even broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had become an eminent celestial. Was this possible? Was this realistic? Although the strongest person present on the scene was only at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage, and had not experienced the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was still possible. However, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've heard of how pigs run. For this reason, they knew how difficult it was to break through to the 9th form.
As it turns out, you're Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism who shook the upper province of the Dao martial saint land a few years ago. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest prodigy in the Dao martial saint land after Pei Si Hai. The brocade-robed old man ignored the skeptical gazes of the crowd. His gaze on Duanling Tian turned colder and colder. It seems like you've been concealing your cultivation base a few years ago. That's why they thought you haven't even broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The brocade-robed old man continued to say. However, you can't hide your cultivation base from me. You're indeed an eminent celestial. The brocade-robed old man was infuriated when he saw Duanling Tian looking at him indifferently. Do you think you can stop me from taking your daughter as my disciple just because you're an eminent celestial? Do you really think eminent celestials like you are the strongest in the mundane realms? The brocade-robed old man's words were filled with confidence. His words shocked everyone present into a daze. Eminent celestials. Aren't they the strongest in the mundane realms? Why does it sound like eminent celestials aren't the strongest in the mundane realms? Many people were shocked. However, most of them thought the old man was spouting nonsense. At this moment, Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "You're right." Chapter 2344. Previously, when Duanling Tian had just walked out of the restaurant, his gaze had been attracted by the finely dressed old man who was walking towards him. This was because the finely dressed old man gave him a sense of familiarity. Previously, he had only felt this way from Liao Nai Jiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, Duanling Tian was not certain the finely dressed old man was a bodiless celestial like Liao Nai Jiang. There were many reasons why he was certain the finely dressed old man was a bodiless celestial. First, it was because of the feeling he had earlier. Second, it was because of the two middle-aged servants by the finely dressed old man's side. The burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage while the skinny middle-aged man was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The finely dressed old man either had an extraordinary background or was at least an eminent celestial to be able to make such a person his servant. Third, the finely dressed old man had seen through Duanling Tian's cultivation base as soon as he attacked the burly middle-aged man. Only an eminent celestial would be able to see through Duanling Tian's cultivation base. Fourthly, the brocade-robed old man did not seem flustered at all after he revealed Duanling Tian's cultivation base was that of an eminent celestial. This proved the finely dressed old man was not afraid of Duanling Tian, even if he was an eminent celestial. In fact, this proved the finely dressed old man was at least a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Fifth, only a three-tribulation bodiless celestial or above would be able to detect his daughter's innate talent through his divine consciousness. Based on all these factors, Duanling Tian was certain the finely dressed old man was not an ordinary person. He was certain the finely dressed old man was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Do you really think I can't tell you're a bodiless celestial? For this reason, Duanling Tian did not doubt the finely dressed old man's words. You know about bodiless celestials? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the finely dressed old man was slightly taken aback. He was surprised that Duanling Tian knew about bodiless celestials. However, before Duanling Tian could reply, the finely dressed old man nodded and said, "I almost forgot. Not only are you a guardian of Zoroastrianism, but you're also the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. You're the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. It's only natural you're aware of bodiless celestials." The finely dressed old man's words was not surprising. If I'm not mistaken, you're a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? The finely dressed old of the celestial stage had the finely dressed old oldest upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. The finely dressed old man was not surprised at all. After all, only a three-tribulation bodiless celestial or above could look down on an eminent celestial. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duanling Tian was able to guess that he was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Humph! My lord is a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Right at this moment, the bamboo middle-aged man standing behind the old man in embroidered clothes spoke with a proud expression to Duanling Tian. Four-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duanling Tian's expression turned slightly solemn when he heard the middle-aged man's words.
He could not help but shudder in his heart. If a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial unleashes his full strength, he'll be able to tear a hole in the void. He's much stronger than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The finely dressed old man was the second bodiless celestial Duan Ling Tian had encountered. If he was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, he would be much stronger than the 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, Liao Nai Jiang. A smug smile appeared on the skinny man's face when he saw the solemn expression on Duan Ling Tian's face after he spoke. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was confident. He was certain this eminent celestial, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, and the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, would push his daughter out to be his lord's disciple. However, when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, the smile on his face froze. He even wondered if he was dreaming. Let's forget about what happened today. If you dare to be so aggressive, I'll kill you. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he looked at the finely dressed old man indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he was not afraid at all when he learned the finely dressed old man was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, he was in a hurry to return to the Zoroastrianism. He did not want to cause any trouble. Although this was a small matter to him, he was confident he could kill a mere 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if it was possible, he did not want to kill the finely dressed old man. After all, the finely dressed old man was a human, a bodiless celestial. When the devil clans invaded the upper province in the future, human bodiless celestials would be the backbone of the human race. It would be a great loss to the human race if he killed the finely dressed old man. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind. If the finely dressed old man was not aggressive, he would not make a move. He planned to let the finely dressed old man live. How dare you? How dare you? As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the bamboo-skinned middle-aged man and the burly middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Then they shouted at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Stop! If you dare to be aggressive again, I'll kill you. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would dare to provoke them. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so arrogant after finding out their master was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. How dare a mere eminent celestial overturn the heavens? When the bamboo-clad middle-aged man and the burly middle-aged man shouted at Duan Ling Tian in unison, the finely dressed old man was so enraged that his body began to tremble violently. His expression had turned completely grave. Duan Ling Tian. It seems like although you're the successor of the 7 Absolute sect's first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, and you know about bodiless celestials, you don't know about the levels of bodiless celestials. The finely dressed old man who was enraged and filled with killing intent said coldly. Fine. Before you die today, I'll let you understand the levels of bodiless celestials. 2-tribulation bodiless celestials are as strong as eminent celestials like you. 3-tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials. 4-tribulation bodiless celestials like me are stronger than 3-tribulation bodiless celestials. If I make a move, I'll be able to tear a hole in the void. If I find the right place, I'll be able to tear a hole in the void and travel between the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The finely dressed old man revealed the strength of a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Before I die? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard the finely dressed old man's words. Based on the finely dressed old man's words, Duan Ling Tian knew the finely dressed old man wanted to kill him. The finely dressed old man was determined to kill him. 2-tribulation bodiless celestial? 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? 4-tribulation bodiless celestial? What's a bodiless celestial? Why are there so many levels? As soon as the finely dressed old man finished speaking, his robe fluttered as he prepared to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves when they heard the finely dressed old man's words. Did he say that a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial? I heard that as well. Moreover, he said he's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, so he's even stronger than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he can tear a hole in the void and tear a hole in the void to travel between the upper and lower province. Based on what he said, is he even human? That's the ability of a celestial, right? At the same time,
The group of onlookers was inexplicably shocked as they recalled the words of the brocade-robed old man.
They did not know about bodiless celestials. In fact, they had never even heard of bodiless celestials before this. Elementary devouring tactic.
Duan Lingtian instantly cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, when he sensed the finely dressed old man was about to make a move.
Swoosh! A whirlpool appeared and overlapped with Duan Lingtian as it emitted a devouring force.
In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by him.
As expected of the upper province, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is much richer than the lower province. In just a blink of an eye, the elementary devouring tactic that I cast has reached its limit. After about a breath, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the celestial origin energy in his body had risen to its peak state.
If he unleashed his full strength, he could even tear a hole in the void that would take 30 minutes to heal.
HM?
The finely dressed old man, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, was the first to notice the change in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. He looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered.
Your assist-type divine ability is pretty good. You managed to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. However, do you think an assist-type divine ability like you, an eminent celestial, is comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like me? Today, I, Chen Yi Ru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, shall kill the successor of the seven absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny.
The finely dressed old man, Chen Yi Ru, glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, After I kill you, my name will go down in history. After all, the successor of the seven absolute sect's fog rain progeny is hard to come by. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of seeing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings being devoured, they heard Chen Yi Ru's words. At this moment, they realized what was going on. Chen Yi Ru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, was going to make his move.
Chapter 2345.
The successor of the seven absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain lineage, was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years.
This was not a secret to the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land.
This was because the seven absolute sect would only enter the world when the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, was born. After all, every generation's sect leader of the seven absolute sect was the successor of the misty rain sect. As long as the successor of the misty rain sect did not appear, it meant that the seven absolute sect was without a leader.
So what if a masterless sect entered the world? In the end, they were like a sheet of loose sand.
Due to this reason, when the seven absolute sect entered the upper province a few years ago, the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were aware of the situation. The successor of the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, the fog rain progeny, must have been born. Ever since then, everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, including most of the people present on the scene, was curious. Who was the successor of the seven absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny? However, the successor of the seven absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny, had appeared before everyone. At the same time, they learned that, as it turned out, they had heard of the current successor of the seven absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny. However, he had another identity at that time. Protector of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. He said he's a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. He's even stronger than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial who's stronger than an eminent celestial.
I wonder if he's just bragging.
When the crowd saw Chen Yi Ru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, they could not help but mutter to themselves. Now, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and it was completely silent. Therefore, this person's murmur clearly entered the ears of everyone present, and it was especially piercing to the ears. Humph! Almost at the same time, Chen Yi Ru, who was about to attack Duan Lingtian, paused slightly and then let out a cold snort.
Poochie!
Accompanying the cold snort was the faint sound of something being penetrated.
The next moment. Bang!
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the person who had been muttering earlier fell to the ground and crashed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust.
When he fell, his eyes were still wide open. He died with a grievance.
In between his eyebrows,
there was a hideous and terrifying bloody hole. Blood was still gushing out from it like a fountain. Just looking at it made people feel cold all over and their hair stand on end. Hiss, 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 hiss. Immediately, everyone present gasped. When they looked at Chen Yiru again, their eyes were full of fear and dread. Just because he casually said something about him, he was killed by him. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even see how Chen Yiru killed the person lying on the ground. As expected of a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. With just a casual glance, a beam of light shot out of his eyes is comparable to the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial. Among those present on the scene, only Duan Tian had seen how Chen Yiru killed the person. A beam of light shot out of his eyes and pierced the person's glabella, killing him instantly. With this as an example, no one dared to say anything even if they doubted Chen Yiru's strength. They only dared to think about it in their hearts or communicate through voice transmissions with their friends. At this moment, the atmosphere turned even quieter. Although Chen Yiru had killed the person, the people present on the scene still had no idea how strong he was. After all, even if a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above made a move, they would not be able to catch a trace of it. Therefore, most people still doubted whether Chen Yiru's strength was as strong as he had said. We'll find out soon enough if he's as strong as he says. The battle between him and Duan Tian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, is imminent. Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's see how strong Duan Tian is since he's already an eminent celestial. Although the people present on the scene did not dare to speak recklessly, they could not help but mutter inwardly. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Tian and Chen Yiru. One of them was the former guardian of the Zoroastrianism, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolute sect. He was also the current sect leader of the seven absolute sect. The other person was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, who claimed his strength was much stronger than an eminent celestial. Was the latter boasting shamelessly? Once the two of them fought, the outcome of the battle would be revealed. From today onward, Duan Tian no longer exists in the mundane realm. Chen Yiru said coldly as he shifted his gaze to Duan Tian. His robes fluttered in the air. The rolling power was like a storm that wreaked havoc around his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Shameless boasting. Duan Tian smiled contemptuously when he heard Chen Yiru's words. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the elementary devouring tactics surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins. His celestial origin energy was mixed with his saint origin. If it was not for the fact that Duan Tian had not held back, the celestial origin energy and saint origin energy that surged out of his body would have been enough to tear the void apart. You'll find out soon enough if I'm boasting shamelessly or not. Chen Yiru sneered. The moment he raised his hands, the power that swept out from his body surged again. It was like a layer of waves in the sea that soared into the sky. Chen Yiru stood there with his back against a wave of energy. He was like a deity, carrying with him a seemingly endless divine might. Today, I, Chen Yiru, will kill Duan Tian, the sect leader of the seven absolute sect. At the same time, Chen Yiru's arms shook violently. At this moment, the energy behind him that was like a raging wave began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it transformed into a thick and heavy saber that was extremely solid. The gigantic saber was formed by the energy surging out of Chen Yiru's body. It emitted an oppressive aura. It was as though a primordial ferocious beast was sleeping in the gigantic saber and would wake up at any moment. At Chen Yiru's current cultivation base, weapons in the mundane realm, including the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, would not be of much help to him. Not only would they not be of much help to him, but they would also be a burden to him. A mere four-tribulation bodiless celestial dares to act so arrogantly in front of me, Duan Tian? Today, I'll show you that even if I'm only an eminent celestial, I won't need more than 10 moves to defeat you. Upon hearing Chen Yiru's words, Duan Tian's eyes turned cold as he sneered. As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, the energy that surged out of his body had already transformed into hundreds and thousands of white sword rays that hovered around his body. At this moment, It seemed as though Duan Lingtian was surrounded by a rain of swords. However, this rain of swords was under his control. They revolved around him continuously, like agile dragons swimming in the air. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, causing Duan Lingtian's purple robes to flutter. Duan Lingtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at Chen Yiru contemptuously. A hint of disdain could be seen on the corners of his mouth. It was as though he did not take Chen Yiru seriously at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not take Chen Yiru seriously at all. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had learned about bodiless celestials and the strength of bodiless celestials. At the same time, he knew Chen Yiru was not weak at all. With his current strength, he was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial or even a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. With such confidence, how could he take a mere 4 tribulation bodiless celestial seriously? However, Chen Yiru, the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, was oblivious to Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act arrogantly in front of Duan Lingtian, even if he was given 100 guts. You won't need more than 10 moves to defeat me? Chen Yiru was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he regained his senses, a furious expression appeared on his face as he said, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me in 10 moves. I, Chen Yiru, will only need 3 moves to kill you. As soon as Chen Yiru finished speaking, he made his move again. He stood motionless on the spot, but the thick and heavy saber in his hands that was formed entirely from the energy that surged out of his body was held upright by him. He pointed it straight at the sky as if he was going to fight with the heavens. Bas, 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 bas. A series of saber cries rang out as Chen Yiru's heavy saber began to glow with saber light. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. The saber ray continued to grow until it was more than 100 meters long. However, the attention of the people present on the scene was not on the saber ray. Is that a tear in the void? It seems like it. He can really tear the void? Heavens! Even an eminent celestial can only tear the space around the pseudo-realm that he created and leave a tear in the void that serves as an entrance to the pseudo-realm. It's not difficult for those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to open a tear in the void near a pseudo-realm created by an eminent celestial as long as they can sense the existence of the pseudo-realm. However, the tear in the void doesn't seem like an entrance to a pseudo-realm created by an eminent celestial. Chapter 2346. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the huge saber in Chen Yiru's hand that was pointing at the sky shot out a saber ray that was more than 100 meters long. The saber ray rubbed against the air and emitted a crisp sound. The frequency of the sound was no different from the sound of firecrackers. Rip, rip. As the sound of firecrackers rang in the air, the sound of something being torn apart rang in the air as well. The sound came from the saber ray in Chen Yiru's hand. Black cracks that resembled tiny black snakes appeared in the air around the saber ray in his hand. They were ferocious and terrifying void rifts. These cracks appeared and disappeared as quickly as they appeared. However, every time they appeared, they would appear in groups, giving people a kind of visual shock, and even more so, making people feel a chill down their spines. After all, only when one's strength had reached a certain level would one be able to tear apart space and leave cracks in the air. Even an eminent celestial would not be able to do this. Perhaps, an eminent celestial would be able to create a tear in the void near the pseudo-realm. However, the tear in the void could only be the entrance to the pseudo-realm. At most, one could only tear a crack in the air near a pseudo-realm since there was only one entrance to a pseudo-realm. Even if he's an eminent celestial and there's a pseudo-realm nearby, it's impossible for him to leave so many cracks in the void. The people present on the scene felt their scalps go numb when they saw the cracks in the air around the saber ray in Chen Yiru's hand. Because this was completely beyond the scope of their understanding. After all, even an eminent celestial would not be able to tear space apart so easily and leave so many cracks in the void. Could it be that he's not lying? Is he really a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who's stronger than an eminent celestial? Although I don't know what a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial is, based on what I know, an eminent celestial can ascend to a higher realm and become a celestial. I'm afraid only a celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial, right? Immortal. You mean this old man is an immortal? Apart from immortals, who else can tear apart space so easily and casually, and leave cracks in the void? As Chen Yiru gathered his strength, the saber light in his hand tore through space, leaving behind cracks in the void. Everyone present was shocked again. At the same time, the doubt in their eyes when they looked at Chen Yiru disappeared and was replaced with admiration. In their eyes, the brocade-robed old man in front of him was already an immortal. Although they did not know why there was such a powerful existence in the mundane realm, however, this did not affect their respect for this old man who could easily tear space apart. Duan Lingtian, take this! As Chen Yiru let out a beast-like roar, his body began to expand in front of everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a giant that was over 100 meters tall. The thick and heavy saber in his hand also merged with a saber aura that was more than 100 meters long, turning into a giant saber that was more than 100 meters long. A giant and a saber. At this moment, Chen Yiru stood with his saber in hand. He looked like a god of sabers that had descended to the mortal realm. Peerless. Chen Yiru, who had transformed into a giant that was over 100 meters tall, suddenly cried out. His voice was like a thunder god's roar that reverberated in the ears of everyone present on the scene. At this moment, no. Some of the people with a weaker cultivation base felt their eardrums rupture. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices and were on the verge of death. Chen Yiru's cry was extremely terrifying. This was only the beginning. Boom, 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 boom. Almost at the same time as Chen Yiru's shout, the 2 spiderweb-like cracks that had appeared on the ground beneath his feet spread even further, turning into a bottomless gully. When the onlookers rose into the air and dodged the ravines that formed from the cracks on the ground, the gigantic saber that Chen Yiru was holding with both hands, which was pointing at the sky, finally came crashing down. Bas, 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 bas. Wherever the huge saber passed, the sound of the saber was deafening. Cracks appeared in the void that quickly closed after a while. It was as though there were small black snakes flashing in and out of the void. During this process, the power that Chen Yiru had been restraining in his saber was completely unleashed as the saber whistled through the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Chen Yiru's huge saber whistled out, a terrifying energy surged out in all directions like a raging sea. Instantly, bang, 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 bang. Those who had just risen into the air and were close to Chen Yiru were affected by the energy that swept out from Chen Yiru's huge saber. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. They did not even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding void and the surrounding ground were all shrouded in a bloody mist, turning the place crimson red. Boom. Rumble. When the bloody mist appeared, the restaurant in front of them was shrouded in the power of Chen Yiru's huge saber. In an instant, it collapsed and turned into ruins. Those who crawled out were all covered in blood. It was unknown if they were still alive. It was not only the restaurant that was affected. Even the surrounding buildings collapsed and turned into ruins when they were affected by Chen Yiru's power. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It happened only when Chen Yiru drew his saber that the onlookers did not even have time to react. Buzz. At the same time, the earth-shattering sound of the saber rang out. It was the huge saber in Chen Yiru's hand. It covered the sky and covered the sun. It was powerful enough to split Mount Hua. It whistled and whistled as if it could destroy everything in its path. At this moment, Chen Yiru seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of war. He had unleashed a peerless attack. And this saber strike of his was named Peerless. Peerless saber. How dare you call it peerless with such little power? Is it worthy? However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled disdainfully as he faced Chen Yiru's peerless saber ray. He easily protected the 3 women by his side as he faced the saber ray that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. It was as if he did not care about Chen Yiru's saber at all. Go! Seeing Chen Yiru's peerless saber, which had the power to tear the void apart, Duan Lingtian calmly uttered a word. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian uttered this word. Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
The hundreds and thousands of white sword rays that were hovering around Duan Lingtian shot out again in just a blink of an eye. The sword gleams continued to expand and condense in front of him, forming a huge sword net that was like a layer of protective shield. During this process, the sword rays that formed the net of swords left cracks in the void that looked like tiny black snakes as they shot through the void. These void rifts opened one after another, and then closed again not long after. However, because the hundreds and thousands of white sword lights were too dazzling, even Chen Yiru himself didn't notice the spatial cracks that appeared and disappeared frequently. Otherwise, he would have noticed it. When the hundreds and thousands of sword rays shot out from Duan Lingtian's sword, they were as powerful as Chen Yiru's peerless saber. Bas, 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 bas. The sound of saber whistling reverberated in the air. Chen Yiru, who had transformed into a giant over 100 meters tall, wielded the huge saber that was more than 100 meters long and landed on the net of swords that had formed in front of Duan Lingtian. Break! Chen Yiru roared again when the huge saber was about to land on the net of swords. His voice was like a clap of thunder that temporarily suppressed the sound of saber whistling. In the end, Chen Yiru's huge saber that was more than 100 meters long finally landed on the net of swords. Boom! When the saber landed on the net of swords, it was as though the saber had landed on the surface of the sea. It caused the surface of the sea to tremble and sink. After a few moments, boom! 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 When the huge blade that was over 100 meters long pressed down on the sword net until it trembled to the extreme, the two of them exploded at the same time. Two vast and majestic forces collided, causing the void to tremble. The air was constantly compressed and rubbed against each other, and numerous ferocious cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, the enormous mushroom cloud formed by the collision of the two forces also emitted waves of extremely terrifying shock waves that swept in all directions. It carried a strength that seemed to be able to engulf the entire world as it continued to spread. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air. These loud noises came from an area of 1,000 meters with the mushroom cloud as the center. The shock waves from the mushroom cloud flattened the land within 1,000 meters of the mushroom cloud. Apart from a few powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage who managed to escape, the rest of the onlookers were killed. Even Chen Yiru's two servants, one at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and the other at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had retreated 1,000 meters away from the mushroom cloud. Swoosh! 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 The sound of the wind could be heard clearly. Based on this, one could see how quiet the scene was. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru were hovering in the air. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.